Chapter 235. Why didn't you say so earlier? The red-haired old man muttered to himself. 100,000 spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure for warriors at the Grandmaster realm or even lower. However, it was much better for a Wuzong. A martial Grandmaster was also known as a Grandmaster. In the Blazing Sun Empire, they were definitely considered a first-class expert. They belonged to the upper echelons. Compared to them, a martial Grandmaster was far inferior, so their status was naturally extraordinary. However, 100,000 spiritual crystals was not a small amount. Even a martial arts Grandmaster would have to think twice. Eccentric Red, what's wrong? You don't dare to bet? If you don't dare to bet, just say it, don't be stubborn. Qiu Wuji mocked. Who said I don't dare to bet? There are so many witnesses here, I hope you won't go back on your word. The red-haired old man said. Huh, you're the one I'm afraid of going back on your word. Eccentric Red, your cloud net fruit is mine. Qiu Wuji laughed heartily. He was 100% confident that he could win, because Yang Zitian was in the 10-direction sword school. He was very clear about Yang Zitian's strength. Yang Zitian had said that he wanted to kill Tianyun, so as long as Tianyun touched Yang Zitian, he would be dead. Everyone waited in silence. Half a beat later, someone's coming out. Someone shouted. As expected, the door of light flickered, and figures appeared one after another. Soon, dozens of young men came out. They were all disciples of the 10-direction sword school. The elders of the 10-direction sword sect, including Qiu Wuji, had calm expressions on their faces. All of this was within their expectations. However, they didn't notice that the disciples of the 10-direction sword school all had gloomy expressions. They continued to pay attention to the door of light. After that, the light door flickered non-stop, and people walked out of it. Soon, 200 people came out. They were all disciples of the Shi Fang Sword School. None of them were students of the General Star Hall. The faces of the red-haired elder, Hua Qi, and the other elders of the imperial family turned uglier and uglier. How is that possible? Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Hua Qi clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with worry. Haha, Eccentric Red, I think your General Star Hall has most likely been completely annihilated. You're going to lose for sure. Hurry up and hand over the cloud net fruit. Qiu Wuji laughed heartily. You fuck. The red-haired old man's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Qiu Wuji, don't be too happy yet. The time is not up yet. No one knows the result until the last moment. Ha, the Eccentric Red, you're really good at deceiving yourself. All right, let's wait and see. Qiu Wuji sneered. Elder Qiu, let's go. At this moment, a disciple from the 10-direction sword sect wanted to say something. However, he was interrupted by Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji waved his hand and said, All right, you've all done well this time. It's been hard on you, but not everyone is here yet. We'll talk about counting the blood ant eggs later. Fuck. The young man wanted to continue, but Qiu Wuji's face darkened and he glared at him. He swallowed his words. At this moment, the door of light shone again, and more than 20 young men appeared. These 20-odd people were all from the General Star Hall. The red-haired elder and the others were overjoyed. I'm just lucky. I don't know where I hid, but I was lucky enough to survive. However, I don't know how many blood ant eggs I obtained. I don't think I can't even make one blood refinement pill. Qiu Wuji laughed coldly. The red-haired elder and the others were silent. They didn't have much hope in their hearts. As time passed, a few more people came out. They were all disciples of the 10-direction sword school. In the end, the 10-direction sword sect sent out about 280 people. This made Qiu Wuji and the others from the 10-direction sword school turn pale. The time was almost up, and the door of light was about to close. Once the door of light closed, they would not be able to open it. They could only wait for 3 years before they could open it. But at this time, there were still many people from the 10-direction sword sect who had not come out. More importantly, out of the 6 geniuses who had comprehended force, 2 had yet to come out. One of them was Yang Zitian. He's probably delayed while exploring the blood ant nest. Qiu Wuji consoled himself. Lu Ming. Hua Qi's eyes were wide open as he stared at the light door. Lu Ming had not come out yet. He was really afraid that there would be an accident. Time slowly passed, and it was getting closer and closer to the time when the door of light would close. However, no one came out. What's going on? What's going on? Qiu Wuji started to get anxious. The others were fine, but Yang Zitian hadn't come out yet. How could it be possible? Buzz! At this moment, the light door flashed slightly, and two figures appeared. Qiu Wuji, the red-haired elder, and the other elders of both sides stared at the scene. The outline of the two figures slowly became clear. Tianyun? How is that possible? Qiu Wuji howled in disbelief. Tianyun, it's Tianyun. The red-haired old man's eyes widened. Then he became ecstatic and laughed out loud. The two people who came out later were naturally Lu Ming and Ming Cheng. Damn it, this Tianyun must have found a place to hide. I didn't see Yang Zitian or the other disciples. Damn it. Qiu Wuji growled in his heart. Qiu Wuji, Tianyun is still alive. You've lost. Hand over the mithril, and don't go back on your word. The red-haired old man said. Fuck. Qiu Wuji's face turned ugly. He really couldn't bear to do it, but he couldn't go back on his word in front of so many people. It's all this Tianyun's fault. Why didn't he just go and die? He roared in his heart and blamed everything on Lu Ming. However, he still had no choice. He gritted his teeth and took out a fist-sized piece of Esilavir metal that was shimmering with starlight and handed it to the red-haired old man. This was the star mithril. The other martial arts grandmasters looked at the red-haired elder with envy. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The red-haired old man laughed as he put it away. He then looked at Lu Ming. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. Why hasn't Yang Zitian come out yet? Qiu Wuji stared at the light door with a dark expression. Bang! Suddenly, the light door trembled violently and exploded with a bang. It turned into a rain of light and disappeared. How could this be? What about Yang Zitian? Why didn't he come out? Qiu Wuji roared. What happened? Why didn't Yang Zitian come out? There are so many other disciples. What happened? The other elders of the 10 Directions Sword School also roared in anger. Senior brother Yang Zitian is dead. Suddenly, a disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. The entire place fell silent. Qiu Wuji stared at this disciple with an ugly expression and shouted, What did you just say? Yang Zitian was dead? How did he die? Who in the blood ant's secret realm could kill him? Even when facing the mother ant, he was able to escape unscathed. How could he have died? Qiu Wuji bellowed as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. He's really dead. Most of the disciples here saw it. The disciple shouted. Yes, Elder, Yang Zitian is really dead. The other disciples nodded in agreement. Qiu Wuji's face turned ashen and his eyes revealed a terrifying light. He stared at the disciple and shouted, Why didn't you say so earlier? Elder Qiu, I wanted to say it just now, but you didn't let me. The disciple said in an aggrieved manner. You win. Qiu Wuji was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Chapter 236, Shameless. Just now, this disciple was indeed about to speak, but he was stopped by him, causing the other disciples to not speak. However, just now, when he was so high-spirited and proud, thinking about giving the red-haired old man a hard blow, he had never dreamed that Yang Zitian would die in the blood ant's secret realm. Thinking about how she looked just now, she felt so embarrassed. Tell me, how did Yang Zitian die? Qiu Wuji asked through gritted teeth. It's him, Tianyun. Senior brother Yang Zitian was killed by Tianyun. The disciple pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. What? Everyone was shocked. Other than the young men who had entered the blood ant's secret realm, everyone turned to look at Lu Ming. Yang Zitian was actually killed by Tianyun? How was this possible? Was Tianyun that powerful? Even the red-haired elder, Hua Qi, and company were shocked. Damn it. Qiu Wuji's body emitted a cold killing intent. He turned around and glared at Lu Ming. Tianyun, speak. What despicable methods did you use? Did he secretly harm Yang Zaitian? Assassination. Do you need to secretly harm Yang Zaiyin to kill him? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up. Nonsense, it's not an assassination. You can kill Yang Zaitian? Even 10 of you won't be enough. Qiu Wuji shouted angrily. He did not believe Lu Ming's words. Lu Ming sneered and did not explain. Elder Qiu, I have something to say. The young man from the 10 Directions sword sect spoke again. Shut up. Qiu Wuji bellowed, and the disciple immediately shut up. However, his face was flushed red. If you have something to say it quickly. Qiu Wuji thought about what had happened and took a deep breath. Elder Qiu, senior brother Yang Zaiyan, was really killed by Tianyun. He was defeated by Tianyun. The young man said, How is that possible? Did you see it carefully? Qiu Wuji asked loudly. It's not just me, most of the fellow disciples here are present as well. The young man said. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School all nodded in agreement, even though their expressions were ugly. Why would I? Qiu Wuji and the rest were still in disbelief. A motley crew of the General Stars Hall had actually killed the peerless genius of his 10 Direction Sword School. This had never happened before. Elder Qiu, you have to seek justice for us. This Tianyun is a madman, a beast. Not only did he kill senior brother Yang Zaitian, he also took our storage rings. He took all of our senior brother's storage rings, and all of our wealth was in them. Even the blood ant eggs we got from killing blood ants were all taken away by him. A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School screamed. What? Qiu Wuji and all the elders of the 10 Directions Sword sect were stunned. Their mouths were wide open, and they stood there in a daze. The red-haired elder, Hua Qi, and the other members of the imperial family were not much different. They stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. Damn it, you little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Qiu Wuji only came to his senses after a long while. His hair stood on end and his eyes almost popped out. With a furious roar, he sent a violent wave of true energy toward Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming was already prepared. He pulled Ming Cheng and moved tens of meters away in an instant, rushing toward the red-haired elder and the rest. Qiu Wuji, what are you doing? The red-haired old man shouted in anger. He rushed out and threw a punch. Boom! Heaven and earth shook as the red-haired elder exchanged a blow with Qiu Wuji, almost splitting the earth apart. Get lost. Today, I'll definitely kill that little bastard Tianyun. Qiu Wuji glared at Lu Ming and bellowed. Haha. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly burst out laughing. Little bastard, what are you laughing at? Qiu Wuji berated. Old man, do you really think that the omnipresent sword sect is the ruler of the Blazing Sun Empire? I'm a member of the royal family, and you want to kill me for no reason. Do you have no respect for the 4 great sects and the royal family? Lu Ming shouted, using the 4 major sects and the imperial family to suppress him. For no reason? You killed my 10 Directions Sword School's disciples and even stole all of our storage rings. Don't you deserve to be killed? Qiu Wuji roared. Ha, what a joke. Let me ask you, does the Blood Ant Secret Realm not prohibit killing and plundering? Lu Ming questioned loudly. Qiu Wuji's expression darkened. He was unable to answer this question. Since killing and plundering are not forbidden, it is normal for me to kill your disciples and steal their storage rings. What right do you have to kill me? Furthermore, before I entered the Blood Ant Secret Realm, all the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School declared that they wanted to kill me. I fought back and killed them. Isn't that right? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he faced Qiu Wuji fearlessly and questioned him loudly. Qiu Wuji's expression was ugly, and the others from the 10 Directions Sword sect did not say anything. Lu Ming was right. Nothing was forbidden in the Blood Ant Secret Realm. Killing and plundering were the main theme of the Blood Ant's secret realm. What a sharp-tongued little thing. So what? Let me tell you, even if the disciples of my Shifang Sword School want to kill you, you have to let them kill you. You can't resist. If you resist, you'll die. Qiu Wuji said coldly. He was overbearing, direct, and unreasonable. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered to say anything. This old man was simply shameless. He was extremely shameless. Qiu Wuji, you're so fucking shameless. Only about 20 people from my General Stars Hall came out, and the rest were killed by your 10 Directions Sword School. According to what you said, you're allowed to kill my General Stars Hall's people, but I'm going to kill them. Alright, then in the future, you guys can go back to the 10 Square Mountain. I will mine the Blood Ant's secret realm alone. The red-haired old man roared. You guys want to mine alone? In your dreams? It's more like the other way around. An old man from the 10 Direction Sword sect sneered. Eccentric Red, get lost. I'll definitely kill Tianyun today. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you as well. When the army of my 10 Direction Sword sect arrives, the Imperial family will be annihilated as well. Qiu Wuji's voice was cold and overbearing. How audacious! Hua Qi shouted. Qiu Wuji actually said that he wanted to destroy the Imperial family. Qiu Wuji, your Shifang Sword sect is full of wild ambitions. We will kill you all. The red-haired old man roared. Qiu Wuji's expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't help but regret saying those words in a moment of anxiety. Even if the 10 Direction Sword sect had such ambitions, they couldn't say it out loud. Or rather, it wasn't the time to say such things. Qiu Wuji, let's fight. We won't rest until one of us is dead. The red-haired old man strode forward like a lion. His hair and beard were all standing up, and he was obviously extremely angry. I'm going to protect Tianyun today. Whoever wants to kill him, kill me first. Hua Qi took a step forward, his voice cold and firm. Chapter 237, An Amazing Harvest. Hua Qi was extremely powerful. He stepped forward and a few martial ancestor realm elders from the royal family followed closely behind him. Powerful auras emanated from their bodies. Damn it, he's really looking for death. Qiu Wuji roared in his heart, but he did not make a move. Right now, it was not yet time for the 10 Direction Sword sect to fall out with the imperial family. Hua Qi was the true prince, the 8th son of the current emperor. If he killed Hua Qi as well, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the imperial family. At that time, the 4 great sects would join forces to attack the 10 Direction Sword sect, and the 10 Direction Sword sect would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, there were many experts from the imperial family this time. Even if he wanted to make a move, he wasn't confident. Good, very good. 8th Prince, you're determined to go against the 10 Direction Sword School. I hope you don't regret it. Also, do you think that you can protect Tianyun like this? You're so naive, just you wait. Qiu Wuji roared in anger. He waved his hand and left with the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. The faces of the people from the 10 Directions Sword School were all gloomy and extremely ugly. This trip to the Blood Ant's secret realm could be said to be a complete defeat. Although they had killed a large number of students from the General Star Hall, they were just a motley crew in their eyes. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School also lost 60 to 70 people, especially since Yang Zitian had been killed. Moreover, Lu Ming had taken most of the storage rings of the disciples of the Omnipresent Sword sect. Most of the Blood Ant eggs had fallen into his hands. They had not gained a single thing and were extremely embarrassing. Haha. The red-haired old man laughed heartily. Tianyun thanks Elder Hong and 8th Prince. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists to express his gratitude to the red-haired elder and Hua Qi. Tianyun, there's no need for such formalities. Hua Qi helped Lu Ming up. Tianyun, this old man should be thanking you. Not only did you help me win a piece of Sky Star Mithril, but you also severely suppressed the arrogance of the 10 Direction Sword School. It's really satisfying. The red-haired old man laughed. They wanted to kill me, I was just fighting back. Lu Ming said with a smile. Let's go back to the General Star Hall. The red-haired old man laughed and waved his hand. The group immediately returned to the General Star Hall. First, count your harvest. Come here tomorrow morning to count the number of blood and eggs. The red-haired elder ordered in a large hall of the General Star Hall. The crowd nodded and dispersed. Lu Ming returned to the dormitory and hurried to the Supreme Shrine. He could not wait to see what he had gained. There was a pile of storage rings in front of him. There were nearly 300 of them, and they all belonged to the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. Lu Ming started to count. He placed 1 blood and egg and 1 spirit crystal. The other things were also sorted out. There were too many things. Lu Ming took a total of 6 hours to do the inventory. Looking at the item in front of him, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then he was overjoyed. The harvest was too great. The blood and eggs had been obtained by the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect. In addition to the ones he had obtained from the blood ant nest, there were more than 23,000 of them. Among them, there were more than 13,000 pills in the blood ant nest, and the nearly 300 people from the 10 Directions Sword Sect had contributed about 10,000. Over 23,000 blood ant eggs. This was a massive number. No one in history had ever obtained so many blood ant eggs. If 6 blood ant eggs could be exchanged for 1 blood refinement pill, then 23,000 blood ant eggs could be exchanged for 3,800 blood ant eggs. More than 3,800 blood refinement pills. He exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. The more he accumulated before the second bloodline was awakened, the better. Lu Ming used a storage ring to store all the blood ant eggs. Then he looked at the pile of crystals. There were a total of 620,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming almost drooled. In addition to his previous spiritual crystals, he had already exceeded 700,000 spiritual crystals. Robbing is still the most refreshing. Lu Ming sighed. Of course, this was just a thought. He couldn't go and rob for no reason. Apart from the blood and eggs and spirit crystals, other things like spirit herbs, spirit medicine, spirit weapons, and all sorts of forging materials were also piled up like mountains. However, most of them weren't of high grade. A small number of them were level 3, while most of them were level 2 or level 1. However, the value of so many of them was still shocking. Just a few hundred storage rings alone were worth a lot. Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity to get rid of all these miscellaneous things. After packing everything, Lu Ming started to cultivate in satisfaction. The next day, Lu Ming went to the main hall. He discovered that the red-haired elder and Hua Qi had both arrived. Tian Yun. Hua Qi smiled and greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming also smiled. Other than them, there were also a few elders from the imperial family. Soon, more than 20 students who had participated in the blood ant secret realm had arrived. All right, now take out the blood ant eggs you obtained from the blood ant secret realm and count them. Then, hand them over to the elders of the imperial family to refine the blood refining pill. Under normal circumstances, 3 blood ant eggs can be used to refine 1 blood refinement pill. According to the rules, if you hand over 6 blood ant eggs, you can exchange them for 1 blood refinement pill. The red-haired old man explained the rules again. Everyone nodded. Immediately, a young man stepped forward and took out a storage ring. The storage ring glowed, and suddenly, many blood ant eggs appeared on the table. An elder began to count. There are a total of 62 blood ant eggs. 60 of them can be exchanged for 10 blood refinement pills. The royal family will pay 300 spiritual crystals for the remaining 2 blood ant eggs. Are you willing to buy them? The imperial family elder asked. I'm willing. The young man said. If the blood ant eggs couldn't be used to refine blood refinement pills, then it was useless to keep them and might as well be sold. 300 spiritual crystals for 1. At the side, Lu Ming gasped and his eyes were burning with excitement. He even wanted to sell all the blood ant eggs. How many spirit crystals would he get? Of course, he was just thinking about it. No matter how many spiritual crystals he had, they were not as important as the blood refinement pill. Even if you had spiritual crystals, you wouldn't be able to buy a pill like the blood refinement pill on the market. Then he counted them one by one. Most of the students from the General Star Hall did not obtain many blood eggs. They only obtained around 100 blood eggs, and the highest number of blood eggs obtained by one of them was only slightly over 200. On the other hand, Ming Chung surprised everyone. He had obtained more than 360 blood ant eggs and was temporarily ranked first. Ming Chung grinned. It was all thanks to Lu Ming that he was able to obtain so many. He had followed Lu Ming to kill blood ants in the blood ant nest and obtained more than 200 pills. Including his own, he had more than 360 pills. Now Tianyun. The red-haired old man said. Buzz. Buzz. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming, their faces filled with anticipation. Lu Ming had robbed most of the storage rings of the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect. How many blood ant eggs could he have obtained? Everyone was very curious. Isn't this table too small? I don't think it can fit. Lu Ming looked at the table and smiled bitterly. Ah! Everyone was stunned. Chapter 238, 4,000 Blood Refinement Pills. The table wasn't big enough. This was the first time they had heard this reason. Hurry up and bring the table over. The red-haired old man roared, his face filled with excitement. The others immediately moved a few tables over. The tables were placed together and took up more than half of the hall's area. Lu Ming nodded slightly and took out a storage ring. Everyone fixed their eyes on it. The storage ring glowed, and a small mountain appeared on the table. It was a small mountain formed by the blood and eggs. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There are so many goo? How many can there be? One of the students from the General Star Hall stammered and almost bit his tongue. Heavens, isn't this too much? Could it be that Tianyun has emptied out the entire blood ant nest? Another young man shouted. Start counting. The imperial family's elder reacted and began to count excitedly. Not long after, the numbers were out. 23,153. An elder of the imperial family reported the number with a trembling voice. Sisigu. Everyone in the audience gasped. Even though he had expected this, he was still shocked by the number. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment. How many blood refinement pills could he exchange for so many blood ant eggs? 23,153 blood ant eggs, which can be exchanged for 3,858 blood ant eggs. I also have 5 more blood ant eggs to support with spiritual crystals. The imperial family elder announced, but before he could finish, Hua Qi interrupted him. Wait a minute. Tianyun has obtained such a large number of blood ant eggs, so there's no need to count them so seriously. I'll make the decision. Tianyun's blood ant eggs can be exchanged for 4,000 blood refinement pills. Make it a whole number. Hua Qi announced. Yes, 8th Prince. The elder noted it down. Many thanks, 8th Prince. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Of course, Lu Ming would not reject the offer of more than 100 blood refinement pills. Immediately after, the imperial family elder put away all the blood ant eggs. Of course, there were no blood refinement pills at the moment. He had to wait for the blood ant eggs to be refined into blood refinement pills before he could give them to Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming was not afraid that the royal family would swallow his blood ant eggs. Putting aside his relationship with Hua Qi, even if they did not have this relationship, the royal family would not do so. The current situation of the imperial family required the assistance of talents. If the imperial family were to swallow even these blood ant eggs, then they would be short-sighted and digging their own grave. Therefore, Lu Ming was very assured. Lu Ming, this time, you've completely offended the omnipresent sword school and caused them to lose face. They won't let you off. After some time, there will definitely be stronger geniuses from the omnipresent sword school coming to look for you. You must be careful. Before they left, Hua Qi reminded Lu Ming in a low voice. Don't worry. Do you think I'm afraid? Lu Ming said with a smile. Hua Qi was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Ever since he knew Lu Ming, he had never seen Lu Ming afraid of anyone. "All right, I'll be waiting for the good news of you killing everyone." Hua Qi laughed before leaving. After Hua Qi and the rest left, Lu Ming left the place and returned to the dormitory. "I'll go to the Earth Yuan cave first to consolidate my cultivation. Then, I'll buy resources and break through to the next realm." After returning, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked towards the Earth cave. This time, he flashed his Hua Qi token, and the expert guarding the door gave him a pile of inscription stones, allowing him to cultivate for as long as he wanted. Lu Ming was secretly delighted. He took the inscription stone and entered the Earth cave. He didn't stop and continued down. On the 3rd and 4th levels, there were still people sitting cross-legged, trying to snatch other people's secret cultivation rooms. When Lu Ming passed by and they saw him, their expressions changed. Although it had only been a day since Lu Ming was in the Blood Ant Mystic realm, the news had already spread throughout the General Star Hall. Many people knew of Tianyun's name. Lu Ming's methods shocked everyone. Lu Ming had another nickname, Ruthless. They looked at Lu Ming with deep respect. Lu Ming only glanced at them casually and continued to head down. When he reached the 5th level, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued down to the 6th level. The fire-based spiritual qi on the 6th floor was several times denser than the 5th floor. Lu Ming opened a secret room, walked in, and started to cultivate. Lu Ming had devoured the blood ant's blood essence and his cultivation level had skyrocketed. His foundation was a little unstable, so he could use the fire element spiritual energy to stabilize his foundation. 10 days later, Lu Ming's foundation was extremely stable and impregnable. There were no flaws at all. At this moment, Lu Ming walked out of the Earth cave. Anyway, he could come and cultivate at any time. Lu Ming did not care how long he would cultivate. After walking out of the Earth cave, Lu Ming left the General Star Hall and headed towards the largest market in the imperial capital. The imperial city square was incomparably huge and occupied an incomparably vast area. Here, shops formed a forest and chambers of commerce gathered. There were even many chambers of commerce that were not native to the Burning Sun Empire. Instead, they came from other empires and brought with them some of the specialties of other empires. There were 36 empires near the Cloud King mountain range. The Burning Sun Empire was only a low-tier empire. Therefore, the imperial city's market was filled with people at all times. Lu Ming walked on the streets of the market, his eyes dazzled and he looked around. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a 5-story building that occupied a large area. Treasure Pavilion, 3 gold-encrusted words, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked in. "Young master, is there anything you need?" As soon as Lu Ming walked into the treasure pavilion, a sweet-looking young girl came up to him. Now, Lu Ming's bearing was extraordinary. Although he was dressed ordinarily, he exuded an extraordinary aura just by standing there casually. No one dared to ignore it. The young girl was naturally very attentive. "I'm here to buy some demonic beast blood essence." Lu Ming smiled. "Buy demonic beast blood essence." The sweet young lady was delighted. Demonic beast blood essence was usually used to refine weapons or pills. It was extremely valuable and those who could buy it were usually big customers. "Young master, may I ask what level of demonic beast's blood essence you want to buy?" The young girl asked, suppressing the excitement in her heart. "Blood essence of a Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast." Lu Ming said. If he wanted to buy something, he would buy the blood essence of Class 9 Level 3 demonic beasts. Anything below Class 9 Level 3 would not be of much help to him. 9th grade 3rd level? The young girl suddenly exclaimed. It immediately attracted the attention of others, and the people around them all looked over. Lu Ming frowned slightly. This young girl's reaction was too big. "What's wrong? You don't have any?" Lu Ming asked. The young girl covered her mouth and looked around. When she heard Lu Ming's words, she hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, young master." The blood essence of a Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast is extremely precious. Please follow me to the guest room. I'll ask the manager to come. All right. Lu Ming nodded. It was fine as long as there were. He followed the young lady to a guest room at the back. Naturally, someone had prepared some high-quality tea. After a while, a chubby shopkeeper came in with a face full of smiles. As soon as he came in, he cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Young master, I heard that you want to buy the blood essence of a Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast?" "Not bad," Lu Ming said. Chapter 239, Bloodline Evolution. Young master, this blood essence of a Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast is very valuable, the shopkeeper said with a smile. "Oh, how many crystals for one?" Lu Ming asked. "Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast blood essence, 25,000 spiritual crystals for one portion," the shopkeeper replied. Silk banner. Although he was mentally prepared, Lu Ming still secretly gasped. The blood essence of a Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast cost 25,000 spiritual crystals. That was terrifying. Young master, the higher the level of the demonic beast blood essence, the harder it is to collect it. Furthermore, the cost of preserving it is very high. This price is not high, the shopkeeper explained. Lu Ming nodded. Of course, he understood this logic. "How many do you need, young master?" the innkeeper asked. "Let's start with 20 portions," Lu Ming said after thinking for a while. "What, 20 servings for two?" the shopkeeper cried out in alarm, the fat on his face jiggling rapidly. "What's wrong? Don't you have that many?" Lu Ming frowned and asked. Yes, definitely," the shopkeeper shouted excitedly. He knew that a big customer had come today. Most inscription masters would only buy a few portions of demonic beast blood essence to refine pills and weapons. Why would they buy so many? Furthermore, those who would purchase the blood essence of Class 9 Level 3 demonic beasts were usually inscription masters above the martial arts grandmaster realm. It was extremely rare to buy 20 sets of Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast blood essence at once. The shopkeeper was so excited that his heart was trembling. "I'll immediately send someone to get it," the shopkeeper called out and then sent someone to get it. "Shopkeeper, may I know how much a Class 9 third level demonic pill is?" Lu Ming asked. "You still want to buy Yao cores?" The shopkeeper was even more delighted. He quickly replied, "A Class 9 Level 3 demonic pill is much cheaper than the blood essence of demonic beasts. Demonic pills are easy to store and contain more impurities than blood essence. It's usually 1/5 the price of blood essence of the same level. One Class 9 Level 3 demonic pill costs about 5,000 spiritual crystals." "All right, give me 30," Lu Ming said without thinking. "All right, please wait for a moment, young master. I'll immediately send someone to bring it over." After saying that, the shopkeeper quickly got up and walked out. After a while, the shopkeeper came in with a few young girls, carrying a few jade boxes. "Young master, the blood essence and monster core that you wanted," the shopkeeper said with a smile. Lu Ming took a look. There were 20 portions of 9th grade 3rd level demonic beast blood essence and 39th grade 3rd level demonic cores. Not a single portion was missing. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. He then took out a storage ring and handed it to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, there are 650,000 spiritual crystals here. Please count them." The shopkeeper took it and scanned through the storage ring. His smile became even more brilliant. "Young master, since you bought so many at once, we have a special discount. We will only charge you 600,000 spiritual crystals. Also, this is the VIP card of our shop. The next time you come, you will get a 20% discount on all items." The shopkeeper took out a golden VIP card and 50,000 spirit crystals and handed them to Lu Ming. "Many thanks." Lu Ming was overjoyed and accepted it without any hesitation. Since he could save 50,000 spirit crystals, Lu Ming would not stand on ceremony. Furthermore, he would get a 20% discount when he bought things in the future. This was very tempting to Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, he put away the blood essence and monster core. At the side, a few beautiful young girls looked at Lu Ming, their eyes shining. He had offered 600,000 spirit crystals in one go. In their hearts, Lu Ming was a high and mighty figure. How good would it be if I could gain the favor of such a person? The few young girls thought to themselves. However, they knew that it was impossible. How could a person like Lu Ming be interested in them? Shopkeeper, farewell. Lu Ming cupped his hands and strode away. Lu Ming did not feel any heartache at spending 600,000 spirit crystals in one go. After all, he had obtained them from the disciples of the omnipresent sword sect. Once he returned to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the supreme shrine and could not wait to start cultivating. First, Lu Ming controlled his blood meridian and swallowed a portion of 9th grade 3rd level demonic beast's blood essence. Then, he began to refine it with all his might. This time, Lu Ming did not use it to improve his cultivation. Instead, he used all the energy in the blood essence to improve the level of his blood meridian. The demon core was enough to improve his cultivation. 2 hours later, the blood essence was completely refined. On his bloodline, there were 6 blood-red meridian cycles that were extremely dazzling. However, a 7th meridian cycle had yet to be born. In addition to the 3 blood ants' blood essence, he had devoured 4 class 9 level 3 demonic beasts' blood essence in total. However, his bloodline level had not increased. The difficulty of upgrading the bloodline level was evident. Then, Lu Ming took out another blood essence of a 9th grade 3rd level demonic beast and began to devour it. After devouring it, he took out another one. Just like that, he continuously devoured 15 portions of demonic beast blood essence, all of which were used to improve his bloodline. At this time, his bloodline trembled and finally, the 7th blood-red chakra was born. When the 7th blood-red chakra was born, the snake-like spirit-devouring bloodline roared towards the sky. Its whole body glowed and expanded rapidly. It became thicker and longer. In the end, it turned into a giant python that was about 10 meters long and floated above Lu Ming's head. It's evil-levered. My soul-devouring bloodline has evil-levered again. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His soul-devouring bloodline had evil-levered once when he had advanced to rank 4. That time, it evil-levered from a finger-sized worm into a small snake. And now, it had evil-levered from a small snake to a giant python. Then, what would he become if he continued to evil-lever? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. The giant python roared and opened its mouth, releasing a powerful devouring power that was several times stronger than before. Continue to devour. Lu Ming took out another portion of demonic beast blood essence. However, this time, it only took half an hour for it to be completely refined. His 7th meridian cycle became brighter. Lu Ming then refined the remaining 4 portions of demonic beast blood essence in one go. I wonder how much blood essence I will have to consume if I want to raise my bloodline to level 8. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Lu Ming then took out a demonic core and began to devour it. Refining a demonic pill was much more troublesome than refining blood essence. However, now that the devouring power of the spirit-devouring bloodline had been greatly enhanced, it would not take much time to refine it. In 3 hours, he had refined one. Lu Ming's cultivation level had improved, but not by much. He continued refining. After refining 5 pills, Lu Ming's cultivation had advanced from the early stage of the 6th grade Great Master Realm to the middle stage. The amount of energy required to improve was greater than what Lu Ming had imagined. Continue. In the next 3 days, Lu Ming refined a total of 20 demonic cores. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th grade Great Master Realm. He was just 1 step away from breaking through to the 7th grade Great Master Realm. However, at this point, Lu Ming had refined a few demonic cores in a row, but it was to no avail. It was difficult for him to break through to the 7th grade Great Martial Master. Lu Ming knew that he had reached a bottleneck. During this period of time, he had improved too quickly and his realm could not keep up. He had to stop and experience tempering and fighting before he could continue improving. Chapter 240, Detian Battle Arena. Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and walked out of the dormitory. Big brother Tianyun. As soon as he left the dormitory, he ran into Ming Feng. Ming Feng, Lu Ming said with a smile. Big brother Tianyun, my big brother has asked me to go to the Detian Battle Arena with him. Do you want to come along? Ming Feng said. Detian Battle Arena. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he looked interested. The Emperor's Sky Battle Arena was extremely famous. It could be said that there was no one who did not know of it. This was because it was not established by any power in the Blazing Sun Empire. The Emperor Heaven Battle Arena was established by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was an unimaginably powerful force. Not to mention the Blazing Sun Empire, even the 36 empires of the Yun Emperor were all trash in front of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. They could be destroyed with a snap of the finger. Even in the entire Divine Wilderness continent, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was an extremely powerful force. The Detian Battle Arena created by the Detian Divine Palace was spread all over the Divine Wilderness continent. There were countless of them, big and small. Among the 36 empires of Emperor Yun, only one empire had one Emperor Heaven Battle Arena. In the Detian Battle Arena, one could kill and fight at will. One could also earn a lot of spiritual crystals. This place was both heaven and hell for martial artists. Here, human lives were like grass, but as long as one had the strength, they could win honor and wealth. Lu Ming had wanted to gain some experience. Perhaps the Emperor's Sky Battle Arena was a good place to go. Let's go. We'll go find your brother. Lu Ming smiled. Let's go. Ming Feng was overjoyed. He went to look for Ming City with Lu Ming. When Ming Cheng saw that Lu Ming was with him, he was naturally overjoyed. The three of them headed towards the Detian Battle Arena. The Detian Battle Arena was located in the southern part of the imperial capital and occupied an extremely vast area. From the outside, the Detian Battle Arena was an oval-shaped building that was hundreds of meters tall. There were people standing guard at the main entrance of the Detian Battle Arena. To enter the Detian Battle Arena, everyone had to pay 10 spiritual crystals. This was the battle arena opened by the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace, and no one dared to not pay. Even the people from the 10 Directions Sword sect had to behave themselves in the Emperor's Sky Battle Arena. The omnipresent sword school might seem powerful, but that was only in the Burning Sun Empire. When facing a power like the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the difference was simply too great. Perhaps a random servant from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace could annihilate the 10 Direction Sword sect with a flick of his finger. Each of them paid 10 spiritual crystals and the three of them walked into the Detian Battle Arena. When they entered, they discovered that the Detian Battle Arena was even wider than they had imagined. The Detian Battle Arena was surrounded by densely packed stands. There were at least dozens of levels and it would have no problem accommodating hundreds of thousands of people. In the center of the arena, there was a fighting ring that was 200 meters long and wide. At this moment, there were two figures engaged in an intense battle on the fighting ring. Shouts came from all around like a tide. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd on the grandstand. It was bustling and not very dense, but Lu Ming estimated that there were tens of thousands of people. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The Emperor's Sky Battle Arena was really profitable. Even if there were only tens of thousands of people watching every day, the daily income was hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. Kill! On the arena, two burly middle-aged men roared and charged at each other, their killing intent surging. Boom! Boom! Both of them were first-grade great martial masters, and they exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, the yellow-robed man won and cut off the other party's head. Haha, I've finally achieved 6 consecutive victories. The yellow-robed man laughed. 6 consecutive wins? There should be a reward of 100 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming thought in his heart. According to the rules of the Detian Battle Arena, Anyone could go up to the stage to challenge as long as they paid a handling fee of 50 spiritual crystals. In the beginning, it was a battle between equals. The first 5 matches were very casual. You could challenge anyone, and there would be no rewards. From the 6th round onwards, the Ditian battle arena would arrange for stronger opponents. The winner would be rewarded with 100 spiritual crystals. 100 spiritual crystals for 6 consecutive wins, 200 for 7 consecutive wins, 500 for 8 consecutive wins, and 2,000 spiritual crystals for 10 consecutive wins. After 10 consecutive wins, if one wanted to continue the challenge, they could not challenge warriors of the same level but had to challenge warriors 1 level higher than them. Challenging opponents 1 level higher. Moreover, Ditian Battle Arena would not allow you to challenge as you please. They would only arrange for opponents who were stronger. For 1 win, one could get 5,000 crystals, 10,000 for 2 wins, 20,000 for 3 wins, and 10,000 for each win after that. The reward was 90,000 crystals for winning 10 consecutive battles. At this time, if he wanted to continue the challenge, he would have to cross 2 levels to fight. Of course, the rewards would be even better. He would get 100,000 crystals for winning a battle 2 levels above him, and 100,000 more for every subsequent victory. If one could win 10 times in a row, 2 levels higher, the reward would be 1 million spiritual crystals, which was extremely terrifying. The higher the level, the more terrifying the reward. This would naturally attract countless geniuses to come and challenge him. Do you still want to continue the challenge? The judge of the Ditian Battle Arena asked. Yes, of course I want it. The yellow-robed man was full of confidence. All right, I'll make the arrangements. The judge said. Soon, a white-haired elder walked up to the fighting ring. He was also a first-grade great martial master. Boom! Without any unnecessary words, the two of them started fighting. But this time, the old man was obviously better. After about 100 moves, he sent the yellow-robed man flying back with a punch. I admit defeat. The yellow-robed man hurriedly shouted. In the Ditian battle arena, one could kill as they wished. If they did not admit defeat, they would only die. The yellow-robed man admitted defeat, and the white-haired old man also stopped. After that, the yellow-robed man received the reward of 100 spiritual crystals and left the fighting ring. The white-haired old man also got off the platform. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The judge roared as he swept his gaze across the entire arena. I'll do it. A young man in his 20s jumped onto the fighting ring, registered himself, and paid 50 spiritual crystals. I'm a second-grade great martial master. Who's going to challenge me? The young man said loudly as he scanned the crowd. I'll try. A burly man leaped onto the fighting ring and started fighting with the young man. However, he was defeated by the young man after a dozen moves. After that, more and more people went up to challenge him, but they were all defeated by the young man. It was obvious that this young man was a genius. He was extremely powerful and had defeated 5 people in a row. 5 consecutive wins, 5 consecutive wins from a young man. Who else wants to come up for a fight? The young man was in high spirits. But for a moment, no one stepped forward. After a long while, an old woman finally jumped onto the fighting ring. We want to test your strength. The judge said. The old woman nodded and followed the judge into a stone door. After the 5 consecutive victories, the Ditian battle arena would not allow anyone to challenge them as they wished. They would test the strength of each opponent. Those who were not strong enough would not be qualified to challenge them. Otherwise, as long as someone colluded with a group of people, they could easily win the competition and obtain the rewards. In that case, the Ditian battle arena would suffer a huge loss. Moreover, in that case, there would be nothing to see in the martial arts competition. The audience was here to see an intense battle. Chapter 241. Lu Ming takes action. Therefore, only those who had passed the test and qualified could go up and challenge. Or, there were some people who had historical battle achievements in the Emperor Sky Battle Arena, for example, those who had obtained 6 consecutive victories. They were naturally allowed to go up and fight against the person who was about to win 6 consecutive victories. Moreover, there was no need to test. Not long after, the old lady passed the test and appeared on the fighting ring. Kill! Kill! The audience in the surrounding stands burst out in fierce roars as they looked at the fighting ring in anticipation. They needed to see a bloody battle. That would be exciting enough. Kill! On the fighting ring, the young man and the old woman were moved by the surrounding atmosphere. They roared and charged at each other. The young man was using a sword, while the old woman was using a thin and long blade. The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. The old woman's saber technique was extremely sharp, and she was experienced. Her attacks were fierce, and the young man was no match for her in just 20 moves. Fuck! Just as the young man was about to admit defeat, the old woman's saber light suddenly accelerated. Poochie! The young man's head was cut off by the old woman's saber light before he could even say that he wanted to admit defeat. All right. Wonderful. The surrounding stands were filled with excited screams and clamors. You've killed this person and replaced him, obtaining 6 consecutive victories. Now, do you still want to continue the challenge? The judge asked the old woman. Continue. The old woman said. This old woman was very powerful. She had obviously cultivated for many years, and her martial arts skills were very profound. She won consecutively, and then won 3 more battles, obtaining 9 consecutive victories. At this moment, the old woman shook her head, indicating that she would not continue the challenge. The more she challenged, the stronger the people below would be. She was no longer confident. The surrounding audience was greatly disappointed. They naturally wanted to continue watching, because the further down they went, the more exciting it would be. The old woman received 1,000 spiritual crystals and left the fighting ring. Who's going to challenge me next? The judge's voice echoed throughout the entire arena. I'll go have some fun. Lu Ming stood up and chuckled. Big brother Tianyun, you're going to make a move. Ming Feng's eyes shone with excitement. Ming Chung also revealed a look of anticipation. They were not worried about Lu Ming at all. They did not believe that Lu Ming would lose in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming smiled and stepped onto the fighting ring. When the judge saw that someone had entered the arena, he smiled and said, "Little brother, please register your cultivation and pay the fee." Lu Ming nodded and took out 50 spirit crystals to register. I'm a 6th grade great martial master. Who wants to fight me? Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire area. What? He's a 6th grade great master, so young? Most of the audience in the stands were shocked. The audience in the stands came from all over the imperial capital. Most of them did not know Lu Ming. Could he be a top genius from the 5 great sects? Someone muttered. For a moment, no one went on stage. The younger they were, the higher their cultivation. They were usually geniuses, and their battle prowess was difficult to measure. They didn't want to die in vain. I know him. He's Tianyun, a peerless genius of the General Stars Hall. He's extremely powerful. Half a month ago, in the Blood Ant Secret Realm, he killed Yang Zhaitian, a peerless genius of the 10 Directions Sword School. He robbed most of the storage rings of the 10 Directions Sword School's disciples by himself. Someone shouted, "It's him? So he's Tianyun." Waves of exclamations came from the stands. In the past half a month, Tianyun's name had spread throughout the imperial capital, and the incident in the Blood Ant realm had also spread throughout the capital. How can such a genius fight someone of the same level? Yup. Someone sighed. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He did not expect that it was not good to be too famous. There was no one to fight now. Who's up for a fight? Lu Ming shouted again. But still, no one went up. After a moment, a burly man stood up and said, "Young Master Tianyun, I'll fight with you, but we'll only be sparring. What do you think?" All right. Lu Ming was overjoyed and quickly agreed. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, so he didn't necessarily have to fight to the death. He would be satisfied as long as someone went up to the stage. The burly man moved and stepped onto the fighting ring, standing opposite Lu Ming. This is going to be interesting. The audience in the stands all showed an expression of anticipation. Although Tianyun's name had spread throughout the imperial capital recently, there were still very few people who had personally witnessed Lu Ming in action. Naturally, everyone was looking forward to it. A large saber appeared in the middle-aged man's hand and he looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming held the long spear and stood calmly. Bang! The middle-aged man didn't hesitate any longer and launched an attack. As soon as he attacked, he slashed 18 times in a row, each faster than the last. The saber ray whizzed and locked Lu Ming down. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to make a move. He used the midair step and his figure flashed slightly, leaving the burly man's attack range. Again! The burly man roared and attacked like a tide. The snow-white saber light attacked Lu Ming layer by layer. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm and indifferent. His body was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. He swayed slightly, causing the burly man's saber light to miss. Whoosh! Suddenly, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand stabbed out toward the burly man's saber light. With just a casual stab, the burly man's knife light disappeared, and his body became even more like a thug. How did this happen? The burly man shouted. Lu Ming did not use much strength and his saber technique was broken with just a casual thrust of the spear. He found it hard to accept. Your saber technique is a black-grade low-level saber technique. It should be a combination of strength and gentleness, but you've been pursuing speed and power, which has fallen into a disadvantage. Therefore, your saber technique has been stuck at the 4th level, and it's difficult to break through to the 5th level. Lu Ming said slowly word by word. However, these words were like a bolt of lightning in the middle-aged man's ears. He was stunned. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. A moment later, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. He suddenly struck out with his saber, and 27 saber lights appeared instantly. They were extremely dazzling, and their power was much stronger than before. My saber technique has broken through. The middle-aged man laughed and looked at Lu Ming. He suddenly cupped his fists and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, young Master Tianyun, for your guidance. I've been enlightened. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken for me to make a breakthrough in my saber technique. Young Master Tianyun is a genius. I'm truly impressed." "You're welcome. You were able to break through because of your own comprehension ability. I was just throwing bricks to guide the jade." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Now, Lu Ming had even successfully cultivated an earth-level martial arts technique. His outlook was naturally different. The middle-aged man had only cultivated a black-level low-rank martial arts technique. Although Lu Ming had not cultivated any saber techniques, he had seen the world. When the middle-aged man made a few moves, Lu Ming could see the man's weakness and insufficiencies. He gave him a few casual pointers and did not expect the middle-aged man to make a breakthrough in his saber technique in one go. No matter what, young Master Tianyun's kindness is something that I cannot thank enough for. The middle-aged man saluted again, then turned around and left the fighting ring. It was obvious that he had admitted defeat. The audience in the stands were dumbfounded. This works too. Immediately, a white-haired old man hurriedly jumped onto the fighting ring and cupped his fists. He said very politely, "I'm Xiang Mu, please give me some pointers, young Master Tianyun." Chapter 242. Chapter 242 Unstoppable Winning Streak. The old man looked at Lu Ming with a hopeful look. Lu Ming was young, but his understanding of martial arts was shockingly high. Just now, he had given the burly man a few words of guidance and allowed him to have a breakthrough in his martial arts technique. This made the old man's heart burn with passion. Whoa, Xiang Mu is too cunning. He's one step ahead of me. Damn it, don't fight with me. It's my turn to challenge him next. Your turn? Young Master Tianyun is using a spear, And so am I. It's my turn to fight in the next round. It's my turn. On the grandstand, a few sixth-grade great martial master experts were actually fighting over it. The others were dumbfounded. These people were fighting to challenge Lu Ming, not because he was too weak, but because he was too strong. Such a thing was simply unheard of. Lu Ming was also in a daze. But this way he was not worried that no one would accept his challenge. Please. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the old man, "Please give me some pointers." And NBSP, the old man cupped his fists and then a long sword appeared. Whoosh! The sword light tore through the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Just like before, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to fight back. He dodged with his movement technique and observed the old man's swordsmanship at the same time. After more than 30 moves, Lu Ming's casual spear attack broke the elder's swordsmanship and he retreated rapidly, just like the burly man earlier. However, the old man was not dejected. Instead, he looked at Lu Ming with excitement and hope. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then, according to what he had observed and his own understanding, he explained the flaws and shortcomings of the elder's swordsmanship. After the elder heard this, he savored it carefully and was overjoyed. His face was filled with excitement as he bowed respectfully to Lu Ming and said, "This old man thanks young Master Tianyun for his guidance." "There's no need to be so polite, senior," Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, the old man walked down the fighting ring, satisfied. "Young Master Tianyun, I've come to ask for your guidance." As soon as the old man got off the stage, a burly man rushed up. "I'll do it, it's my turn." On the other side, there were also people who rushed to the fighting ring. "It's my turn. Get down. You're the one who should get lost." The two of them bellowed, their killing intent bursting forth. It looked like a great battle was about to break out. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. Lu Ming was in similar state. "Stop. If you want to challenge, then come one by one. Otherwise, I'll cancel your right to challenge." The judge shouted, his face revealing a speechless expression. He had managed the Dition battle arena for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. "Judge, I was the one who challenged first." The middle-aged man shouted. "Nonsense, it's me." The other person didn't give in either. "All right, you go first. You're the last one." The judge pointed at the middle-aged man and said with a sullen face, "Thank you, senior." The middle-aged man was overjoyed. The other person was a little unwilling and stood to the side. The middle-aged man leaped onto the fighting ring and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. He said respectfully, "Young Master Tianyun, I'm also a spear user. Please advise me." After saying that, a long spear appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. "Please." Lu Ming smiled faintly. At that moment, the middle-aged burly man focused his mind and shook his long spear. More than 10 spear flowers appeared in the air and rays of spear radiance shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did the same thing and dodged dozens of moves. He allowed the middle-aged burly man to perform his strongest martial arts technique and then easily defeated the other party, pointing out his weakness. The middle-aged man was naturally ecstatic and left with 1,000 thanks. Next, another person came on stage and Lu Ming restrained him according to the law. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had achieved 5 consecutive victories. However, Lu Ming's 5-win streak was completely different from the others. Every time his opponents lost, they would leave in gratitude. "It seems like anything can really happen with Tianyun." Ming Cheng sighed. Ming Feng nodded his head in agreement. After the 5 consecutive wins, it would be the 6th battle. For the 6th round, a rather famous expert went up directly. This expert had once obtained 6 consecutive victories in the Dition battle arena. Those with historical battle records naturally didn't need to be tested and could directly attack. However, this person was still very polite to Lu Ming. He knew that he was not Lu Ming's match. He came up with the intention of seeking Lu Ming's guidance. "Young Master Tianyun, please advise me." This person was also very polite. Lu Ming nodded. There was no suspense as to the result. Lu Ming easily defeated his opponent and gave him some pointers. 6 consecutive wins, 7 consecutive wins, 8 consecutive wins. Very soon, Lu Ming successfully achieved 10 consecutive victories. He won 10 consecutive victories with ease, and he didn't even injure a single person. Tianyun, you've won 10 battles in a row. If you want to continue, you'll have to challenge a 7th grade great martial master. Do you still want to continue? The judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. Continue. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. The entire audience was filled with anticipation. How many achievements could Lu Ming achieve by challenging someone one level higher? How many consecutive wins could he achieve? It was impossible for the Ditian Battle Arena to allow an ordinary 7th grade Great Martial Master to challenge someone one grade higher. Those who went up were definitely experts of the 7th grade Great Martial Master realm. All right. The judge nodded and looked around. Is there any 7th grade Great Martial Master challenging Tianyun? I'll do it. As soon as the judge finished speaking, a young man in his 30s stood up and went up to the fighting ring. Young Tai, you can attack me directly. When the judge saw this young man, he did not let him test his strength. Clearly, this person was rather famous in the Ditian Battle Arena and had obtained the judge's approval. Tianyun, go ahead. I'm not someone that those 6th grade Great Master Realm martial artists from before can compare to. Yang Tai looked at Lu Ming with confidence. Please. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Boom. Yang Tai unleashed his full power. The spear in his hand emitted a dazzling light and pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear trembled. The body of the spear trembled and the air emitted a terrifying fluctuation. A terrifying shock wave rushed toward Yang Tai. Bang! Yang Tai was hit by the shock wave, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball, falling heavily off the fighting ring. CSI! Everyone gasped in shock. One move, just one move, without even using any martial skills, Yang Tai was sent flying out of the fighting ring with just a shake of the spear. Strength, powerful strength. In the first 10 rounds, Lu Ming was very polite. He defeated his opponent after a few dozen moves and did not display any powerful combat strength. Some people had almost forgotten about Lu Ming's ability. Now, he finally remembered that Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Yang Tai struggled to get up. He looked at Lu Ming in horror and staggered out of the room. Then, the challenge continued. Winning streak, an unstoppable winning streak. In less than an hour, Lu Ming had already achieved 7 consecutive victories. The entire place was abuzz with excitement. Crossing one level, he's already won 7 times in a row. Do you guys think that Tianyun will be able to cross one level and win 10 times in a row? It's hard to say. At this point, Ditian Battle Arena probably won't be able to sit still and will send out a true expert. Up until now, Ditian Battle Arena still hasn't sent out a Death Warrior? That's right. In my opinion, Ditian Battle Arena will send out Death Fighters for the next round. Chapter 243, Chapter 243 2 Levels. There were 2 main types of challenges. The first was to choose an opponent on the spot. If there were no challengers on the spot, the Ditian Battle Arena would send an expert. The Ditian Battle Arena's strength was unfathomable. Naturally, it had raised a group of experts. The experts sent by the Ditian Battle Arena were known as Death Fighters. Just from the name, one could tell that the Death Warriors were all powerful and fearless people. If he attacked, he would definitely see blood. Tianyun, please wait a moment. The judge said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. In a luxurious room at the highest point of Ditian Battle Arena, there was a window that allowed one to view the entire Ditian Battle Arena. At this moment, there were a few old men watching. This Tianyun is extremely powerful. It's time to send out the Death Warriors. One of the black-clothed elders said. That's right. However, ordinary Death Warriors are definitely not Tianyun's match. I suggest that we let 18 go first. If 18 can't win, then we'll let 17 go. Another old man said, I agree. I also agree. The other old men nodded. Then, they passed down the order. Not long after, an extremely tall and strong man covered in scars rushed into the fighting ring. The burly man's entire body was filled with a murderous aura. His eyes were like those of a wild beast as he glared at Lu Ming. The word 18 was carved on the man's face. Number 18 is Ditian Battle Arena's Death Fighter. Furthermore, it's number 18. When the audience saw this big man, they all exclaimed in shock. It said that only the death warriors with extremely strong combat strength are qualified to have words carved on their faces. It said that there are 5 strongest 7th grade great martial masters in the Ditian Battle Arena, from 16 to 20. This 18 is one of them. Seems like the Ditian Battle Arena really values Tianyun. Of course, if Tianyun were to win 10 consecutive victories, he would have to pay 90,000 spiritual crystals. How could the Ditian Battle Arena let Tianyun win so easily? That's true. Wonderful. The 10 spiritual crystals today were so well spent. I guess those who didn't come will regret it to death. Lu Ming's gaze flickered slightly and he looked at 18. Lu Ming could sense a strong murderous aura from the other party. Ditian Battle Arena's Death Warriors? It's finally getting interesting. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Tianyun, you've got to be careful. 18 won't show any mercy. The judge was kind to a genius like Lu Ming and he reminded him. Many thanks. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right, let's begin. The judge announced. Roar. With the judge's announcement, 18 let out a beast-like roar. With a move of his hand, a meteor hammer appeared. The meteor hammer let out a terrifying howl and smashed toward Lu Ming. The meteor hammer was a strange weapon. It was very difficult to master, but once it was mastered, it would be very powerful. The meteor hammer was like a shooting star, blasting toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not dodge. Instead, he thrust his spear. Ding! Ding! The tip of the spear accurately pierced the meteor hammer, making a deafening sound. The long spear did not move at all, but the meteor hammer was sent flying back at a speed even faster than before. 18's ferocious expression changed drastically. He leaped up high and dodged the meteor hammer. The meteor hammer slammed onto the fighting ring, emitting a violent boom. If it wasn't for the inscription formation inscribed by the experts of the Ditian Battle Arena, it would have exploded. This 18 is probably comparable to an ordinary 8th grade great martial master. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, an ordinary 8th grade great martial master was nothing in front of Lu Ming. Buzz! After that, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of 18 like a ghost. He then swept his spear at 18. Boom! 18 blocked with the iron chain, but it was useless. Lu Ming's spear hit her directly. She flew more than 100 meters away with the meteor hammer before she stopped. He had won. Tianyun had won. He had won in a clean and direct manner. The entire audience looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were not surprised that Lu Ming would win. However, they were shocked that Lu Ming won so easily. At the highest point of the Ditian Battle Arena, the few old men watched, their eyes glimmering. This Tianyun is definitely a peerless genius. He's a demonic-level peerless genius. Only other peerless geniuses who are one level higher than him can fight him. It'll be very difficult for anyone else to stop him. An old man sighed. That's right. I feel that this Tianyun hasn't even used most of his strength. Even if 16 were to go up, she wouldn't be his match. Then let him obtain 10 consecutive victories. Of course, this is a good thing. When the time comes, as long as we operate a little, we'll be the ones to make a big profit. That's right. Then, let 17 and 16 go up. Not only were the elders not unhappy, their faces were filled with joy. Next, a man with a 17-year-old carved on his face came up. He was still no match for Lu Ming. 9 consecutive wins. After 9 consecutive wins, A girl in her 20s came up. The word, 16, was engraved on her face. This woman's strength was a whole lot stronger than the previous 17 and 18. She had actually comprehended force. Unfortunately, he was still a far cry from Yang Zitian. He was no match for Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's power of fire burst out and he defeated his opponent easily. 10 consecutive wins. Lu Ming had challenged someone one level higher and achieved 10 consecutive wins. According to the rules, he could get 90,000 spiritual crystals as a reward. Tian Yun, do you wish to continue the challenge? The judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. If he continued to challenge, he would have to cross 2 levels. Although it was rare to have 10 consecutive wins against someone one level higher, there would still be one every once in a while. However, there were very few people who could cross 2 levels and defeat them. For a battle that was 2 levels higher than him, he would be rewarded 100,000 spiritual crystals for one win, and for every victory he won, he would be rewarded with an additional 100,000 spiritual crystals. How tempting was this? However, there were too few people who could obtain it. The current 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun were all geniuses who had challenged opponents 2 levels above them and won. Among the 6 heroes, 5 of them had 4 consecutive victories across 2 levels. Only the leader of the 6 heroes, Chiao Changkong, the peerless genius of the 10 Direction Sword School, had achieved a record of 7 consecutive victories across 2 levels. It was also the Burning Sun Empire's highest achievement in the past 100 years. Would Tian Yun accept it? I choose to continue the challenge. Lu Ming said without hesitation. 90,000 crystals was too little for 10 consecutive wins. Crossing 2 levels was Lu Ming's goal. He was tempted by the rewards and he would not miss it. Whoosh! The scene was in an uproar as everyone became excited. Tian Yun had agreed to continue the challenge. There was going to be a good show to watch. It was not common to see a challenge that was 2 levels higher. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the judge revealed a happy smile and said, Tian Yun, we'll need to arrange for people to take on the challenge that's 2 levels above us. We can't start it immediately, and it'll take 3 days. Are you willing to do so? 3 days later? Lu Ming was stunned. He then nodded in agreement. Chapter 244, Ditian Auction House. All right, we'll continue the challenge 3 days later. The judge revealed a happy smile and cupped his fists in all directions. Everyone, the day after tomorrow will be the day of the grand auction that the Ditian Auction House holds once every half a year. I hope that everyone can attend it. The challenges for today will end here. An auction. Lu Ming was stunned and he showed a look of interest. Then he walked down the fighting ring. Big brother Tian Yun, I'm starting to admire you more and more. Do your best in 3 days. When that time comes, you'll break the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun and your name will shake the entire Blazing Sun Empire. As soon as he got off the fighting ring, Ming Feng ran over impatiently and said excitedly. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Among the 6 heroes, the other 5 had won 4 consecutive victories across 2 levels, while Chiao Changkong had won 7 consecutive victories across 2 levels. Could he break through? To be honest, Lu Ming was not confident. Sometimes, it also depended on luck. If one was 2 levels higher and encountered geniuses on the level of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, it would be difficult to win. Lu Ming shook his head and did not think too much about it. The 3 of them left the arena and walked towards the General Star Hall. Big brother Tian Yun, the Ditian auction will be held the day after tomorrow. Do you want to go? Ming Feng asked. Of course I'm going. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then let's go together. I'll call my sister. Ming Feng said. Lu Ming nodded. He pondered for a moment and said, Ming Cheng, Ming Feng, you guys go back first. I still have something to do. All right. Ming Cheng and Ming Feng nodded and returned to the General Star Hall. Lu Ming walked towards the market. The Ditian auction could be considered as one of the side businesses of the Ditian Battle Arena. It was not held frequently and was usually held once every half a year. However, many precious treasures would appear every time. Lu Ming was also rather tempted. However, he had less than 200,000 spiritual crystals on him now, which was too little. If he found a treasure that he liked and didn't have enough spiritual crystals to buy it, he would be vomiting blood. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to sell all the miscellaneous items he had on him. He had all kinds of smithing materials, spiritual herbs, pills, spiritual weapons, and many cultivation methods and martial arts techniques on him. They piled up into mountains and Lu Ming had no use for them. He planned to sell them all. After arriving at the market, Lu Ming went into each shop and sold a portion of the goods. 3 hours later, Lu Ming had sold all the items. He had sold those things for a total of 300,000 spiritual crystals. In addition to the spiritual crystals he had on him before, he had almost 500,000 spiritual crystals. 500,000 yuan should be enough. After that, Lu Ming returned to the dormitory. The next day, a piece of news spread wildly in the imperial capital. The unparalleled genius of the General Stars Hall, Tianyun, will be challenging a person 2 levels above him at the Ditian Battle Arena. He has the hope of breaking the record of the 6 Scorching Sun heroes. This news caused a huge commotion the moment it spread. Challenge the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun? No one had been able to do it in the past few years. Countless people were discussing and guessing. Naturally, Lu Ming had also heard the news. The first thing that came to Lu Ming's mind was the Ditian Battle Arena. This news was definitely released by the Ditian Battle Arena. There was no other reason other than to let more people go and watch the battle 3 days later. How many spiritual crystals could the Ditian Battle Arena earn in that case? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This Ditian Battle Arena was too good at seizing opportunities to make money. However, Lu Ming did not care. A day passed by quickly. The next day, Lu Ming, Ming Chen, Ming Feng, and Ming Zhu headed to the Ditian auction house. The Ditian auction house wasn't far from the Ditian Battle Arena. Young Master Tianyun, you are a distinguished guest. Please follow me to the guest room. The moment Lu Ming's group of 4 arrived at the Ditian auction house, an incomparably beautiful young lady welcomed them. VIP room? The 4 of them were stunned. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that this was the doing of the Ditian martial arts arena. Of course, he would not reject it. The 4 of them followed the young lady and arrived at a VIP room. The Ditian auction house was divided into 2 parts. One was the main hall, which was where the ordinary bidders Saturday. On the 2nd floor above the main hall, there were rooms for distinguished guests surrounding the main hall. In the VIP room, the environment was elegant and there were tea, fruits, and snacks. It was comfortable and quiet. Those who could enter the VIP room represented their status. The 4 of them entered VIP room number 7. They sat in the VIP room and looked outside through the glass. There were at least 50,000 people in the hall. Furthermore, the number of people was still increasing. So many people. Ming Feng looked outside excitedly. The treasure later is the most important. Even if we can't afford it, it's still good to broaden our horizons. Ming Zhu said with a smile. She looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She knew that if it were not for Lu Ming, how would the 3 of them be qualified to enter the VIP room? Half a year ago, she had also been here, but only in the hall. After a moment, an old man in a white robe walked up to the high platform in front of the hall. The hall fell silent. I am Du Ji, the host of this auction. Thank you all for coming. Now, the auction will officially begin. First, let's bring out the first item of the day. The white-robed old man said in a clear voice. Then, a beautiful woman with a curvy figure brought out a jade plate. On the jade plate, there was a piece of red metal. Everyone, I'm sure you've already seen that this is a piece of red rock spirit iron, the best material to forge a level 4 spiritual weapon. The starting price is 10,000 spiritual crystals, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 spiritual crystals. Du Ji announced. 10,000 crystals? So expensive. Ming Feng was secretly speechless. This is a material that can be used to forge 4th-level spiritual weapons, so of course it's expensive. Mingzhu said. As Du Ji's voice fell, someone immediately made a bid. I bid 11,000 spiritual crystals. I'll pay 12,000. Slowly, the price rose to $22,000, and it was bought by an old man. Next is a bottle of elixir, which is very useful for Grandmaster Realm martial artists. The starting price is 800 spiritual crystals, and each bid must be no less than 100 spiritual crystals. Then it was the second item. It was impossible for every item to be as expensive as the first one, which cost tens of thousands of spiritual crystals. Not many warriors below the martial arts Grandmaster level could afford it. I'll pay 1,000 spiritual crystals. I bid $1,100. Soon, a group of martial grandmasters began to bid. Lu Ming sipped his tea while watching. Lu Ming was not interested in pills that could increase the cultivation of a martial grandmaster. This kind of pill would have some effect on ordinary martial artists, but to him, the effect was very small. It was far less effective than buying Yao cores to refine. However, it was different for others. They didn't have a heaven-defying bloodline like the spirit-devouring bloodline. It was very rare for them to have elixirs that could improve their cultivation base. Soon, the price of the elixir was raised to 2,000 spiritual crystals. $2,100. Mingzhu also began to bid, her eyes revealing a look of desire. $2,200. However, someone immediately added it. $2,300. $2,500. The price continued to rise. Mingzhu sighed. This price was too high for her, and she could only give up helplessly. Chapter 245. Chapter 245 Innate Original Fluid. $3,000. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out and spread throughout the entire place. Mingzhu was stunned because the voice was Lu Ming's. Lu Ming had his eyes on this bottle of pills. Since Lu Ming had made a bid, Mingzhu would not make a bid. 3,100. Someone in the hall continued to bid. $4,000. Lu Ming smiled and increased the bid to 4,000 spiritual crystals. The crowd fell silent. Lu Ming made a bid without any hesitation and added 900 spiritual crystals at once. It was obvious that he was determined to win. Mingzhu, Ming Cheng, and Ming Feng were also a little surprised. Although this bottle of pills was good, it was only more effective for martial artists at the lower ranks of the Grand Martial Master. With Lu Ming's cultivation, it would not be of much use. She did not know why Lu Ming was so interested. Are there any more bids? Du Ji asked. No one made a bid. After that, Du Ji asked 3 times, but no one made a bid. This bottle of pills naturally belonged to Lu Ming. After a while, a beautiful young lady came in with the pills. Lu Ming took out 4,000 spiritual crystals and handed them to her. Mingzhu, this bottle of pills is for you. Lu Ming took the pill and passed it to Mingzhu. Give it to me? Mingzhu was stunned. At the side, Ming Cheng and Ming Feng were also a little stunned. The pill that Lu Ming had bid for earlier was for Mingzhu. I saw that you wanted it just now, so I bought it for you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. No, I can't accept such a precious pill. Although Mingzhu was very eager, she still refused. You're welcome. It's just a bottle of pills. Lu Ming said with a smile. Sister, just accept it. You can't waste Big Brother Tianyun's good intentions. Ming Feng chuckled as he blinked his eyes at the pearl. His eyes were filled with an inexplicable smile. That's right, second sister, you should accept it. Ming Cheng smiled like a cunning fox. Mingzhu's face suddenly turned red. It was unknown what she was thinking. Her large eyes were filled with tears, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Thank you very much, young Master Tung. Having said that, he took the bottle from Lu Ming's hands, his eyes filled with joy. At the side, Ming Cheng and Ming Feng grinned. They looked at Lu Ming and then at Mingzhu. They nodded from time to time. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Ming looked at the two of them speechlessly. He didn't think too much about it. He just saw that he wanted the pearl, so he bought it. It didn't cost many spiritual crystals, as a way to thank him for the help the pearl had given him when he entered the General Star Hall. The auction continued, item after item being auctioned off. Some of them were extremely rare, and the price went up to tens of thousands of crystals. Some were only worth a few hundred crystals. However, Lu Ming was a little disappointed. These items were of no use to him and he was not interested in them. As for Ming City and Ming Feng, they had their eyes on a few and participated in the bidding. Soon, more than 100 items fell into the hands of different people. The next item is the last item of this auction. Of course, it is also the most precious. At this moment, Du Ji said loudly, "It's time to auction the finale item." The atmosphere at the scene instantly rose. Every auction would have a finale item, and they were all treasures that were extremely rare. Lu Ming was slightly interested. Du Ji saw that the atmosphere had been raised and revealed a satisfied smile. He clapped his hands and a young lady walked over with a jade plate. The jade plate was covered with a golden silk gauze, so it was impossible to see what was inside. You have to know the use of this treasure. Everyone knows that in the cultivation of martial arts, although the physical body is not the foundation, it is also an extremely important auxiliary path. Those with a strong physical body not only have strong vitality and amazing recovery ability, but it can also greatly enhance the combat power of the martial artist. There are even many other wonderful uses. Du Ji began to explain the uses of the physical body. Could it be a treasure that can help with physical cultivation? Lu Ming's interest was immediately aroused. Many people at the scene also revealed looks of anticipation. Du Ji smiled and continued, "However, it's extremely difficult to train one's physical body. If you rely on cultivation techniques to train slowly, the speed will be extremely slow. It'll also consume a lot of energy. However, there are shortcuts. There are many treasures in the world that can quickly temper the body and enhance the strength of the body in a short time. There are strong and weak treasures, and the effects are different." Du Ji didn't seem to be in a hurry and explained slowly, but the others were holding it in and immediately shouted, "What kind of treasure is it? Why don't you tell me?" "That's right. What is it? Open it and see." "If you want to know, it's simple. I'll ask you a question and you'll know. Among all the treasures in the world, what is the treasure that has the greatest effect on the physical body? What kind of treasure is most effective for the physical body?" Needless to say, it was naturally the innate original liquid. "But don't tell me you have the innate original liquid?" A voice rang out, somewhat in disbelief. There was a sudden silence. Some were shocked, but then they shook their heads secretly. Innate original liquid? How was that possible? It was said that the connate original liquid was a treasure that could only be formed after millions of years. There were even many connate original liquids that were only born when the world was created. It was extremely helpful to the body and was known as the number one in the world. Of course, there were also differences in the innate original liquid. According to the different effects, it was divided into 4 levels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. However, even a low-grade primordial origin liquid was a rare treasure in the world and extremely precious. The fire spiritual milk that Lu Ming had obtained back then could also temper the body. However, it was trash when compared to the innate original liquid. "Ha, my friend, you guessed right. This treasure is the innate original liquid." Du Jiha laughed. "What?" This time, it was a big deal. The entire place was in an uproar. It really was the innate original liquid, which was beyond everyone's expectations. How is that possible? It really is the primordial original liquid. "Get it, I must get it." Countless people roared, their eyes burning with fire. They looked at the tray in the hands of the young girl on the high platform, wishing they could take it for themselves. In guest room number 7, Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. The three Ming siblings were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Du Ji was very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd. The more enthusiastic the crowd was, the higher the price would be later. Du Ji stretched out his hand and pressed it down slightly, saying, "Calm down for a moment." The scene instantly fell silent. Although this treasure is the innate stock solution, it's only a low-grade innate stock solution and there's not much of it. Du said. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was only normal for it to be of low grade. How could it possibly appear in the blazing Sun Empire? Even if it did appear, not many people would be able to afford it. At this moment, Du Ji reached out and removed the gauze on the tray, revealing a red stone ball. This is the innate original liquid. Everyone revealed a puzzled expression. Chapter 246. Chapter 246. Get lost if you don't have money. This stone ball contains the innate original fluid. There aren't many of them, only 9 drops. Du Ji explained with a smile. 9 drops? That's enough. Someone muttered. On the other hand, some people looked excited. The innate original fluid was too precious. Not many people could afford it if there were too many of them. However, if there were only 9 drops, it was worth a try. Moreover, even if there were only 9 drops, the effect was still very shocking. 9 drops of primordial origin liquid. I want them. Lu Ming looked at the stone ball, his eyes filled with determination. His body had been stuck at complete grade 2 for a long time and had not broken through. As long as he obtained the 9 drops of innate origin liquid, his body would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It would be easy for him to break through to grade 3. If that was the case, his combat strength would have a huge increase. The 9 drops of primordial origin liquid have been studied by the elders of the Ditian battle arena. There is no mistake. Alright, the bidding will begin now. The starting price for each drop of primordial origin liquid is 10,000 spiritual crystals. 9 drops will make the starting price 90,000 spiritual crystals. Each increment must not be less than 5,000 spiritual crystals. Du Ji announced. CSI. Many people gasped and looked dejected. Even though he had expected this, he was still shocked when he heard the price. 90,000 spiritual crystals. Most of the people's anger was extinguished. 100,000 spiritual crystals. Although the price was high, not everyone could afford it. Immediately, someone called out a bid from one of the VIP rooms. From the voice in guest room number 3, he seemed to be very young. 110,000. Then, an old voice came from guest room number 9. 120,000. In the hall, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a tall and strong man. 150,000. In guest room number 3, the young voice sounded, but it was a little cold. 160,000. Immediately after, the bidder from VIP room number 9 followed suit. In the hall, the burly man's eyes flickered as he stared at the stone ball on the high platform. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. But in the end, he let out a long sigh and gave up on bidding. 160,000 spiritual crystals was more than all his wealth. He could only give up. 170,000. The bidder in VIP room number 3 continued to raise the bid. 180,000. Guest room number 9 did not give in at all. At this moment, Lu Ming did not make a bid. There was no need to do so now. He would bid later. It was the same. Honored guest room number 3 and honored guest room number 9 competed with each other. Very quickly, the price of the innate original liquid shot up to a high of 250,000. At this moment, the voice in guest room number 3 was extremely cold. At this moment, 5 young men were sitting in guest room number 3. However, the 5 young men's expressions were not good. Where did this old man come from? How dare he compete with senior brother Qiuming for the treasure? He's really looking for death. A young man with a slightly pale face said with killing intent. That's right. It seems like he doesn't know that we're disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School. The other man said coldly. Among the 5 people, The one sitting in the middle was a handsome young man in a blue robe. His expression was very cold. Frowning, he looked at VIP room 9 and said, "Senior, I'm Qiuming, a disciple of the 10-direction sword sect. These 9 drops of innate origin liquid are very useful to me. I hope you can give them to me." His words were very polite, but his voice was cold and filled with killing intent. An extremely powerful aura spread out from guest room number 3. This was clearly a threat. A disciple of the 10-direction sword school. The people in the hall were all shocked, and their eyes revealed fear. A member of the Qiu family of the 10-direction sword sect. An old voice came from the 9th VIP room. An old man was sitting inside, but he looked scared. "Not bad." Qiuming replied coldly. "Forget it. I'll give these 9 drops of primordial origin liquid to you young people." The old man in guest room number 9 pondered for a while and finally sighed. The 10-direction sword sect was a huge force in the Blazing Sun Empire, and not many people dared to offend them. Qiuming smiled when the old man left. 250000, 250000, any higher bids? Duji looked around and asked. This is the innate original fluid. It's very rare in the world, even in the Blazing Sun Empire. Its effect on the body is extremely amazing. If we miss today, who knows when we'll get another chance? 250,000. Is there a higher bid? Duji tried his best to tempt him. Qiuming's performance just now had made him very dissatisfied, so he naturally shouted to his heart's content. This old man. Qiuming gritted his teeth and glared at Duji unhappily. If looks could kill, Duji would have been pierced through like a sieve. 300,000. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out and spread throughout the entire place, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Someone made a bid. Even after knowing that it was a disciple of the 10-direction sword school, he still dared to make a bid. Who was he? Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the 7th VIP room. That's right, the one who bid just now was Lu Ming. Moreover, he increased the bid by 50,000 in one go, pushing the price to 300,000. 300,000. Okay, this friend here bids 300,000. Is there anyone higher than 300,000? Duji was overjoyed as he announced. Bang! In guest room number 3, Qiuming slammed his palm on the table and broke it into pieces. His face was extremely dark. Where did this blind brat come from? He clearly knows that we are disciples of the 10-direction sword school, yet he still dares to bid. Is he looking for death? The pale-faced young man roared, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire area. I bid 300,000 spiritual crystals. Are you going to make another bid? Lu Ming pursed his lips and said indifferently, You're looking for death. Qiuming finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Kid, I'll give you 5 breaths to take back your bid. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die an ugly death. If you have money, if you don't have money, why are you still here chirping? Get lost. This was Lu Ming's response. It was strong and overbearing. Everyone in the auction hall was shocked. This mysterious person was actually so domineering that he told the 10-direction sword school to get lost. Phew. Qiuming's face was livid with anger. A powerful aura spread out and enveloped the 7th guest room. Brat, I'm going to kill you now. Qiuming roared. You can try. Lu Ming responded strongly. The other party's cultivation was at the 8th grade Grandmaster realm and was extremely powerful. However, what did Lu Ming have to fear? Die! Qiuming roared and walked out of the VIP room, heading for VIP room number 3. Impudent! Suddenly, Duji roared out as an extremely terrifying aura exploded out, pressing down on Qiuming like a mountain. Qiuming's body trembled, and he could not move. This was the aura of a martial arts grandmaster. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect this kind-looking Duji to be a martial arts grandmaster. Old man, what are you doing? Are you looking for death? I'm a disciple of the 10-direction sword school. Qiuming roared. What dogs hit 10 Direction Sword Sect? How dare you cause trouble in the Emperor Sky auction house? Kill! Du Ji shouted. The word kill contained boundless killing intent. Chapter 247. Chapter 247 Physical Body Improvement. Qiuming shivered. He was used to acting like a tyrant, and he had only shouted out in passing. At this moment, he finally remembered that this was the Emperor Sky auction house, and Du Ji was a member of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Even if he killed Du Ji, the 10-sword sect wouldn't dare to let out a fart. Qiuming's body stiffened at the thought of this, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Senior, I was wrong. I was just a bit impatient just now. I hope Senior doesn't take offense. Qiuming quickly cried out and begged. Get back to your room. Du Ji shouted. Qiuming hurried back to VIP room number 3 as if he had been pardoned. Damn it. After Qiuming returned to the VIP room, he let out a low roar. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Just now, he had lost a lot of face. He would definitely become a laughing stock. This was all because of Lu Ming. Investigate. I must find out who that kid is. I'm going to grind his bones to dust. Qiuming growled. Senior brother Qiuming, I know who he is. Suddenly, a young man who had been silent the entire time spoke. You know. Qiuming looked at the young man. This man is Tianyun of the General Stars Hall. I will never forget his voice no matter what. The young man said through gritted teeth. This young man was one of the 6 geniuses from the 10 Direction Sword Sect who had comprehended force in the Blood Ant's secret realm. Tianyun? It's him? Good, very good. I came here to kill him, but now he actually dares to snatch the innate original liquid from me. He really brought this on himself. Qiuming said coldly. Senior brother Qiuming, there are only 2 days left before Tianyun challenges a person 2 levels above him at the Di Tian Battle Arena. We'll go kill him then. You still want to challenge the record of the Scorching Sun 6 heroes? Dream on. The pale-faced young man sneered. All right, I'll let him live for 2 more days. I'll let him have these 9 drops of primordial origin liquid first. When I kill him, the primordial origin liquid will be mine. Qiuming said coldly. 300,000 spiritual crystals. Is there a higher price? In the hall, Du Ji continued to host the auction. The audience was silent. This auction was not targeted at powerhouses above the martial Grandmaster realm. Most of them were martial artists in the Grandmaster realm. 300,000 spiritual crystals was not a small amount for a martial Grandmaster, let alone a Grandmaster. Therefore, no one continued to bid. Du Ji asked 3 times but no one made a bid. The 9 drops of primordial origin liquid were successfully won by Lu Ming. Lu Ming paid the spirit crystals and kept the stone in the Supreme Shrine. The auction came to an end. Lu Ming, Ming Cheng, and the rest returned to the General Star Hall. Lu Ming then entered the Supreme Shrine and took out the stone. The stone was about the size of a fist, and it gave off a shocking amount of essence qi when held in his hand. There were 9 drops of primordial origin liquid sealed inside. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He held the stone in his hand and squeezed it hard. Kacha! The stone cracked open, and an even denser essence qi spread out. Then, a drop of primordial original liquid seeped out from the crack. The innate original liquid was as black as ink, but it also emitted a little bit of luster. It was very magical. Lu Ming opened his mouth and inhaled the drop of primordial origin liquid. He placed the rest into a jade box and circulated the flaming Vajra art to begin refining. The connate original liquid transformed into an endless amount of essence that seeped into his muscles, bones, and bones. Under the guidance of the flaming Vajra arts, it continuously strengthened Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's physical strength increased rapidly. His fleshly body, which had been stuck at complete grade 2, also began to break through. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's body trembled. His bones emitted crackling sounds like fried beans. His muscles squirmed continuously and only calmed down after a long time. Third grade body. I've finally achieved initial success in the third grade body. Lu Ming muttered, his face full of joy. The innate original liquid was indeed known as the #1 body-tempering treasure in the world. Just a drop of low-grade innate original liquid had allowed Lu Ming's physical body to break through smoothly and reach the third-grade initial success of the physical body. His body had reached the third grade and was even more powerful. This made Lu Ming's explosive power stronger and his combat strength greatly improved. Continue, Lu Ming muttered. Then he swallowed the second drop of primordial origin liquid and began refining it. At the third grade body, it was more difficult to improve as compared to the second grade body. However, with the help of the innate stock solution, Lu Ming's body was still improving rapidly. After more than a day, Lu Ming had cultivated the flaming Vajra arts to the Great Circle stage in one go. In other words, Lu Ming's physical body had already reached the Great Circle of the third grade physical body. The 8 drops of primordial origin liquid had also been completely refined. If I want to continue improving my physical body, I have to find a higher level physical body cultivation technique. Lu Ming was deep in thought. The flaming Vajra arts could only cultivate the physical body to complete third grade at most, and that was already the limit. What powerful physical strength! My combat strength has increased by at least 30%. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. At this moment, his expression changed as he heard a light knock on the door. With a thought, he left the Supreme Shrine and opened the door. It was the 3 Ming siblings. Big brother Tianyun, today is your challenge to cross 2 levels. Ming Feng said hurriedly. Lu Ming smacked his head. He was so engrossed in refining the connate original liquid that he almost forgot the time. Let's go. Immediately, the 4 of them hurried to the Ditian battle arena. At this moment, the Ditian battle arena was already filled with people. All the seats were filled with people, and it could be described as a sea of people. There were no less than 300,000 people. Everyone had to pay an entrance fee of 10 spiritual crystals. The income of the Ditian battle arena today was no less than 3 million spiritual crystals. It was truly terrifying. However, at this moment, the Ditian battle arena was in an uproar. Why isn't Tianyun here yet? What the hell? It can't be that he's not coming, right? No, then I've come for nothing. I'll give you back your spirit crystals. I'm not watching anymore. I gave up a mission to come and take a look. It can't be that bad, right? In the crowd, Qiuming and the others stood there with a grim expression on their faces. This Tianyun, could it be that he knows that he offended senior brother Qiuming during the last auction and is afraid to come? I think it's 90% true. A few disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School deliberately discussed loudly. This time, dozens of disciples from the 10 Direction Sword sect had come. The Ditian battle arena's higher-ups, a few elders, also frowned as they looked down. What's wrong with Tianyun? Why isn't he here yet? I've already sent someone to pick them up. A few of the elders discussed in low voices. Suddenly, an old man's expression changed. He revealed a smile and said, Tianyun, you're here. At this moment, Tianyun walked through the gates of the Ditian battle arena and strode towards the battle stage. Tianyun, you're here. It was unknown who shouted, but the entire place suddenly quieted down. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes turned to look at the entrance. Lu Ming walked in front and strode forward. The 3 Ming siblings followed behind him. Tianyun's here. Looks like he's been delayed by something. With his talent, how could he not come? Who was the one who said that Tianyun would be afraid to come? He's really using his own yardstick to measure the heart of a gentleman. The crowd was excited, but the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School had ugly expressions. Weren't they the ones who had said those words just now? Chapter 248. Chapter 248 Continuous Killing. It's good that you're here. You're still going to die, Qiuming said with a dark expression. The 3 Ming siblings went up to the grandstand while Lu Ming walked up to the battle stage in the middle. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming, who was on the fighting ring. Alright, now the Tianyun challenge has officially begun. Who wants to come up for a fight? The judge announced loudly. I'll give it a try. An old man shouted as he stepped onto the fighting ring. It's a monster from Mang Mountain. He's an 8th grade great master, and he's won 7 consecutive battles against his peers. He's considered an expert even among the 8th grade great master realm, and he's qualified to be Tianyun's first candidate. As soon as the old man went up the stage, someone recognized him. You can fight. The judge nodded and acknowledged the strength of the monster of Min Mountain. Young Master Tianyun, please. The monster of Shao Mountain fixed its gaze on Lu Ming, its body exuding a powerful aura. Lu Ming smiled and a long spear appeared in his hands. Bang! The monster of Mang Mountain took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. Wind staff technique. The monster of Shao Mountain bellowed. The dragon-headed walking stick in his hand was like a whirlwind, striking at Lu Ming one after another. The monster of Mang Mountain revealed his absolute strength as soon as he attacked. Even among 8th grade great martial masters, he was one of the top fighters. Lu Ming thrust his long spear and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster of Shao Mountain. He didn't use his aura. Although the monster of Mang Mountain was quite strong, he didn't need aura. After more than 10 moves, the monster from Shao Mountain was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. The defeat of the monster of Shao Mountain was within everyone's expectations. However, the experts who would come up later would also become stronger and stronger. The real challenge had just begun. Who's going to fight? Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. Tianyun, I'm coming to kill you. With a loud shout, a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School jumped onto the fighting ring. For a sect disciple like the 10 Directions Sword sect, who could reach this level of cultivation at such a young age, they were all geniuses and almost didn't need to test their strength. Tianyun, if you know what's good for you, quickly return the primordial origin liquid to senior brother Chioming, then kneel down and apologize to the 10 Directions Sword sect in front of everyone. If you do that, I'll consider only crippling your cultivation and sparing your dog life. The disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect shouted coldly. He was extremely arrogant and ashamed. Idiot! Lu Ming replied indifferently. Fuck, what did you say? You're looking for death. Even if I kill you, your things will still be mine. The disciple from the omnidirectional sword sect roared. His aura exploded as he charged toward Lu Ming. It had to be said that this disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School was very strong, much stronger than the monster of Mang Mountain. No wonder he was so arrogant. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lu Ming. Buzz! The force of the wind was fused into the spear, causing the speed of the spear to be extremely fast. The crowd only saw the shadow of a spear flash, and in an instant, it appeared in front of the disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School. Poochie! The long spear pierced through the heart of the disciple from the 10 Directions Sword sect. The disciple from the 10 Directions Sword sect let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. One-shot kill. What powerful strength! Everyone was shocked. The disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School was still extremely arrogant just a moment ago, but he was instantly killed. He's 2 levels higher than me, and yet he's still able to insta-kill me with a single shot. Isn't this Tianyun way too strong? The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School aren't weak. They're the top experts even among the 8th grade great martial masters. Tianyun's battle prowess is definitely equivalent to a 9th grade great martial master. This is too terrifying. Can he really break the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun? Many people were discussing in shock. At this point, Lu Ming had already won 2 rounds in a row, while the other 5 of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun had only won 4 rounds in a row. Everyone was filled with anticipation. You're looking for death. A roar came from the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. A figure jumped high into the air and landed on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. It was Chioming. Tianyun, your winning streak ends here. If you want to break the record of the 6 scorching sun heroes, it's impossible. Qiuming looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. You think you can stop me? Don't end up like the one just now. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't compare me to him. Tianyun, you've repeatedly offended the might of my 10-direction sword sect. Today, I'll make sure you die an extremely miserable death. Qiuming said coldly. At the same time, the aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. Within the strong aura, there was a force, the force of gold. I forgot to tell you something. I have refined all 9 drops of primordial origin liquid. Lu Ming suddenly changed his tone and smiled. What? Qiuming's face turned green and he almost lost his momentum. The primordial origin liquid was of great use to him. The main reason why he wanted to kill Lu Ming was to snatch the primordial origin liquid. However, Lu Ming said that the innate original fluid had been refined. Qiuming's eyes turned red and he roared in anger. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out, and an extremely dazzling sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword chi was infused with the force of metal, making it extremely sharp and indestructible. Buzz. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and he used the force of the wind to attack Qiuming. Boom! The heavens and earth rumbled, and the fighting ring kept shaking. Terrifying air waves rushed in all directions. The first move was a tie. Kill! Qiuming's attack missed and he launched a storm of attacks. Qiuming's combat strength was absolutely terrifying. In terms of talent, he was not as good as Yang Zitian, but his cultivation was much higher than Yang Zitian's. Similarly, his combat strength was also much higher than Yang Zitian's. It was not difficult for Qiuming to kill an opponent of a higher level. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged more than 20 moves in a row, causing the space to tremble. Qiuming's combat strength is too strong. He shouldn't have appeared in the third battle. He's trying to stop Tianyun from winning. That's right. From the looks of it, Tianyun has the ability to break the records of the other 5 out of the 6 scorching sun heroes. It's a pity that he was stopped by Qiuming. As long as Tianyun defeats Qiuming, there won't be any problem for him to break the 5 heroes record. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Is this your true strength? I'm so disappointed. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly said indifferently. What? Qiuming was stunned. Boom! The aura on Lu Ming's body exploded like a volcano. An incomparably powerful aura burst out. It was the combination of fire and wind, erupting with a terrifying power. A long spear broke through all the obstacles and stabbed toward Qiuming. This spear attack could not be dodged or blocked because it was too fast and too powerful. I'm not afraid. Qiuming was scared out of his wits. He roared crazily and used all his strength to resist. However, they were all unnecessary. The long spear pierced through his heart. The true energy on the spear burst forth, crushing his heart into pieces. Qiuming was dead. The audience was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into an earth-shattering uproar. Lu Ming had killed Qiuming and achieved 3 consecutive wins. However, the strength that he had displayed was too terrifying. If there were no other terrifying geniuses, Lu Ming would definitely break the 5 heroes record. He might even break Qiu Changkong's record. Chapter 249, Breaking the Record. Who else from your 10-direction sword school wants to fight? Lu Ming looked at the area of the omnidirectional sword sect. However, the disciples of the Shifeng sword school were silent. Even Qiuming had been defeated. There were a few 8th grade great martial masters among them, but none of them were as strong as Qiuming. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went up? Damn it. When the geniuses on the Esilavir ranking of the 10-direction sword sect come, I'll see how you die. The disciples of the 10-direction sword school all had dark expressions as they roared in their hearts. Lu Ming sneered and swept his gaze across the entire arena. However, no one stepped forward to fight. Tianyun, since this is the case, my Ditian battle arena will send someone out for the battle. the judge said. Lu Ming nodded. After a while, a young man full of killing intent stepped onto the fighting ring. However, this person was not as strong as Chiu Ming. He was defeated by Lu Ming after a few moves. 4 consecutive wins. Following that, Di Tian Battle Arena sent another person to the arena, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming. 5 consecutive wins had already broken the record of the Scorching Sun's 5 heroes. However, Lu Ming's victory did not stop there. Following that, Di Tian Battle Arena continued to send people up. They were all strong death fighters, each stronger than the last. Unfortunately, they were all defeated by Lu Ming. 6 consecutive wins, 7 consecutive wins. He tied with Chiu Changkong's record, but not long after, Lu Ming won again. 8 consecutive wins. The crowd burst into an uproar. Chiu Changkong's record had finally been broken. My God, Tian Yun is going to defy the heavens. Could it be that his talent is even greater than Chiu Changkong's? Not necessarily. Chiu Changkong was strong when he was a martial grandmaster, but he wasn't much stronger than the other 5 heroes. Chiu Changkong was only able to surpass the other 5 heroes because he had awakened his second bloodline when he broke through to the martial ancestor realm. That's right. Although Tian Yun is strong now, he might not be able to reach the martial ancestor realm. That's true, but it's still quite terrifying. Furthermore, what's Tian Yun's limit? How many consecutive wins will he be able to achieve in the end? The crowd speculated in shock. Tian Yun couldn't have crossed 2 levels and obtained 10 consecutive victories, right? The facts proved that their guess was coming true. In the 9th battle, Di Tian Battle Arena sent out a powerful expert who was stronger than Chiu Ming. However, he was still not a match for Lu Ming. 9 consecutive wins. This made the elders of the Di Tian Battle Arena's higher-ups somewhat stunned. This little fellow's strength isn't bad. In the future, he might even be able to join the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. We have to pay close attention to it. The contribution of the recommendation will not be small. It's still too early to join the Ditian Divine Guards. Let's see how his martial ancestor's second bloodline is awakened. Now, the most urgent thing is to stop his winning streak. Otherwise, we old guys will suffer a loss. A few old men were discussing, frowning. Let number 10 go. He's the only one who got into the top 10 with his 8th grade Great Martial Master cultivation. If he's defeated, we can't do anything. Let's do this. The order was quickly given, and a topless young man in his 20s walked up to the fighting ring. On his face, there was a number 10. Number 10? How could it be number 10? A few people who knew the inside story of the Di Tian Battle Arena cried out in surprise. The death fighters of Ditian Battle Arena, number 1 to 10, were usually the top experts among the 9th grade Great Martial Masters. But now, number 10 was an 8th grade Great Martial Master. Many people understood that this number 10 must be extraordinary. He's an expert, that's what makes it interesting. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. This number 10 did not give off a strong aura, but Lu Ming could vaguely sense that he was dangerous. Kill! Number 10 suddenly let out a loud roar and a long spear appeared in his hand. In an instant he shot out dozens of spear rays, which pierced through the air toward Lu Ming. He actually uses a spear too, just nice. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz! The spear trembled and let out a buzzing sound. Rays of spear light burst out and clashed with number 10. On the 200-meter-wide fighting ring, 2 shadows crossed each other. The spear's radiance whistled and exploded. The rumbling sounds were endless. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, there were 3 types of Shi that were constantly bombarding and resisting each other. This little fellow called Tian Yun is truly astonishing. At such a young age, he's already comprehended 2 types of force, and he's already at the initial success stage in both. His fire force in particular is approaching the major success stage. That's right. Number 10's mountain force is also close to completion, and it's about the same as Tian Yun's fire force. However, Tianyun's wind and fire combination is even more powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that number 10's cultivation base is much higher than Tianyun's, he would have already lost. In my opinion, defeat is only a matter of time. The higher-ups of the fighting arena were discussing as they watched. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had exchanged more than 100 moves with number 10. Satisfying, satisfying. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. The more he fought, the braver he became. The power of wind and fire gathered on the demon's subduing spear, forming a shocking destructive power. In this battle, other than the earth-level martial arts technique and blood meridian that did not erupt, Lu Ming had used all his strength. The current Lu Ming was extremely powerful. He had reached the 4th stage of the true War Dragon technique and a perfect 3rd-grade physical body. With the convergence of the power of wind and fire, an ordinary 9th-grade Great Martial Master would not be able to take more than a few of his moves. From this, one could see how powerful number 10 was. The audience of over 300,000 held their breath and stared at the fighting ring, afraid to miss the most important scene. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, another 100 moves had passed. Lu Ming's courage mounted as the battle progressed, and he gradually gained the upper hand. A shocking killing intent erupted from number 10's body. He was like a wild beast, unafraid of death. However, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. Bang! After another 100 moves, number 10 was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. He slid a few 100 meters away and fell off the fighting ring. Roar! Number 10 growled. He wanted to rush up the fighting ring, regardless of his injuries. Enough! Stop! The judge shouted in a low voice. 10's body trembled and he stopped in his tracks. His eyes were filled with fear. This round, Tianyun wins. The judge announced. Who? The audience in the stadium let out a long breath. They had been too nervous just now. Many people had been holding their breath until their faces were red. Now they could finally let out a long breath. Then there was a shocking uproar. Over 300,000 people began to discuss excitedly. Crossing 2 levels and winning 10 times in a row. That's too terrifying. It hasn't happened in the Burning Sun Empire for at least 500 years. Miracle, what a miracle! After today, Tianyun's name shall be known throughout the world. If Tianyun were to mature, he would be comparable to the 6 heroes, or even stronger. I'm witnessing the birth of a miracle. In the crowd, the 3 Ming siblings were so excited that they were trembling, while the people from the 10 Direction Sword School were all pale and bloodless. Lu Ming, are you going to continue the challenge? Then, everyone thought of the same question. He could fight a battle that was 3 levels above him. Moreover, it wasn't just a simple jump of 3 levels, and he wouldn't be facing an ordinary 9th-grade Great Martial Master. He was definitely an expert, and he was definitely stronger than number 10. Would Tianyun continue? Countless people were looking forward to it. This little guy won't really continue, will he? A few elders among the higher-ups bitterly smiled. If Lu Ming continued to fight, they would be at a loss. Tianyun, do you still wish to continue the challenge? The judge looked at Lu Ming, but there was a trace of nervousness and speechlessness in his eyes. He had the same thought as the other elders. Chapter 250, News of Father. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Ming shook his head. No more challenges. Lu Ming said. Everyone was stunned. You're not challenging anymore? Why is Tianyun not challenging anymore? He clearly won. If he were to challenge someone 3 levels above him, he would be able to obtain an additional 1 million spirit crystals as a reward. That's right, why isn't he challenging us anymore? I'm just about to witness history. Countless people were greatly disappointed. Only the judge and the few elders of the Ditian battle arena were overjoyed. Tianyun, the judge said, suppressing his joy, since that's the case, I hereby announce that you've won 10 consecutive victories across 2 levels. The reward is 1 million spiritual crystals. Lu Ming nodded. The reason why he didn't continue to challenge was that he could tell that if he showed off too much and earned too many spirit crystals from the Detian battle arena, it would definitely cause the Detian battle arena to be unhappy. On the other hand, if he were to continue challenging, the opponent he would face would definitely be even more powerful. If that were the case, all of his trump cards would be exposed. It was not wise to reveal all his trump cards in front of the enemy. So he chose to end it. 1,000,000 spiritual crystals was enough for now. However, the audience in the arena was itching for a fight. They were all guessing whether Lu Ming would win if he continued to challenge and how many consecutive wins he would win. Of course, there was no answer to that. Some people felt that Lu Ming had already done his best just now. If he continued to challenge, he would definitely lose. Hence, he chose not to continue the challenge. There were also people who felt that Lu Ming still had the strength to spare and chose not to fight for some unknown reason. There were different opinions. Lu Ming could not be bothered. He followed the judge and received the reward of 1,000,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming left, satisfied. Of course, there were also the 3 siblings from Ming City. Big brother Tianyun, you're really too amazing. If I'm half, no, 1/10 as amazing as you guys, I'd be laughing my head off even in my dreams. Ming Feng looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Lu Ming smiled and said, "Let's go. What do you want to buy? It's my treat today." "It's true." Ming Feng was overjoyed. He pulled Ming Zhu and Ming Cheng and ran towards the market. When they arrived at the market, the 3 Ming siblings picked from all the places and spent 5,000 to 6,000 spiritual crystals. To Lu Ming it was nothing. Lu Ming was a millionaire now. After that he returned to the General Stars Hall. At the entrance of Lu Ming's dormitory he saw Hua Qi waiting there. "Hua Qi, you were waiting for me?" Lu Ming smiled and walked over. "Lu Ming, you've exceeded my expectations time and time again. Today, you've achieved 10 consecutive wins across 2 levels, surpassing Qiu Changkong's record." Hua Qi said with a smile. Of course, Ming Feng had gone to Ming City. Hence, Lu Ming was the only one there. He did not have to hold back when he spoke. "You found out so quickly?" Lu Ming was stunned. Right now, almost all of the higher-ups in the entire imperial capital know about it. Hua Qi said with a smile. Lu Ming was speechless. The spread speed was really terrifying. "Lu Ming, my father wants to see you." Hua Qi suddenly said. "Your father?" Lu Ming frowned slightly. Hua Qi's father, the current emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, wanted to see him. "That's right, Lu Ming. I didn't hide your information from my father. You won't mind, right?" Hua Qi looked at Lu Ming and said. "Why would I?" Lu Ming smiled. In fact, Lu Ming had already expected this. Since he had agreed to help Hua Qi, it was only natural for him to tell his imperial father. Seeing that Lu Ming did not seem to mind, Hua Qi smiled and said, "Lu Ming, I've told my father about your father. He's been sending out a lot of people to investigate and it seems like there's some progress." "What? Is there any news of my father?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, then he was overjoyed. "Lu Ming, don't be happy too early. It seems like there's only a slight lead." Hua Qi said, "Let's go and see your imperial father." Lu Ming could not wait. A little bit of information was better than no news and finding a needle in a haystack. Then, Lu Ming left the General Star Hall and boarded a beast carriage with Hua Qi, heading toward the palace. After they arrived at the palace, Lu Ming followed Hua Qi and headed straight for the Imperial Garden. When Lu Ming arrived at the Imperial Garden, he saw a middle-aged man with a burly and majestic figure. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe and was sitting in a pavilion, drinking tea. He was just sitting there casually, but he had a terrifying majesty. This was the majesty of an emperor. There was no doubt that this was the current emperor of the Burning Sun Empire, Hua Jingxing. "Your son pays his respects to imperial father." When he arrived at the pavilion, Hua Qi bowed. "I, Lu Ming, pay my respects to your majesty." Lu Ming also cupped his fists and bowed. "Ha, nephew Lu Ming, no need for formalities. Come, have a drink with me. Hua Jingxing was very forthright as he laughed. Lu Ming and Hua Qi walked in and took their seats. Beside them, the emperor's trusted aide poured tea for Lu Ming and Hua Qi. I've long heard that nephew Lu Ming is a dragon among men, unparalleled in the world. It's true after seeing you today. Hua Jingxing said with a smile. Your Majesty, you're too kind. Lu Ming said humbly. Hua Jingxing took a sip of tea and said, Lu Ming, you've been creating miracles time and time again, but at the same time, you've also offended the omnidirectional swordsman. You must be careful from now on. However, since you've joined the General Star's Hall and your eighth brother's close friend, I can promise you one thing. As long as it's a fight between peers, no matter what happens, I and the royal family will definitely stand on your side. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Hua Jingxing was implying that as long as it was a fight between peers, he could go all out. The royal family would stand firmly behind him and protect him. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Although the royal family had declined, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They were still powerful. With the emperor's promise, Lu Ming would no longer have to be afraid if he encountered disciples of the 10-Direction Sword School in the future. He could just kill them. If the older generation of the 10-Direction Sword School were to make a move, the royal family would definitely step in. In this way, Lu Ming would have less to worry about. There's more. Hua Jingxing moved his hand and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He said, These are blood refinement pills. There are 4,000 of them. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the blood and eggs from the last time had been refined into blood refinement pills. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. He deserved it. Your Majesty, I heard you know where my father is? Lu Ming asked. He had wanted to ask since he arrived, but he had been holding it in. Now, he could not hold it in anymore. I've been sending people to investigate all this time, Hua Jingxing said after a moment of silence. I've been investigating since 8 or 9 years ago, and I've finally found some clues. Your father is most likely imprisoned by the 10-Direction Sword School for some reason. This is certain. Also, there is a high possibility that your father is not dead, but we have not found out where he is imprisoned. Father really didn't die. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Then he was filled with endless anger. His father had actually been imprisoned by the 10-Direction Sword School. Damn it, the 10-Direction Sword School deserved to die. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Chapter 251, 7th Grade Great Martial Master. Lu Ming, don't worry. I'll do my best. I'll find your father's whereabouts soon, he said. Hua Jingxing said with a serious face. Lu Ming thanks Your Majesty in advance. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. This time he was sincere. Although he knew that the reason why Hua Jingxing was helping him was because he saw his talent and wanted to rope him in, it did not matter. As long as it was beneficial to both sides, it was fine. Hua Jingxing smiled, looking quite satisfied. He then took out a gold-stamped invitation and said, Lu Ming, it'll be my 60th birthday in 3 months. This is the invitation. You must attend it. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He did not reject the invitation. He took it and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. Lu Ming will definitely be there. Lu Ming, there aren't many people who can make my father personally send out an invitation. Only the 5 great sects and the nobles and ministers of the imperial capital. Hua Qi said with a smile. Lu Ming, you should focus on your cultivation during this period of time. When the 5 major sects gather in the imperial city, the geniuses on the Esilavir ranking and even the gold ranking disciples of each sect will come. I'm afraid that the Esilavir ranking disciples of the Omnidirectional Sword School will cause you trouble. You have to be careful. Hua Jingxing warned seriously. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude once again. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Ming and Hua Qi stood up and left. In the General Star's hall, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on his bed. Father, how have you been all these years? Is it because of that bronze pendant that the 10-Direction Sword School imprisoned you? Father, I'm useless. I can't save you now. Lu Ming clasped his hands tightly together. Strength, he was still too weak. If he was really strong enough now, he could directly kill his way to the 10-direction sword school and force them to release him. But now, he was still far from that. He urgently needed to improve his strength. Martial Arts Grandmaster. I have to reach the Martial Arts Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. Only a Martial Arts Grandmaster can be considered a true expert in the Blazing Sun Empire. Only then can I have the right to speak. Furthermore, I can fly. It will be of great help to me when I do things. After the series of battles at the Emperor Heaven Battle Arena, I feel that my bottleneck has loosened. I'll go and buy another batch of demonic cores tomorrow to raise my cultivation level with all my might. Then, Lu Ming appeared on the third platform of the Supreme Shrine. He placed the spiritual crystal in and began to fight with himself. The next day, Lu Ming went out early and headed to the market. It was still the treasure pavilion. Young master, you're here. Please come in. The eyes of the young lady who had received Lu Ming previously lit up the moment she saw him. She brought Lu Ming to a VIP room. Haha, young master, long time no see. Very quickly, the shopkeeper walked in. Young master, what do you need to buy this time? Shopkeeper, I'd like 100 Class 9 Lever 3 demonic cores. Lu Ming said. What? 100? The shopkeeper was shocked. Yes, is there a problem? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Could it be that the treasure pavilion didn't have that much stock? No problem. The shopkeeper quickly shook his head. He was just shocked earlier and did not understand why Lu Ming bought so many demonic cores. Also, 20 portions of blood essence of Class 9 Lever 3 demonic beasts. Lu Ming continued. All right. Please wait a moment, young master. I'll be right there. The shopkeeper nodded his head repeatedly, his face full of smiles, and walked out. Soon, the shopkeeper brought over 100 demonic cores and 20 demonic beast blood essence. Young master, the original price of these blood essence and monster cores was 1 million spiritual crystals. But you have a VIP card with a 20% discount. The total price is 800,000 spiritual crystals. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. It was good to have a VIP card. He could save 200,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming paid the spirit crystals without hesitation and kept the blood essence and demonic core. He then left the treasure pavilion under the respectful gazes of the shopkeeper and the beautiful saleswomen. After returning to the General Stars Hall, Lu Ming walked straight to the Earth Aeon Cave. The effect was the best when it was combined with the cultivation in the Earth Cave. On the 6th level of the Earth Cave, Lu Ming walked into a secret room and sat down cross-legged. With a flash of crimson light, the spirit-devouring bloodline emerged. The python, which was more than 10 meters long and had distinct scales, was suspended above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming took out a demonic pill. The giant python opened its mouth and sucked the demonic pill into its mouth. At the same time, it also sucked in a huge amount of fire element spiritual energy. Now that his spirit-devouring bloodline had reached the 7th level, it could devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at a terrifying speed, even faster than a 9th level bloodline. The massive amount of fire-type spiritual energy and the energy from the demonic core were refined by his blood and surged into Lu Ming's body. The bottleneck at the peak of the 6th grade Great Master realm had finally loosened, and there were signs of a breakthrough. 2 more. With a move of his hand, he took out 2 more demon cores and let the giant python swallow them. Boom! Waves of energy continuously surged into Lu Ming's body and finally turned into a loud boom. He had broken through to the 7th grade Grandmaster realm. After breaking through to the 7th grade Grandmaster realm, Lu Ming's bloodline had become even more terrifying. It was constantly absorbing the spirit chi from the outside world. The spirit chi from the outside world formed a funnel that was constantly devoured by the spirit-devouring bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming took out another demonic core and continued to devour it. The essential chi in Lu Ming's body surged crazily. A few hours later, the strange phenomenon finally disappeared. A 7th grade Grandmaster's true chi is twice as dense as a 6th grade Grandmaster's, but it's still not enough. I need to continue breaking through. After that, Lu Ming continued to consume demonic cores and cultivate. Every day, he would spend half of his time cultivating the true War Dragon technique, swallowing demonic cores to increase his cultivation, and the rest of his time comprehending the force of fire and comprehending martial arts techniques. Time flew by, and a month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had devoured all 100 demonic cores, and his cultivation had risen to the peak 7th grade Grandmaster realm. That's right, 109th grade 3rd level demonic cores could only raise Lu Ming's cultivation to the peak of the 7th grade Great Master. At the 7th grade Great Master realm and 9th grade 3rd level demonic cores, the effects were much weaker. He had also consumed all 20 portions of Class 9 Level 3 Demonic Beast Blood Essence to improve his bloodline level. However, his bloodline was still at level 7 and had not broken through. Lu Ming estimated that unless it was the blood essence of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, the level of the blood meridian would increase very slowly. The blood essence of a Wu Zong. At the thought of this, Lu Ming could not help smiling bitterly. The blood essence of a martial arts Grandmaster was equivalent to the blood essence of a level 4 demonic beast. The thought of its price gave Lu Ming a headache. The 6th level of the Earth Cave. The fire property spiritual chi is still a little weak. Let's go to the 7th level. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. It was said that only martial Grandmasters could go to the 7th level of the Earth Cave. Because the fire property spiritual chi was too rich and violent, it was very dangerous for a martial Grandmaster to go down. However, Lu Ming had the spirit-devouring bloodline and was not afraid at all. He intended to make use of the rich and violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth to help him break through to the next realm and comprehend the force of fire at the same time. He felt that the force of fire was already very close to large success. He walked out of the secret room and headed to the 7th floor. As soon as he reached the 7th level, Lu Ming felt as if he had arrived at the mouth of a volcano. The terrifying and violent fire attribute spiritual chi continuously charged at Lu Ming. Good, this is the kind of environment I need. He opened a secret chamber and walked in. Then, he controlled his spirit-devouring bloodline. The violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously gathered toward Lu Ming. Chapter 252, The Emperor's Birthday. A few hours later, Lu Ming stopped cultivating and started to comprehend the force of fire. In the blink of an eye, another month and a half had passed. One day, the stone door of the secret chamber opened and Lu Ming walked out. There was a smile on Lu Ming's face. Obviously, he had gained a lot during this period of time. The Emperor's birthday was in half a month's time. Lu Ming planned to ask about his father's condition. He walked out of the General Star Hall and onto the street, heading toward the Imperial Palace. At this time, the people on the street suddenly looked up at the sky in unison and started discussing. Who is that person? You're actually so bold, daring to fly above the Imperial capital so brazenly. Someone shouted. Ordinary martial arts Grandmaster powerhouses were forbidden from flying in the sky above the Imperial capital. Only Overlord-level figures were not restricted by this restriction. Now, someone actually dared to do this. Lu Ming also looked up. In the sky, a young figure in his 20s, wearing a red robe, was walking in the air towards the depths of the Imperial capital. It's Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. Someone exclaimed. What? It's actually Ling Yanqi? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was Ling Yanqi, the strongest of the younger generation in the Blazing Sun Empire's 5 major sects, the Crimson Cloud Valley. He was one of the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire. This was Lu Ming's first time meeting the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Brother Ling, wait a moment. At this moment, a soft shout came from behind. Then, A white-robed young man with a handsome face stepped through the air. It's Feng Wuji from the mystical sword sect. Another one of the 6 heroes. Someone shouted. He is Feng Wuji. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming had heard of Feng Wuji's name countless times in the mystical sword sect. Feng Wuji was the pride of the mystical sword sect's younger generation. He was the strongest among his peers. Although Duanmu Lin was known as a peerless genius, he was still young and couldn't compete with Feng Wuji. Lu Ming had been in the mystical sword sect for more than a year, and this was the first time he had seen her in person. Brother Feng, you've come so quickly. Let's go together. Ling Yanqi smiled and waited for Feng Wuji to arrive. The two of them then disappeared into the sky. My God, 2 of the 6 heroes of the scorching sun are here today. This is rare. That's right. It's usually extremely difficult to even see one. Now there are 2 of them. His Majesty the Emperor's 60th birthday is approaching. No matter what, the 5 great sects have to put on a show. They'll definitely gather in the imperial capital, and it's inevitable that the geniuses of the 5 great sects will gather. Will the 6 heroes gather and start a competition? I'm really looking forward to it. It's hard to say. Among the 6 heroes, Qiu Changkong is unrivaled, but the other 5 have never fought. I wonder who's stronger. It would be great if there was a peak confrontation this time. On the streets, countless people were discussing. As for not being able to fly in the imperial capital, that was directly ignored by them. If the 6 heroes of the scorching sun couldn't fly in the imperial city, who else could? They were the future overlords of the Burning Sun Empire. In the future, the entire Burning Sun Empire would be theirs. Lu Ming did not say anything and continued on his way to the palace. However, there was a sharp glint in his eyes. He would reach the height of the scorching sun's 6 heroes sooner or later, and even surpass them. He successfully entered the imperial palace and saw Hua Qi. Unfortunately, even though the royal family had mobilized a large number of manpower, there was still no news of his father, Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming sighed and could only wait. After discussing the current situation with Hua Qi, Lu Ming left the palace. When he arrived at the gate of the General Star Hall, he discovered that a large number of students had gathered there and were currently dispersing. Tianyun, he's back. Damn it, why didn't he appear earlier? It's all his fault. Mumbling sounds came from the students all around. Of course, his voice was very soft as he was afraid that Lu Ming would hear him. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He was somewhat puzzled. Big brother Tianyun. At this moment, Ming Feng came over. Ming Feng, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. Big brother Tianyun, it's the Shifang Sword School. Just now, a disciple of the Shifang Sword School came and threatened to cripple you. However, you weren't here, so everyone said you were in seclusion. Those disciples of the Shifang Sword School injured more than 10 students of the General Stars Hall. They were extremely arrogant. Ming Feng whispered. It's the 10 Direction Sword School again. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. Big brother Tianyun, I think you'd better avoid them for now. I heard that there are geniuses on the Esilavir list among the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. They're at the peak of the great martial master realm and are extremely powerful. Ming Feng said worriedly. If they come again, inform me. Lu Ming left a sentence in an extremely domineering manner and then headed back to the dormitory. In the days that followed, Lu Ming stayed in the dormitory and cultivated various martial arts techniques on the 3rd platform of the Supreme Shrine. Time flew by and half a month passed. In this half a month, a storm had gathered in the imperial capital, and the geniuses of the 5 great sects had all gathered. Not only were there Master Realm geniuses, but there were also Grandmaster Realm geniuses and even gold disciples from various sections. However, in this half a month, although all the sects had gathered, it had been very calm. Even the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect did not come looking for Lu Ming again. However, everyone felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. It was like the calm before the storm, and it was unusually depressing. Half a month later, the 60th birthday of the Emperor of the Burning Sun Empire, Hua Jingxing, was just the beginning. Early in the morning, Hua Qi came to pick Lu Ming up in a beast carriage. Together with Hua Qi, they arrived at the imperial palace. The birthday banquet was held in the front yard of the imperial palace. It occupied a large area, but only a few dozen tables were placed. Because those who could come here were all of high status, there were not many people. Lu Ming followed Hua Qi and sat at a table on the right. As time passed, the number of people slowly increased. Hua Qi's siblings, concubines, nobles, and ministers all sat down. The Valley Master and the elders of the Scarlet Cloud Valley have arrived. A loud shout reverberated throughout the entire area. All the princes, princesses, concubines, and ministers changed their expressions and stood up. Lu Ming did not want to be too special and got up as well. At the main entrance, a group of 6 people walked in with majestic steps. The leader was a middle-aged man with a full beard. He was wearing a red robe and had a burly figure. His gaze swept across the crowd, and everyone felt as if a vast ocean was surging towards them. It was extremely terrifying. Behind him, there were 4 old men who were also wearing red robes, but their red robes were inlaid with gold. He was the golden-robed elder of the Crimson Cloud Valley. The last one was a young man. He was one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. Greetings, Scarlet Cloud Valley Master. All of the concubines, princes, nobles, and ministers saluted the Valley Master. From this, it could be seen how much the imperial family had declined. They were still very respectful to the 5 great sections. No need to be so polite. Where's His Majesty? Has he not arrived yet? The Scarlet Heaven Valley Master laughed and sat down on a chair. Chapter 253, The 5 Sect Leaders. Brother Ling, you've come so quickly. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. A burst of hearty laughter was heard. Hua Jingxing strode over with a few guards. The other concubines, ministers, princes, and princesses all bowed to Hua Jingxing. The Valley Master stood up and cupped his fists. Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations on your 60th birthday. This is a small gift. Please accept it. The Valley Master took out a jade box and handed it to Hua Jingxing. Brother Ling is too polite. Hua Jingxing laughed as he accepted the jade box and passed it to a guard. The sect leader and elders of the mystical sword sect have arrived. At this time, another shout was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, walked in with a few golden-robed elders, and Feng Wuji was also at the side. Lin Shui greets Your Majesty. I wish Your Majesty a longevity as long as the southern mountain. This is a small gift, please accept it. Lin Shui walked over, took out a jade box, and handed it to Hua Jingxing. It's my honor that Brother Lin is here. There's no need to be so polite. Please have a seat. Hua Jingxing accepted the gift and said politely. At this time, another shout rang out. It was the sect master and elders of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, one of the 5 great sects, who had arrived. Among them, one of the 6 heroes, the number 1 genius of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shangguan Yen, had also arrived. 3 of the 5 great sects had arrived. In a short while, one of the 5 great sects, the Heaven Fiend sect, had also arrived. As everyone sat down, Hua Jingxing and the 4 sect leaders chatted for a while. The sect leader and elders of the 10 Direction Sword sect have arrived. Heavenly King Zhen has arrived. A few shouts rang out. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming looked toward the main entrance. A group of people walked in. The person in the lead was dressed in fine clothes. His brows were like swords. Although he was middle-aged, he was extremely handsome. Just by looking at him closely, one could feel that this person had the aura to swallow mountains and rivers. Next to him was a burly man in his 50s. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was wearing a dragon robe, and as he looked around, a murderous aura could be faintly seen. He was like a general who had swept through the battlefield. The person in the lead is the head of the 10-Direction Sword School, Qiu Weiyang. Beside him is the Heavenly Suppression King. Hua Qi whispered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming nodded. He looked at the burly man in the flood dragon robe and thought, so he is the Heavenly King of Suppression. Lu Ming still remembered that when he had just arrived at the imperial capital, he had taught the Heavenly King's son, Hua Jie, a harsh lesson. At the thought of Hua Jie, Lu Ming realized that there was a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent behind the Heavenly King. They were glaring at him fiercely. Who else could it be but Hua Jie? Lu Ming smiled at Hua Jie and pointed to his crotch. Hua Jie's face turned red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, Lu Ming was referring to the incident where he peed his pants. However, with so many important figures present, he didn't dare to flare up. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. Brother Qiu's presence is a great honor to me. Hua Jingxing quickly stood up and cupped his fists at Qiu Weiyang with a smile. The other imperial concubines, princes, and princesses also stood up and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is too polite. I came in a hurry today and forgot to bring a gift. Please forgive me. Qiu Weiyang nodded. There was no respect in his words. It could be said that he didn't care at all. To say the worst, he didn't put the emperor in his eyes at all. The other sect masters would still bow to him politely, but Qiu Weiyang's attitude was cold. He even said that he didn't have time to forget about the birthday gift. What a childish reason. The other sect leaders' expressions were somewhat unsightly. Hua Jingxing was even more stunned. He then forced a smile and said, It's fine as long as Brother Qiu is here. There's no need for gifts. Please take a seat. Second brother, I was with Sect Master Qiu, so I forgot to bring a gift. Please don't take offense, ha. Heavenly King Zhen laughed and sat down at the side. Detestable. Hua Qi's body trembled in anger, and he gritted his teeth. The attitudes of Qiu Weiyang and Heavenly King Zhen were full of contempt. They even ignored the authority of the emperor and didn't take the Burning Sun Emperor seriously. A hint of anger flashed across Hua Jingxing's eyes, but he concealed it very well. In the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on his face. He returned to his seat, raised his glass, and said, It's my honor to have all of you here today. Come, let me toast to all of you. Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all. This is great. You are all the pillars of the Burning Sun Empire. Hua Jingxing laughed as he spoke, but he was interrupted at this moment. All right, Your Majesty. We've drunk the wine and offered our congratulations. It's time to talk business. Qiu Weiyang's indifferent voice made Hua Jingxing stop in his tracks. Hua Jingxing, as well as a few other nobles and ministers, all had ugly expressions. Interrupting someone's speech was an extremely rude thing to do, let alone the king of a country. Qiu Weiyang had completely disregarded the royal family. Qiu Weiyang, we're here today to celebrate His Majesty's birthday. That's the real business. Is there anything else? Lin Shui looked at Qiu Weiyang and said coldly. Qiu Weiyang's attitude was too much. Hua Jingxing looked at Lin Shui gratefully. Of course there are other matters. Although the matter of His Majesty's birthday is big, it is much smaller when compared to this matter. Qiu Weiyang glanced at Lin Shui, and a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then he looked around and said, Everyone, what do you think of the current power of the Burning Sun Empire? Everyone's eyes moved. They didn't understand why Qiu Weiyang would ask such a question. After a while, an old man cupped his fists and said, With the help of His Majesty and the various sect leaders, the Blazing Sun Empire is becoming more and more powerful. It is only a matter of time before we surpass other countries. This old man was the Prime Minister of the Burning Sun Empire, and he was very loyal to the royal family. Bullshit. Qiu Weiyang flicked his sleeve and scolded. The Prime Minister's face turned red. He was the Prime Minister, and yet he was being berated in public. Where was his face? However, in front of Qiu Weiyang, he did not dare to refute and could only suppress his anger. Hua Jingxing's expression did not look good either. Scolding the Prime Minister was indirectly scolding him. Currently, the 36 countries of Emperor Yun are all working hard to rule, and their strength is constantly improving. The Burning Sun Empire is surrounded by strong enemies, and many countries are eyeing them covetously. Most of them are stronger than the Burning Sun Empire. I'm sure you all know about this. Out of the 36 empires in Emperor Yun, the Blazing Sun Empire is considered to be at the bottom. Qiu Weiyang looked around and said loudly. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Qiu Weiyang was right about this. Among the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun, the Blazing Sun Empire was indeed considered to be at the lower tier. The surrounding countries were also eyeing them covetously. The Blazing Sun Empire is full of geniuses and powerhouses. Do you know why we are getting weaker and weaker? Qiu Weiyang asked. The crowd frowned, not knowing what Qiu Weiyang was trying to do. Qiu Weiyang smiled and said, "That is, the forces of the Burning Sun Empire are too scattered. They are fighting on their own. It would be strange if they are not weak." "Oh, Qiu Weiyang, what should we do then?" Lin Shui frowned and asked. Chapter 254, Chapter 254 The Battle of the Overlords. Of course, we have to combine our powers. I suggest that we establish a Burning Sun Alliance. All the sects and powers of the Burning Sun Empire must join this alliance. We will elect a leader and then swear to follow the leader's orders. Only in this way can the Burning Sun Empire grow stronger and stronger, resist the foreign enemies, and become stronger and stronger. Qiu Weiyang shouted. "Ha, Qiu Weiyang, you finally revealed your purpose? You want to be the leader of the alliance and rule the world, right?" Lin Shui laughed. "Lin Shui, what are you laughing at? I think that sect Master Qiu's suggestion is very good. Besides, in the current Blazing Sun Empire, who else is qualified to take on the position of alliance leader other than sect Master Qiu?" Heavenly King Jin stood up and shouted. "Heavenly King Jin, you are wrong. In the Blazing Sun Empire, the royal family is the legitimate family. Why go through so much trouble and create the Sun Alliance? We can just follow His Majesty's orders." The Valley Master retorted. "In the world of martial Tao, the strong are respected. Forgive me for being blunt, but Your Majesty, he doesn't have the right." Qiu Weiyang said coldly. "Giggle." Hua Jingxing clenched his fists tightly. Insult, this was a blatant insult. This was equivalent to slapping the emperor's face in public. Hateful, hateful. Hua Qi growled, his entire body trembling from the intense atmosphere. Bang! A white-haired old man slammed the table and stood up. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Qiu Weiyang. "Qiu Weiyang, you've disrespected your superiors and insulted His Majesty. You deserve to die. A crime that deserves 10,000 deaths? I think you're the one who's going to die." Qiu Weiyang's eyes glowed, and 2 rays of sword qi flashed out of his eyes. It was so fast that there was no warning. Puchi! The elder had been pierced by the sword qi, and 2 holes appeared on his body. No blood flowed out, but he had no life left. "Teacher!" Hua Jingxing roared. This old man was Hua Jingxing's teacher, the teacher of the emperor. However, he was killed by Qiu Weiyang's gaze. "Qiu Weiyang, you've gone too far." Hua Jingxing glared at Qiu Weiyang in anger. However, Qiu Weiyang only smiled as if he had just killed an ant. "This old man is trying to ruin our plan. I suspect that he is a spy sent by another empire to destroy our empire. Such a person must be killed as soon as possible." In just a few words, he had turned the emperor's teacher into a spy. Hua Jingxing, Hua Qi, and some of the other members of the imperial family were furious. They felt humiliated, but there was nothing they could do. The power of the 10-direction sword school was too strong. Hua Qi clenched his hands so tightly that his nails had dug into his flesh and blood was flowing out, but he did not feel anything. Lu Ming frowned and patted Hua Qi's back. A surge of essential qi flowed into Hua Qi's body. Only then did Hua Qi slowly calm down. Otherwise, he would have suffered internal injuries from being too excited. What do you all think of my suggestion just now? Qiu Weiyang asked as he looked around. I agree with Sect Master Qiu's suggestion. The sect leader of Heavenly Fiend's sect smiled faintly. The other 3 sect masters' expressions changed at Tian Sha sect master's words. Why would Heaven Fiend's sect agree to this? Could it be that they had already formed an alliance with the 10 Direction Sword School? If that was the case, the situation would be serious. The omnipresent sword sect was already extremely powerful, and with the addition of the Heaven Fiend's sect, the balance of power in the Blazing Sun Empire would be broken. Huh, brother you really do understand me. Qiu Weiyang laughed and looked at the other sections. Qiu Weiyang, stop dreaming. The mystical sword sect will never agree to this. Lin Shui sneered. My Crimson Cloud Valley will not accompany you either. My Ghost Moon Saber sect is also not interested. The sect masters of the Scarlet Cloud Valley and the Ghost Moon Saber sect also refused. Qiu Weiyang's face darkened. Then he looked at Hua Jingxing and said, Your Majesty, what about you? Me? Hee, the Blazing Sun Empire has been around for more than 2,000 years. How can it be ruined by me? Please forgive me, I can't agree to this. Hua Jingxing said coldly. Hua Jingxing, you have to think carefully. For the sake of your Hua family and the tens of thousands of lives, think carefully. Qiu Weiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly. Qiu Weiyang, what are you doing? To threaten His Majesty? Do you really think that the 10 Direction Sword School is invincible? Lin Shui was furious and shouted. I don't know if my 10 Direction Sword sect is invincible, but I can still destroy your mystical sword sect. Do you want to try? Qiu Weiyang's tone was cold. Let's see how you're going to destroy the mystical sword sect. Lin Shui didn't back down. Her aura surged out and a terrifying sword chi shot up into the sky. There was a terrifying aura in the sword chi. Lin Shui, it's been decades since we last fought. I'd like to see how much you've improved. Boom! As soon as Qiu Weiyang finished speaking, an extremely strong aura burst out from his body. At the same time, a beam of sword chi shot up into the sky. Boom! Lin Shui's and Qiu Weiyang's sword chi met in the air and collided fiercely. An earth-shattering boom resounded, shaking the entire capital. The 2 sword chi formed a pillar of light at the point of collision, shooting straight into the sky and smashing the clouds into pieces. At this moment, everyone in the imperial capital stared at the pillar of light in shock and horror. Even those who were further away from the imperial capital could see the pillar of light. Everyone was trying to guess what kind of existences were fighting. In the palace, Lu Ming looked on in shock. Was this the power of a sect master, the ruler of the Burning Sun Empire? It was indeed extremely terrifying, as deep as the ocean and unfathomable. They could kill ordinary martial arts grandmasters with a flick of their fingers. In that move just now, the 2 of them didn't really fight at all. It was just a clash of auras. If they really made a move, the imperial capital would be destroyed. Force, what a strong force. Both of their forces have definitely reached perfection. In fact, there's even a hint of intent in them. Lu Ming's mind was racing. After force reached perfection, one could use force as a foundation to comprehend intent. For example, fire intent, wind intent, and so on. Will was the true essence of heaven and earth, and it was incomparably powerful. Only by comprehending the intent could one step into the martial king realm. Lin Shui, then today I will kill you first. Qiu Weiyang let out a long howl as his sword chi soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Shui's long hair fluttered in the wind as she faced Qiu Weiyang without backing down. Boom! Boom! At this moment, 2 terrifying auras burst out one after another. They were not any weaker than Lin Shui and Qiu Weiyang. It was the Scarlet Cloud Valley Master and the Sect Master of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. Their auras combined with Lin Shui's and pressed down on Qiu Weiyang. Qiu Weiyang, Do you really think that the Blazing Sun Empire belongs to your 10 Direction Sword sect? Don't go too far. The Valley Master said. The Crimson Cloud Valley and the Mystical Sword sect had always been on good terms, so he was naturally on Lin Xue's side. The sect master of the Ghost Moon Saber sect didn't say anything, but his attitude said it all. Chapter 255. The Battle of the Six Heroes. Qiu Wuyang's expression changed. The three Overlord-level characters working together made him feel extremely pressured. Lin Xue, what are you doing? Do you think the royal family will take you seriously if you attack Sect Master Qiu in the palace? Heaven Suppression King shouted. Many people looked down on him. Qiu Wuyang was the one who didn't take the royal family seriously. He had humiliated the royal family like that, but the Heavenly Suppression King didn't say anything. But now, he jumped out and used the name of the royal family to suppress Lin Xue and the others. How despicable and shameless. Good, very good. Lin Xue, Ling Parin, let's wait and see. Qiu Wuyang said, good, a few times. His eyes were extremely cold as he glanced at Lin Xue, the Valley Master, and the others. Finally, he looked at Hua Jingxing and said, Hua Jingxing, you take care. His voice was cold, and the threat was extremely obvious. With that, he waved his hand and stepped into the air, leaving first. The other people from the 10 Directions Sword sect followed closely behind. Brother, you don't understand the bigger picture. The Hua family will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. The Heavenly King glared at Hua Jingxing in anger. General trend? The general trend is to make the entire Hua family submit to the Shifang Sword School and become their slaves? Hua Jingxing said as he looked at the Heavenly King mockingly. You fuck. The Heavenly King's expression turned ugly. He snorted heavily and left with Hua Jie and the others. However, before he left, the Heavenly King glanced at Lu Ming, making Lu Ming's hair stand on end. It was a blatant killing intent. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first. The sect master laughed and bade his farewells, leaving with the rest of the Heavenly Fiend sect. Only 3 of the 5 great sects were left. The birthday banquet continued. However, regardless of whether it was Hua Jingxing, Lin Xue, or the other 3 sect leaders, their faces were unusually serious. Today, Qiu Wuyang had suddenly proposed to establish the Sun Alliance, and Heavenly Fiend sect had even agreed to it. They guessed that the Heaven Fiend sect had most likely joined forces with the 10 Direction Sword sect. This was a major event, and the balance of power in the Burning Sun Empire was about to be broken. The Blazing Sun Empire was about to enter an eventful period. The atmosphere of the birthday banquet was very depressing. Not long after, the 3 major sects also took their leave. Not long after, Lu Ming also got up and left. Lu Ming, you've seen what happened today. The Omnipresent Sword sect is simply too ambitious and lawless. Hua Qi sent Lu Ming to the entrance of the palace and said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming patted Hua Qi's shoulder and returned to the General Star Hall without saying anything. After returning to the General Star's hall, Lu Ming sat on his bed. His thoughts were in a mess and he could not calm down. Today's Emperor's birthday banquet allowed him to truly see the dark and turbulent situation in the Burning Sun Empire. He had a feeling that the Blazing Sun Empire was about to fall into chaos. In the near future, a terrifying storm would probably be brewing. He, on the other hand, was already deeply involved in the whirlpool because of his friends and family, and it was difficult for him to stay out of it. The only thing he could do now was to improve his strength as much as possible. Without strength, he would only be crushed into dust in this storm. He took a few deep breaths, adjusted his mood, and began to cultivate. Somewhere in the imperial capital, there was a group of extremely luxurious palaces, even more luxurious than the imperial palace. This was the residence of the 10 Direction Sword School in the imperial capital. In a large hall in the depths of the palace, Qiu Wuyang sat at the head of the table. Below him were the golden-robed elders of the 10 Directions Sword sect. Bang! Qiu Wuyang slammed the table and said with a gloomy face, Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Ghost Moon Saber Sect. I knew that they wouldn't agree. A bunch of damn things. Sect leader, especially that Lin Shuai, they have been targeting the sect leader at every turn. They even dared to fight with the sect leader. They are overestimating them Slaviers. A golden-robed elder said. Lin Shuai, the mystical sword sect won't be arrogant for long. Qiu Wuyang sneered. Qiu Wuyang pondered for a moment and said, it's time to let them know the strength of our 10-direction sword school. Pass down my order. Let the younger generation attack first. Let them know how weak their so-called geniuses are. Yes. The golden-robed elders acknowledged in unison. 3 days later, a piece of news swept through the entire imperial city like a storm. Guan Hong, one of the 6 heroes of the 10-direction sword sect, challenged Feng Wuji of the mystical sword sect and Ling Yanqi of the Crimson Cloud Valley. The location was at the highest peak of the imperial capital, the peak of Sunset Peak. Once the news spread, everyone went crazy. Other than the Shifang Sword School, the other 4 major sects each had 1 member of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Only the 10-direction sword school had 2. One of them was Qiu Changkong, and the other was Guan Hong. Qiu Changkong, the leader of the 6 heroes, was incomparably powerful. There was no doubt that he was able to suppress the other 5. As for the other 5, they had never fought each other before, so no one knew who was stronger. Now was it finally time to fight? Countless people swarmed toward Setting Sun Peak, hoping to witness the battle between the 6 heroes. When Lu Ming ended his 3-day closed-door cultivation and walked out of his room, he saw Ming Feng rushing in. Ming Feng, what's the rush? Lu Ming asked. Big brother Tianyun, let's go to Sunset Peak. The battle between the 6 heroes is about to begin. Guan Hong is challenging Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. My big brother and the others have already rushed over and told me to come and find you. If we don't go now, it will be too late. Ming Feng panted. A battle between the 6 heroes. Lu Ming was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. He grabbed the bright peak and took a step forward. He was already 50 meters away. Only one word was heard. Let's go. Lu Ming grabbed Ming Feng and used the high flight step. He was as fast as the wind and rushed toward Setting Sun Peak. Sunset Peak was located in the western part of the imperial capital. When Lu Ming neared Sunset Peak, he saw a shocking scene. From all directions, countless silhouettes formed into long dragons that rushed toward Setting Sun Peak. There were so many people that it was impossible to distinguish them. Among them, there were even martial arts grandmaster powerhouses. Lu Ming followed the crowd and quickly approached Sunset Peak. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a terrifying rumble was heard from the peak of Sunset Peak. The war has started. Guan Hong and Feng Wuji have started their war. Someone shouted. Let's go and take a look. Buzz. Buzz. One figure after another began to climb up Setting Sun Peak. Lu Ming held onto the bright peak as if it was weightless. He stepped on a piece of green grass and his figure shot forward for hundreds of meters, approaching the peak. Boom! On the mountaintop, the rumbling sounds continued. Lu Ming looked up and saw 2 figures charging at each other in the sky above the mountain. The sword chi was shocking and the terrifying shock waves were surging outwards. A suffocating pressure filled the air. What powerful battle prowess! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. With his eye of discernment, he could naturally tell that one of them was Feng Wuji of the mystical sword sect. The other man was tall and had a wild aura. The sword in his hand was an extremely wide giant sword. He must be Guan Hong. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, he had reached the peak. At this moment, Guan Hong and Feng Wuji had already exchanged a few hundred moves. Feng Wuji, admit your defeat. Guan Hong let out a long cry and then slashed out a shocking sword light. Chapter 256, The 6 Heroes Change. This sword seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Its power was so strong that it was shocking. Feng Wuji also let out a long howl and slashed out a shocking sword radiance. Boom! Terrifying shockwaves rumbled in the air, the space around them trembled violently under the sword chi. After that, Feng Wuji was forced back, his body trembled and a trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Feng Wuji is injured, Feng Wuji has lost. And NBSP. Instantly, the area around Sunset Peak began to ring out with thunderous cries. Countless people were shouting in excitement. The other 5 of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes finally had a winner. Guan Hong defeated Feng Wuji. The Shifeng Sword School is too strong. Not only is Qiu Changkong suppressing everyone, even Guan Hong is so strong. The number 1 sect in the Burning Sun Empire is indeed worthy of its name. In the future, the 10 Direction Sword School will be even stronger. Many people sighed. Feng Wuji, you're only a so-so. Guan Hong's figure was majestic as he stood in the air and said proudly. Feng Wuji's face turned dejected, he sighed and said, Guan Hong, I didn't expect you're sure to be at the major accomplishment stage. My defeat is not an injustice. Feng Wuji, in my opinion, you are not qualified to be on the same level as me. The 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun shall be changed to 5 heroes from now on. Guan Hong smiled proudly. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed drastically, especially Feng Wuji's. Guan Hong's words were basically kicking Feng Wuji out of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun. If that was really the case, Feng Wuji wouldn't be the only one affected, but the entire mystical sword sect. The mystical sword sect's reputation would take a huge hit, and some geniuses might not even choose to join the mystical sword sect in the future. Guan Hong, you were just lucky to win against Brother Feng by 1 move. What are you so arrogant for? A loud roar came from the side. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and realized that there were a few people standing in the sky. Lu Ming was distracted by the battle between Feng Wuji and Guan Hong earlier and did not pay much attention to them. He only noticed them now. There were a total of 4 people. Lu Ming had seen 3 of them at the Emperor's birthday banquet. They were the other 3 of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Ling Yanqi of the Crimson Cloud Valley. He was the one who had spoken just now. There was also Shangguan Yi of the Ghost Moon Saber sect and Zuilian of the Heavenly Fiend sect. There was another person who was very young, only 23 or 24 years old. He was carrying a broad sword on his back and standing proudly. Guan Hong's eyes turned to Ling Yanqi. Guan Hong, this time you said you wanted to challenge me and Brother Feng. Now it's my turn. I won't take advantage of you. You can start meditating now. When you've recovered, we'll fight. Ling Yanqi continued. Ling Yanqi, who said I wanted to fight you? The one who is dealing with you is someone else. Guan Hong laughed coldly. Someone else? Ling Yanqi was stunned and could not help but look at Shangguan Jie and Zuilian. Ling Yanqi, you're looking at the wrong place. I'm the one fighting you. The young man with a sword on his back stepped forward and said arrogantly. You. Ling Yanqi was stunned. Everyone else in the audience was stunned. It was obvious that this young man was a disciple of the 10 Direction Sword School, but almost no one knew him. The 10 Direction Sword sect actually wanted to let an unknown youth fight against Ling Yanqi. Was this arrogance or humiliation? Guan Hong, are you sure he has the right to fight me? Ling Yanqi's eyes were filled with anger. We'll know whether you're qualified or not after the battle. Guan Hong sneered. The 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun will be replaced from now on. The young man said arrogantly. Kid, you're very confident, aren't you? Ling Yanqi was so angry that he laughed. It's not confidence, it's strength. Remember, the one who defeated you is Qiu Changlai. The young man let out a long cry, and his aura burst out. The combat sword on his back automatically unsheathed, and he flew into the sky, slashing at Ling Yanqi. This sword caused the heavens and earth to shake. It was terrifying. In an instant, the expressions of most of the people present changed, and they were extremely shocked. This was because this sword was too powerful. In the sky, Ling Yanqi's expression became extremely serious. His body emitted heat waves. A battle spear appeared in his hand. With a wave of the spear, a giant flaming eagle formed and attacked Qiu Changlai. Boom! With a loud boom, Ling Yanqi and Qiu Changlai were forced back. Then, they roared in anger and started to fight again. He's too strong. Who exactly is this Qiu Changlai? Before, he was unknown, but his battle strength was so strong that he could actually fight with Ling Yanqi. I'm afraid he's a genius secretly trained by the 10 Direction Sword School. On Sunset Peak, countless people were watching the battle in the sky and discussing it. In the sky, Feng Wuji, Sheng Guanyi, and the others also had a serious expression on their faces. On the other hand, Guan Hong's lips curled into a cold smile. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued, and in the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Bang! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then a figure flew back. It was Ling Yanqi. The entire place fell silent. Could it be that Ling Yanqi had lost? Buzz! Ling Yan's red hind legs moved 1,000 meters before he stopped. He stood still in the void, unmoving. All of a sudden, Ling Yanqi's body trembled, and an arrow of blood shot out from his chest. At this moment, everyone saw that there was a long sword wound on Ling Yanqi's chest. He had lost. Ling Yanqi had lost. He had lost at the hands of an unknown youth from the 10 Direction Sword sect. The setting sun peak was in an uproar. This news was like a whirlwind, spreading from the setting sun peak to the entire imperial city. The 10 Direction Sword sect was too strong. First, it was Guan Hong who defeated Feng Wuji. Then, a young man emerged and defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. It was too shocking. From now on, the structure of the younger generation of the Scorching Sun sect would undergo a substantial change. Were they excluding Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi? Or should he add another person? No matter what, the reputation of the 10 Direction Sword School would reach its peak. In the sky, Ling Yanqi's body trembled slightly, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. I told you to remember that the one who defeated you was Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlai laughed arrogantly. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of disdain. Brother Ling, are you all right? Feng Wuji appeared beside Ling Yan's naked body and injected a stream of true qi into him. I'm fine. Ling Yanqi smiled sadly. Feng Wuji sighed. Today, he and Ling Yanqi were completely defeated. It was conceivable that in the future, the reputation of the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley would fall while the 10 Directions sword sect would rise even more. Wonderful, wonderful. The heroes of the 10 Direction Sword School are really admirable. Zuolian from Heavenly Fiend sect clapped his hands and walked out. He then looked at Shangguan Yen and said, Brother Shangguan, since you're here today, why don't we have a fight? Let's fight. Shangguan Yen was very direct as he stared at Zuolian. The crowd was extremely excited. Another 2 of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun were about to battle. Boom! Without any warning, Shangguan Yen and Zuolian started fighting. The 2 of them were engaged in an intense battle. Mingfeng, you stay here. I'll be leaving first. Lu Ming said to Mingfeng. Big brother Tianyun, the battle isn't over yet. Mingfeng was extremely surprised. Chapter 257, The Challenge from the 10 Direction Sword School. You can continue reading. Lu Ming smiled. He then moved and headed down Setting Sun Peak. He had not come to see the outcome of the battle between the 6 heroes, but to see their strength. Now, he had a rough idea of the strength of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, so there was no need to continue watching. He didn't care who won or lost among the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Lu Ming moved like a gust of wind and returned to the dormitory very quickly. He sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. The scene of the battle between the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun appeared in his mind. He already had a rough idea of the strength of the 6 heroes. Feng Wuji, Ling Yanqi, Guan Hong, Qiu Changlai, and the others were all at the peak of the third level of the martial ancestor realm. However, their combat strength was extremely terrifying. They were at least at the fifth level of the martial ancestor realm. One had to know that he was a martial arts grandmaster. The higher one's martial arts realm was, the harder it was to fight across realms. In the martial arts grandmaster realm, to be able to fight across one level was already considered a peerless genius, let alone 2 levels. As for Guan Hong and Qiu Changlai, the only reason they were able to win was because they were stronger in both momentum and martial arts. The Scorching Sun's 6 heroes indeed live up to their names. They're only in their 20s, but many grandmasters of the older generation are no match for them. Lu Ming secretly thought. However, Lu Ming was not dejected. Instead, there was a burning flame in his eyes. Although the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun were strong, he was confident that he would catch up to them and even surpass them in no time. After some thought, Lu Ming left the General Star Hall and went to the Treasure Pavilion again. He spent the last 400,000 spiritual crystals on 100 Class 9 Lever 3 demonic cores. After buying the demonic pill, Lu Ming headed straight into the Divine Wind Valley. The tough training continued. Every day, Lu Ming had gained something. Be it his cultivation, martial arts techniques, or controlling force, he had improved. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Lu Ming had refined all 100 demonic cores. He finally walked out of the Holy Wind Valley. He returned to the dormitory but did not walk in. Instead, he walked towards Ming Feng's dormitory. He wanted to find Ming Feng to inquire about the situation in the imperial capital in the past month. He had a premonition that the imperial capital would not be peaceful this month. There would definitely be many things happening. When he arrived at Ming Feng's dormitory, he realized that Ming Feng was not there. Could it be at Ming City? Lu Ming had an idea. He walked toward Ming City's dormitory. Now, Ming City had long replaced the position of the top 10 masters of the Baiqi Outer Hall. They lived in a courtyard. When he arrived at Ming Cheng's dormitory, he found Ming Feng and Ming Zhu there. They were sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard and chatting. "Big brother Tianyun, you've come out of your seclusion," Ming Feng said with a smile when he saw Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, others say that I'm a martial arts fanatic, but I think that you're the real one. How can you still cultivate in seclusion at this time?" Ming Cheng laughed. "Oh, why can't I go into seclusion in peace? Has something major happened in the imperial capital during this period of time?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. Of course, during this period of time, the imperial city has been in a state of turmoil. Ming Cheng said, "A month ago, the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes fought. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were defeated, while Shangguan Yi and Zhuo Lian fought for 1,000 moves, but neither of them won." However, this matter did not stop there. A few days later, the gold-ranked disciples of the various sects fought again. It was extremely intense, but the 10-direction sword school was extremely powerful. In the battle between the gold-ranked disciples, the 10-direction sword school had the upper hand. About 10 days ago, the Omnipresent Sword School sent a 9th-grade Great Martial Master to challenge the Mystical Sword School, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and the General Star Hall. The General Star Hall was the first to suffer a crushing defeat. The strongest group of people in the inner hall were defeated by a disciple of the Omnipresent Sword School. After that, the Crimson Cloud Valley and the Mystical Sword Sect also suffered a crushing defeat. The disciples sent by the Omnipresent Sword Sect were too strong. They were invincible in the realm of the Great Martial Master. The disciples on the Esilavir ranking of the Mystical Sword Sect were almost completely defeated. Ming Cheng roughly explained the matter. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. Many things had happened in the imperial capital in the past month. In the past month, the 10-direction sword sect's reputation has been at its peak, while the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley's reputation has declined sharply. The royal family has been suppressed even more. It is said that the Mystical Sword Sect has already mobilized the geniuses with special bloodlines from the Qilin Yard to compete with the geniuses from the 10-direction sword sect. Ming Cheng said. Big Brother, one of the 9th grade Grandmaster Realm geniuses from the Omnidirectional Sword School, has a special bloodline. If the Mystical Sword School or the Crimson Cloud Valley's geniuses with special bloodlines arrive, we might be able to fight them. Mingzhu's eyes sparkled as she spoke. It's hard to say. I heard that some of the strongest great martial masters in the 10-Direction Sword School haven't even made a move yet. Ming Cheng said. It can't be. Ming Cheng and Ming Feng were tongue-tied. Ming Cheng, brother Ming Cheng, something big has happened. Suddenly, a young man rushed in. Che Yuan, what happened? Ming Cheng asked the young man. I heard that the geniuses with special bloodlines from the Mystical Sword Sect have arrived, and the disciples from the 10 Directions Sword Sect have already come to challenge them. The young man said. What? That's fast. Let's go and take a look. Ming Cheng called out. He then looked at Lu Ming. Brother Tian Yun, do you want to come along? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he nodded. Together with Ming Cheng and the rest, they rushed towards the Mystical Sword Sect's residence in the Imperial City. When they arrived, they noticed that the entrance of the Mystical Sword Sect's mansion was already surrounded by people. At the very front, there were more than 10 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. A disciple from the 10 Directions Sword Sect stood at the entrance of the Mystical Sword Sect's residence and shouted arrogantly, Mystical Sword Sect trash, get the hell out here. What special bloodline genius? I'm guessing they're just a bunch of trash. Haha. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect laughed out loud. They were filled with contempt. The few men guarding the gate of the Mystical Sword Sect were ashen-faced. Trash from the Mystical Sword Sect? Get out here. Are you trying to be a coward? The young man at the front continued to call out. Tianyun, this young man's name is Wu Kuei. He's extremely powerful, and he's been able to defeat almost all the Grandmaster martial artists of the Mystical Sword Sect by himself. Ming Cheng whispered to Lu Ming. Squeak. At this moment, the gate of the Mystical Sword Sect's residence opened, and a few young men and women walked out. There were a total of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. All of them had threatening auras, and one could tell at a glance that they were dragons among men. Wu Kuei, don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated the trash from the 4 great halls. It's your biggest mistake to compare us with them. A young man carrying a battle axe walked out and said in a cold and arrogant manner. Lu Ming could not help but purse his lips. The people of Qilin Hall were all the same. No matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, they all had a high and mighty appearance. Of course, Qiu Yu was an exception, Lu Ming added in his heart. There are different levels of special bloodlines. Some special bloodlines are trash. In my opinion, you guys are no different from those trash. Wu Kuei laughed in disdain. You're looking for death. The young man from the Mystical Sword Sect who was carrying a battle axe on his back roared in anger. Genuine qi gushed out, and the battle axe on his back flew out automatically into the young man's hand. Chapter 258. His head was crushed flat. Slash. The young man from the Mystical Sword Sect shouted as he swung his battle axe down. The battle axe carried a terrifying aura. Obviously, these geniuses standing at the peak of the great martial master realm had all comprehended force, and their mastery wasn't weak. Small tricks. Wu Kuei sneered and threw a punch. A terrifying fist force hit the battle axe. Thump. With a loud bang, the young man with the battle axe retreated slightly. Damn it, explode. The battle axe young man roared as an ancient battle axe floated above his head. On the battle axe, there were 6 blood-red chakras. This was his special bloodline. The battle axe shook and merged with the young man, causing his aura to soar. Sky-splitting slash. The young man let out a long howl and struck out with his axe. This axe could split mountains and split the sky. It was twice as powerful as the previous one. Buzz. At that moment, Wu Kuei's body flashed with a blood-red light. Then, A vast mountain appeared above his head. The mountain was ancient, like the ancient and wild Devil Mountain. Wu Kuei's bloodline was like a mountain. Without a doubt, it was a special bloodline. It's amazing. Wu Kuei's bloodline is like a mountain. I've never seen him use it before. Someone shouted. Prison-suppressing Devil Mountain. Wu Kuei roared and punched out. The terrifying fist force turned into a vast demonic mountain and pressed down on the battle-axe young man. Split it open. The young man with the battle-axe shouted as his battle-axe chopped down on the mountain. Boom! With a violent tremor, the mountain was not split open. Instead, the young man with the battle-axe trembled violently. His body was pressed down by the heavy mountain and smashed onto the ground. With a blood-curdling screech, the young man with the battle-axe was crushed into a meat paste by the mountain. A genius with a special bloodline was killed just like that. A special bloodline contains ancient secrets. Only by comprehending mysterious secret skills and divine abilities from it can the power of the special bloodline be fully exerted. What's the use of a trash who can only use his unique bloodline to comprehend force and cultivate martial techniques in this world? Wu Kuei's mocking voice was heard. The remaining young men from the mystical sword sect had extremely unsightly expressions. Now, who's going to go up? Wu Kuei looked at the remaining people. At the martial grandmaster realm, the duration of the bloodline explosion had been increased to an astonishing 10 minutes, and he could already last for a long time in battle. The remaining people from the mystical sword sect looked at each other with grave expressions. For a moment, no one appeared. What's wrong? You don't dare to fight? You're a bunch of trash. Is this the strength of the mystical sword sect? What a disappointment. Let me tell you, there are 5 people stronger than me in the 10-direction sword school. Wu Kuei sneered. What? There were 5 more? It's impossible. Someone shouted. Wu Kuei's words shocked everyone. Initially, everyone thought that with Wu Kuei's strength, he would definitely be one of the top few in the 10-direction sword sect. He might even be the strongest person in the 10 directions sword sect at the Great Martial Master realm. However, Wu Kuei actually said that there were 5 people from the 10-direction sword school who were stronger than him. How was this possible? If it was true, it was too terrifying, right? Your mystical sword sect can't even defeat me, the 6th-ranked sect. In my opinion, you should just withdraw from the 5 major sections. Wu Kuei continued to mock. Damn it, I'll fight you. A young man with a sword on his back walked out of the 3 remaining people from the mystical sword sect. There was nothing much to say. A huge battle immediately broke out. Unfortunately, Wu Kuei was too powerful. The bloodline of the young man carrying a combat sword was an ancient combat sword. He was even stronger than the young man with the battle axe, but he was still no match for Wu Kuei. After more than 30 moves, the young man with a sword on his back was forced to cough up blood by Wu Kuei's mountain. If he was not strong enough, he would have been crushed into a pulp. The mystical sword sect had lost another person. Who else is there? Hurry up and come up for a fight. Wu Kuei laughed arrogantly. The remaining 2 people from the mystical sword sect had extremely unsightly expressions. They were not as powerful as the young man with the sword. If they went up, they would only be humiliating themselves and might even lose their lives. However, they were already the strongest among the great martial masters in the mystical sword sect. Who else is coming up? Don't they even dare to fight? What a bunch of trash. Wu Kuei laughed. In the crowd, Lu Ming looked on coldly. He had no intention of making a move. What did the loss of the mystical sword sect have to do with him? He had no interest in making a move. In the sky, Lin Shui and a few golden-robed elders stood among the clouds. They looked down with gloomy faces. I didn't expect the 10-direction sword school to secretly cultivate so many peerless geniuses over the years. Wu Kuei has already comprehended some secret skills from his bloodline. Ordinary special bloodlines are no match for him at all. A gold-robed elder sighed. It's a pity that Duan Mu Lin has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. If he was still in the martial grandmaster realm, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Another golden-robed elder said. After that, they all fell silent. Now that their defeat was set in stone, what they had to think about was how to reduce the impact as much as possible. Junior brother Wu Kuei, it seems like they don't have the guts to fight anymore. Sigh, how disappointing. I thought I'd have a decent opponent today. Another disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School sighed. The mystical sword sect better withdraw from the ranks of the 5 great sects as soon as possible, so as not to embarrass yourself. Ha! Wu Kuei laughed. In the crowd, Lu Ming smiled and shook his head. He was about to walk out. Tianyun, is that you? Stop right there. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Lu Ming was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and turned around. A disciple from the omnipresent sword sect glared at Lu Ming with a sinister expression, gritting his teeth. It was obvious that this disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School had seen him before and recognized him. Beside Lu Ming, the others were shocked and could not help but step back. Only the 3 Ming siblings were left around Lu Ming. He's Tianyun. Wu Kuei's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. Yes, this person is Tianyun. He has repeatedly opposed our 10 Directions sword sect. He deserves to die 10,000 times. The young man who had recognized Lu Ming said with a murderous intent. During this period of time, other senior brothers went to look for him, but he was like a turtle hiding in its shell. Today, I finally saw him. The young man added. Hide. Lu Ming was speechless. He was only cultivating in seclusion. When did he hide? That's good, then I'll settle it conveniently. Wu Kuei smiled coldly and walked toward Lu Ming. He glared at Lu Ming and said, You're Tianyun? You should know that the crime you've committed is unforgivable. How about this, I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. This way, I can make the decision and leave your corpse intact. Wu Kuei put his hands behind his back and put on an arrogant expression. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This brother felt too good about himself. He wanted him to commit suicide. Is your brain broken? Or did your mother's father accidentally flatten your head? Lu Ming stared at Wu Kuei and said word by word. Pucci. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 259. Let's attack together. Actually, they did not want to laugh. However, Lu Ming's words really made them unable to hold back. Especially Ming Feng, he laughed until tears flowed out. Even the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School couldn't help but laugh. Wu Kuei's face turned the color of a pig's liver and his eyes turned red. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Bastard, die. Boom! Wu Kuei threw a punch at Lu Ming. The force of his fist condensed into a mountain and it was extremely powerful. Lu Ming sneered. He did not back down and threw a punch as well. Bang! Lu Ming's fist smashed into the mountain that Wu Kuei had sent out. A shocking scene unfolded. The mountain rumbled and exploded under Lu Ming's fist. Bang bang bang. Wu Kuei retreated 7 to 8 steps and his fist was trembling nonstop. The people around them gasped. How was it possible that Lu Ming had managed to force Wu Kuei back with one punch? The strength that Wu Kuei had just displayed was shocking. He suppressed many of the mystical sword sect's experts and was practically an invincible existence in the martial grandmaster realm. Yet he was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's punch. A few months ago, Lu Ming had displayed extremely powerful combat abilities at the Di Tian battle arena. He had been able to cross 2 levels and obtain 10 consecutive victories, which was extremely terrifying. However, he was only a 6th grade Great Martial Master. As for Wu Kuei, he was a peak 9th grade Great Martial Master and a peerless genius. Before this punch, no one had thought that Lu Ming could fight Wu Kuei. However, the truth was beyond their expectations. Damn it! You're courting death! Wu Kuei roared. His aura became even more terrifying like an enraged lion. What are you shouting for? You're too weak. Don't there still have a few people stronger than you in the 10 Directions Sword School? I don't have that much time to play with you. If you want to attack, then hurry up and attack together. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the other disciples of the omnidirectional sword school as he spoke indifferently. What? The disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect were stunned. The surrounding audience was also stunned. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the experts of the omnidirectional sword school. Was he crazy? In the sky, Lin Xue's eyes glowed as she stared at Lu Ming. This young man is quite strong, but he's underestimating the geniuses of the 10 Direction sword school. A gold-robed elder shook his head and said, I'm not looking down on the geniuses of the 10 Direction sword school. It's just that this young man is confident. Lin Xue said, You have the confidence? Did the sect leader mean that this little guy could challenge all the experts of the 10 Direction sword school and win? How was this possible? Even Qiu Changkong wasn't this strong when he was a martial grandmaster. The golden-robed elder said, We haven't fought yet, who knows? Lin Xue revealed a faint smile. The other gold-robed elders were bewildered. Arrogant, too arrogant. He's looking for death. Kill him. The disciples of the 10 Directions sword school roared. Tianyun, since you're so confident, don't blame us for winning with numbers. Let's attack together. A heroic-looking young man said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared beside Lu Ming, forming a triangle with Wu Kuei. Boom! Then, a shocking aura burst out from the young man's body. Then, a bloodline in the shape of a saber appeared. Without a doubt, it was also a special bloodline. As soon as the bloodline was released, a shocking saber radiance shot into the sky. Its aura was even more terrifying than Wu Kuei's. Buzz! Buzz! Then, with a flash, 4 more figures appeared around Lu Ming, surrounding him. The 4 of them all had bloodlines floating above their heads. 2 of them had special bloodlines, while the other 2 didn't have special bloodlines, but they were still extremely powerful. Every single one of them had a terrifyingly powerful aura. Each one of them was stronger than Wu Kuei. The faces of the mystical sword sect geniuses with special bloodlines were pale, and their eyes were filled with dejection. The surrounding onlookers also widened their eyes in shock. When Wu Kuei said that there were 5 people in the 10 Direction sword sect who were stronger than him, many people did not believe him and thought that he was trying to elevate the 10 Direction sword sect. However, they now knew that Wu Kuei was telling the truth. The 10 Direction sword sect really had 5 geniuses who were stronger than Wu Kuei. This was too shocking. Countless people were shocked by the power of the 10 Direction sword school. One of such geniuses is enough to sweep away geniuses of the same level, let alone 6. Tianyun is finished. He will definitely die here today. What a pity for a genius. Given time, he will definitely not be any weaker than the 6 heroes. Everyone sighed. Do it. At this moment, the 6 peerless geniuses attacked together. Boom. Boom. 6 different attacks were launched at Lu Ming from different directions. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. Every single one of them had the power of a 1-stage martial ancestor realm. The martial grandmaster and the martial grandmaster were 2 completely different realms. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Very few people in the great martial master realm had the combat power to fight against a 1-dan martial ancestor realm. Right now, the 6 people from the 10 Direction sword school were almost at the 1-stage martial arts grandmaster realm. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Wind, fire. Lu Ming said softly. He clenched his right hand in the air and a long spear was formed. Wind and fire were integrated into the long spear. Boom! Following that, Lu Ming bent his legs slightly and exerted all his strength. The ground under his feet exploded and a huge hole appeared. The floor cracked like a spiderweb. Lu Ming's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. He thrust the long spear upwards, making a terrifying whistling sound. Boom! Lu Ming's spear created a huge hole in the joint attack of the 6 of them. Lu Ming soared straight up into the sky. Charge and surround him. A genius from the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. Then, 6 figures shot up from the ground and flew hundreds of meters into the air. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming muttered and struck his palm down. Who? The spirit chi between heaven and earth surged wildly and gathered towards Lu Ming. A huge palm print appeared in the air. The lines on the palm were clear as if it was real. The huge palm print slammed down. The air exploded wherever the palm print passed. It was extremely terrifying. Not good, let's join forces to resist. The expressions of the 6 people from the 10 Directions Sword School changed drastically, and they let out a horrified roar. The 6 of them used all their strength, and suddenly, 6 terrifying attacks gathered together and blasted toward the huge palm print. Suppress! Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he shouted. Boom! The palm print collided with the attacks of the 6 people, and the force swept out, forming a terrible shock wave that rushed in all directions. Not good. Below, the crowd's expressions changed drastically, and they scattered in all directions. Bang! Bang! The ground was swept up by the force, and huge pits were blasted out. Bang! Then, with a deafening sound, the combined attack of the 6 people from the 10 Directions Sword School was shattered by the palm print. The palm print didn't stop and continued to press down. How did this happen? Wu Kuei roared. The 6 geniuses from the 10 Directions Sword School wanted to escape, but they were already enveloped by the human Dao Palm, so it was difficult for them to escape. Chapter 260, Chapter 260 Killing at the Door. Boom! With a deafening boom, the 6 geniuses of the 10 Directions Sword School were directly smashed to the ground by the huge palm print. They heavily hit the ground, creating 6 large pits and sending smoke and dust into the air. In the distance, countless people watched this scene in a daze. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. They even forgot to breathe. They could only stare with wide eyes, as if they wanted to engrave this scene in their hearts forever. It was simply too shocking. Any one of the 6 peerless geniuses of the 10 Directions Sword School could defeat almost all the great martial masters in the Burning Sun Empire. However, the 6 of them had joined forces but were defeated by Lu Ming with 1 palm. Even a fool could see the difference. The remaining 3 mystical sword sect geniuses with special bloodlines stared at Lu Ming in disbelief, as if they could not believe that such a genius existed in the world. Then, the dejection in their eyes deepened. Before they came to the imperial city, they were proud and arrogant, high and mighty. They thought that they had special bloodlines, that they were the darlings of heaven and earth, and looked down on martial artists with ordinary bloodlines. They believed that there was no one stronger than them in a battle of the same level. However, not long after he arrived at the imperial capital, he received a fatal blow. They were no match for Wu Kuei, who had defeated them all. However, such an opponent whom they looked up to and 5 geniuses who were more powerful than Wu Kuei had been defeated by Lu Ming in 1 move. This simply subverted their understanding of the world. The blow to them was too great. In the past, we dominated the mystical sword sect and thought that we were invincible. It turns out that we've been sitting on the fence all this time. The only woman among the 3 sighed softly. The other 2's eyes flickered, and then they sighed. There would always be someone better, and there would always be someone better. They only truly understood this truth today. In the sky, Lin Shui and the few gold-robed elders were also dumbfounded. Amazing, truly amazing. The General Star's Hall actually has such a genius. Looking at his age, he should be in his 20s, right? A gold-robed elder sighed with envy. In fact, Lu Ming's actual age was not even 18 years old. He only looked like he was in his 20s because he was wearing a disguise or mask. The second level of the earth-level palm technique, the force of fire is at the advanced level, the force of wind is at the initial level, and his Zhen Qi is extremely strong. Genius, a real genius. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled. Even though he had thought highly of Lu Ming, he was still sighing. Big Brother Tianyun is mighty. Big Brother Tianyun is invincible. Ming Feng reacted and shouted in excitement. When the dust settled, everyone saw 6 big pits on the ground. The 6 geniuses from the 10 Directions Sword School were lying in the pits, motionless and covered in blood. Although he was still breathing and not dead, many of his bones had been broken. Without a month or 2 of recuperation, he would not be able to recover. What genius! You're nothing more than this. Lu Ming glanced at Wu Kuei and the rest indifferently. Wu Kuei and the others were so angry that they almost spat out another mouthful of blood. If they weren't so badly injured, they would have shouted out loud. He was angry and regretful. During this period of time, they had swept across the mystical sword sect, boosted the morale of many geniuses from the Star Temple and the Crimson Cloud Valley, and pushed the reputation of the 10 Direction Sword sect to the peak. But now, the 6 of them were defeated by Lu Ming with one palm. It would be a joke if this news spread. It would definitely be a huge blow to the reputation of the omnidirectional sword school. All their hard work during this period of time had been reduced to nothing by Lu Ming's palm. "Ah, good." In the sky, a golden-robed elder laughed. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Wu Kuei and the rest. He did not attack again and turned to leave in big strides. Ming Cheng and the others quickly followed. Countless gazes followed Lu Ming's movements, watching his back as he left. It was a proud, determined, and unyielding back. In the sky, Lin Shui looked at Lu Ming's back and was shocked. In his eyes, the back of Tian Yun and the back of another young man were extremely similar. "Lu Ming," Lin Shui muttered, her eyes shining. After a long time, she sighed. This long sigh contained a trace of regret. "Perhaps I made the wrong choice." Lin Shui sighed in her heart. General Star's Hall, Lu Ming's room. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed. "I'm very close to the 9th Great Grandmaster realm now. I need to break through as soon as possible so that I can refine the blood refinement pill and improve the foundation of my second bloodline." Lu Ming pondered secretly. Before the Emperor's birthday, Lu Ming would be in seclusion in the Earth Cave for 3 months. A month ago, he had refined 100 demonic cores and his cultivation had reached the peak 7th grade Great Master realm. In the next 2 months, he successfully broke through and reached the 8th grade Great Martial Master realm. In the past month, he had refined another 109th grade 3rd level demonic cores, and his cultivation had successfully entered the peak of 8th grade Great Martial Master. With his current cultivation base, the 3-path palm that had already reached the 2nd level, and the force of fire that had broken through to the phenomenal success stage, it was normal for him to defeat Wu Kuei and the others with one palm. He did not care about defeating Wu Kuei and the others at all. In his opinion, it was an insignificant matter. His current goal was to break through to the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm as soon as possible and then attempt to break through to the Martial Ancestor realm. Lu Ming immediately began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. That was because he felt a terrifying killing intent engulfing him. At the same time, he felt a sense of extreme danger, causing his heart to tremble and his hair to stand on end. Not good. There was no time to think. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming soared into the sky and rushed to the ceiling. Buzz! At this moment, a terrifying air-piercing sound was heard. 100-meter-long, extremely bright sword light slashed toward Lu Ming's dormitory. Boom! Lu Ming's dormitory, as well as the other rooms in front, back, up, down, and above, suddenly exploded. Broken stones and wood shavings flew in all directions. The entire building was split in half. Buzz! Lu Ming soared into the sky from the broken pieces of wood. Tian Yun died. Lu Ming saw 2 young men in the sky. Buzz! One of the yellow-robed young men swung his sword and another terrifying sword radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. The speed of the sword light was unbelievably fast and it arrived in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Ancient shield. Lu Ming growled. In front of him, 4 ancient shields were formed. The 4 shields were stacked in front of Lu Ming. Boom! The sword light struck the shield, causing it to shake violently. Then the first shield exploded, followed by the second, the third. In just a breath's time, the 4 shields were all shattered. However, within a breath's time, Lu Ming's blood meridian erupted and a powerful devouring force spread throughout his body. At the same time, he retreated frantically and took out the demon-subduing spear to block in front of him. Clang! The sword gleam slashed at the demon-subduing spear. Lu Ming's entire body trembled as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His body was like a cannonball as he crashed to the ground. Chapter 261. Overbearing and Overbearing. Lu Ming's figure fell rapidly. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the essential qi in his body burst out. He stomped on the ground heavily and his body continued to drift backward. You want to leave? Can you leave today? In the sky, the yellow-robed young man shouted coldly. He was shocked and furious. With his cultivation at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm and his surprise attack, he had not managed to kill Lu Ming with 2 consecutive slashes. This made him feel extremely humiliated. Die! The yellow-robed young man held the sword with both hands and slashed out. A terrifying sword light, hundreds of meters long, cut through the void and approached Lu Ming in an instant. Senior brother Huang, I'll join you. Next to the yellow-robed young man was a white-robed young man. He unsheathed his combat sword and thrust it forward. An extremely sharp sword qi pierced toward Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyelids twitched as if he was facing the god of death. Block it, block it. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He circulated his essential qi to the maximum and 4 ancient shields formed in front of him. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming waved his palm and cast the human path palm. A huge palm print appeared in front of him, carrying the power of wind and fire, and blasted forward. Boom! An earth-shattering roar shook the entire dormitory area of the Star Hall. One after another, figures rushed out of the dormitories and fled in all directions. Lu Ming's human path palm print, the ancient shield, was shattered. The terrifying force landed on Lu Ming's body. Bang! Lu Ming was like a cannonball, flying backward. He crashed through 2 dormitory buildings and flew hundreds of meters away. Lu Ming used his long spear to support himself on the ground. He drew a deep line on the ground before he stopped. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Still not dead. In the sky, the 2 young men were shocked. With their cultivation and combat strength, they could kill a first-tier martial arts grandmaster with a single strike. However, Lu Ming had blocked it head-on. He was only injured but not dead. This was too shocking. Kill! The 2 young men's killing intent burst forth. Their eyes were cold as they charged toward Lu Ming. Stop! With a few loud roars, a few streams of light broke through the air at an extremely fast speed and arrived above the dormitory building in an instant. They were the elders of the General Stars Hall. Get lost! The yellow-robed young man and the white-robed young man were extremely domineering. They slashed out with their combat swords, and their sword qi soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! The 3 elders of the General Star Hall were no match for him and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Stop! The 10 Direction Sword sect is too much. You killed my General Stars Hall students in public. I'd like to see how the 10 Direction Sword sect is going to explain this to the royal family. One of the patriarchs shouted as he looked at Lu Ming anxiously. Lu Ming was the unparalleled genius of the General Stars Hall now. He was the hope of the future. Nothing must happen to him. However, the 2 young men from the 10 Directions Sword School were gold-ranked disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. In addition, they were top geniuses, so their combat strength could even compete with those in the 3rd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Among the 3 of them, the strongest was only at the 2nd stage of the martial ancestor realm. The other 2 were only at the 1st stage of the martial ancestor realm and were not his match at all. Explanation? Why should we, the 10 Direction Sword sect, Have to deal with the royal family. What a joke. Tingru has opposed the 10 Direction Sword School and killed many of their geniuses. He deserves to die. Get out of my way now, or you'll all die. The yellow-robed young man shouted in an overbearing manner. The 3 elders of the General Star's Hall had ugly expressions on their faces, but they stood firmly in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood. He leaned on the ground with his long spear and stood up straight, looking at the sky. It was indeed the disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School. It seemed that the 10 Direction Sword School had been forced into a corner. They had actually sent a gold disciple to directly attack the General Star Hall. Then, his gaze fell in the direction of the dormitory. It was already in ruins and there were constant wails. Lu Ming had managed to dodge the first attack, but the others did not have the ability to do so. At least 10 people had died under that sword and many more were injured. Fortunately, Ming Feng had been living in Ming City during this period of time. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Damn it. Lu Ming held the spear shaft tightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Senior Brother Huang, there's no need for so much nonsense. Just kill him directly. The white-robed young man was even colder, his gaze as sharp as a sword. He took a step forward and charged forward. Hold on, there will be experts soon. And NBSP, die. An elder shouted in rage and charged forward with all his strength. The other 2 elders were the same, but they were not his match at all. After a dozen moves, they were injured and forced to retreat. One of the elders in the first realm of the martial ancestor realm even lost an arm. You're overestimating yourself. The yellow-robed young man sneered with disdain. Impudent. Suddenly, there was a loud roar and a snow-white blade light slashed from the distance. It cut through the void and arrived in an instant. Not good, martial ancestor 4 stage. The 2 young men's expressions changed, and they each slashed out with their swords. However, they were swept away by the saber radiance and were sent flying thousands of meters. Whoosh! In the sky, several streams of light arrived in an instant. There were 3 people in total, 2 old men and 1 young man. Hua Qi. This young man was Hua Qi. He was enveloped by an elder's true qi, which was why he could walk in the air. I'm here, let's see who can kill Tian Yun. Hua Qi's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the 2 youths from the 10 Direction Sword sect. 8th Prince, Tian Yun is going against the 10 Direction Sword School. He's trying to destroy the relationship between the 10 Direction Sword School and the royal family. He has ulterior motives. Be careful, or the royal family might be harmed by him. The yellow-robed young man said coldly. You don't have to worry about this. I will find out. Now, get out of the General Star Hall. Hua Qi coldly shouted in an extremely domineering manner. You bastard, Hua, I'm giving face to the royal family by calling you the 8th prince. Don't be ungrateful. The yellow-robed young man said angrily. This ant, Hua Qi, actually dared to tell him to get lost. He was a golden disciple of the 10 Direction Sword School, a high and mighty figure. In the 5 great sects, gold disciples were extremely rare. Every single one of them was a figure whose name shook the blazing Sun Empire, and their status was not much lower than the gold-robed elders. This was because they had unlimited potential. They would have no problem becoming gold-robed elders in the future. And now Hua Qi, this ant, was berating them. So what if he was the 8th prince? Their gazes were extremely cold. If you don't want to get lost, then I'll make you get lost. Let me tell you, the imperial capital is, after all, the imperial capital of the imperial family. Hua Qi coldly shouted. Beside him, 2 old men exploded with powerful auras. One was in the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm, while the other was in the 4th level. The yellow-robe young man and the white-robe young man showed a look of fear. If he was at the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm, they could still fight him. But at the 4th level, even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him. The difference was too great. Good 8th prince, let's wait and see. The yellow-robed young man said, "Good," 3 times in a row, but his voice was extremely gloomy. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Tian, if you're so capable, then don't leave the General Star Hall for the rest of your life. We'll wait for you outside the General Star Hall and see how long the imperial family can protect you." After saying that, the yellow-robed young man and the white-robed young man stepped on the air and disappeared. Chapter 262, Father's Whereabouts. Looking at the sky, Lu Ming appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Martial Arts Grandmaster, Martial Arts Grandmaster. I have to break through to the Martial Arts Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. Right now, I seem to be invincible among the great martial masters, but it's still not enough when I encounter a strong martial arts grandmaster. The day I break through to Wu Zone will be the day you die. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. Hurry up and rescue the injured and clean up the dormitory. The elder of the General Star Hall instructed his men. On the side, Hua Qi's eyes were filled with intense killing intent and unwillingness. He had been attacked in public, destroyed a few buildings, killed more than a dozen students, and injured many more. As for the people he had brought, they clearly had the ability to make the other party stay, but they could only watch helplessly as the murderer left. This humiliation made Hua Qi's entire body tremble. After a long while, Hua Qi took a deep breath and walked to Lu Ming's side. "Tian Yun, are your injuries all right?" "I'm fine." Lu Ming smiled. Although his injuries were not light, they did not hurt his core. It would not take long for him to recover. "I really didn't expect that the 10 Direction Sword School would dare to kill people in the General Star's Hall so openly. They're getting more and more lawless. In the past, they would have some scruples." Hua Qi said. "This time, I have to thank you." Lu Ming said. "Why are you thanking me?" "Lu Ming, I have something to discuss with you today. I didn't expect to encounter what happened just now." "Oh, what's the matter?" Lu Ming asked. "It's about your father," Hua Qi said softly. "My father?" Lu Ming's heart trembled. His eyes shone with hope and he said in a trembling voice, "Don't tell me you're afraid." Hua Qi nodded and said, "Let's talk on the side." And NBISP. The two of them walked to a place where no one was. "Lu Ming, I've found out about your father." Hua Qi said. "Where is my father? Is he in the imperial capital?" Lu Ming asked in a trembling voice. Hua Qi shook his head. He was originally in the imperial capital. He was imprisoned by the people of the 10 Directions Sword Sect in an extremely secretive place in the northern part of the imperial capital. However, 7 days ago, a group of unknown people suddenly attacked that secret place. Your father has already been kidnapped by that group of people. What? They were taken away by a group of unknown people? Do you know why that group of people kidnapped my father? Lu Ming was shocked. Hua Qiyaolu shook her head. "I don't know about this. However, we've already found out that those people are rushing to the Forsaken Desolation, and the people from the Omnipresent Sword Sect are pursuing them with all their might. Lonely wasteland, I'm going to save my father immediately." Lu Ming revealed an anxious look. "Wait a minute, Lu Ming. Don't be anxious. Don't forget that the disciples of the Omnipresent Sword School are still waiting for you outside." Hua Qi called out. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. Yes, he had to deal with the 2 disciples of the Omnipresent Sword School first before he could go to the Forsaken Land. "Lu Ming, I'll find a way to lure the 2 disciples of the Omnipresent Sword School away. Also, my father has already sent 4 experts to the Forsaken Land in secret." At this point, a sword-shaped jade tablet appeared in Hua Qi's hand. He handed it to Lu Ming and said, "This is a 10,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman. The 4 experts sent by my father also have one. You can use it to send a message to them when you reach the desolate wilderness. You will be able to receive the other party's information within 10,000 miles. Hua Qi, many thanks." Lu Ming took it and thanked him sincerely. Hua Qi had really helped him a lot. I've already said that you don't need to thank me. Be careful on your way. What you said? Lu Ming nodded and smiled. Let's have a drink and chat when I'm back. All right, I'll go and draw away the two from the 10-direction sword school. Hua Qi nodded and left the General Star Hall with the two elders. About half an hour later, Hua Qi's figure appeared. He said, Lu Ming, you can leave now. Lu Ming nodded. He took out a black robe and put on a bamboo hat. He moved and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming left the General Star Hall and headed north along some side streets. After passing through 7 or 8 streets, he did not find any disciples from the 10-direction sword sect. Stop! Just as Lu Ming let his guard down, a delicate voice was heard. Buzz! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A beautiful figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Thank you. Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He looked at the person in front of him, dumbfounded. The young girl in front of him was extremely pretty. She was wearing a short skirt, revealing a pair of slender, fair and tender legs. She was staring at Lu Ming with her big eyes. Who else could it be but Xian Yanqing? He had never expected to meet Xian Yanqing here. Why did Xian Yanqing stop him? He had changed his appearance and was wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat, so Xian Yanqing would not be able to recognize him. Cough cough. Young lady, may I know why you are blocking my way? Lu Ming coughed a few times and lowered his voice. He sounded like a burly man in his 30s. Lu Ming, why are you pretending? I've finally found you. Come, let's have a big fight. The corners of Xian Yanqing's mouth lifted slightly as he said in disdain. Ah! Lu Ming was stunned. Xian Yanqing really recognized him. How was that possible? Could he have revealed something? But he looked around and didn't reveal anything. However, why did Xian Yanqing insist that he was Lu Ming? Lu Ming took off his bamboo hat and revealed his disguised face. Young lady, look, you've really got the wrong person. Xian Yanqing's lips curled up slightly, and his disdain grew. Lu Ming, stop pretending. No matter how you disguise yourself, I can still recognize you. No matter how you disguise yourself, your smell will never change. It just so happens that my nose is special. As long as I've smelled someone's smell, I can recognize them even if they turn into ashes. This works too. Lu Ming was speechless. He had never thought of this. Ah, monsieur, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you. Unfortunately, I have something urgent to attend to now. Please make way for me and we can talk another day. Lu Ming laughed and revealed his original voice. Lu Ming, it's not easy to meet you. Don't even think about leaving. I've said it the last time that I'll trample you ruthlessly under my feet the next time I see you. Come on, fight me. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming unkindly. I said, I'm not free right now. If I want to play, I'll play with you in the future. Lu Ming's voice sank. He was in a hurry to go to the Forsaken Land and had no time to fight with Xian Yanqing. I don't care. Don't even think about leaving today. Xian Yanqing blocked Lu Ming's path arrogantly. Move! He shouted. Lu Ming shouted coldly and pushed his palm forward. A powerful true qi gushed out, trying to push Xian Yanqing away. However, Xian Yanqing's body moved slightly and a powerful true qi surged out, canceling out Lu Ming's true qi. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He was a little surprised. After not seeing him for a while, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had also reached an astonishing level. Chapter 263, The Great Battle in the Desolate Wasteland. Xian Yanqing was also a little surprised. Clearly, Lu Ming's ability was beyond her expectations. Good, you're quite strong. You'll be able to fight me. Xian Yanqing's eyes lit up. You're crazy, I don't have time to accompany you. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He then soared into the sky and dashed into the distance at top speed. Don't even think about leaving. Xian Yanqing shouted and kicked off with his legs. His body seemed to be weightless as he chased after Lu Ming at an incredible speed. He was not slower than Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming was shocked. He activated his midair steps to the maximum and walked in the air. In an instant he was hundreds of meters away. Not long after, he left the imperial capital and headed northwest. Behind him, Xian Yanqing followed closely. He could also walk in the air for a short time. This bitch is really sick. Forget it, if you want to follow, then follow. Lu Ming was speechless. He let her follow him while he used his body movement technique and moved forward at top speed. The lonely wasteland was located at the northwest border of the burning Sun Empire. It was a vast, dead wasteland that spanned 3 empires. It was the border of 3 empires. To the north was the Dark Moon Empire. To the northwest was the Blood Zhao Empire, a mid-tier empire. Empires were divided into low-tier empires, middle-tier empires, high-tier empires, and supreme-tier empires according to their strength. The Blazing Sun Empire and the Dark Moon Empire were both low-tier empires. Emperor Yun's 36 empires included 8 middle-tier empires, while the rest were all low-tier empires. A middle-tier empire was at least 10 times stronger than a low-tier empire. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would take him 4 to 5 days to reach the forsaken Desolation Land. After a day and a night, Lu Ming's essential qi was insufficient. He stopped to meditate to recover. Not far behind them, Xian Yanqing was also panting heavily. He stopped and sat cross-legged on the ground. He's really persistent. Lu Ming was rather speechless. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's essential qi had fully recovered. He saw Xian Yanqing standing up. How about this? I really have something urgent to attend to. After I'm done with this, I'll have a fight with you. Lu Ming said. Who knows where you'll run off to when the time comes? You treated me like that in the past, and I said that I'll definitely trample you under my feet. I said that, and I'll definitely do it. Don't even think about running away, I'll follow you. When you're done with your business, I'll teach you a good lesson. Xian Yanqing said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming was speechless. This lady's temper was too strange, right? Forget it, forget it. If you want to follow, then follow. Lu Ming was speechless. Following that, Lu Ming continued on his way. Xian Yanqing followed him from the side. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed, and the desolate wilderness was already in sight. He stood on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance. The desolate wasteland was extremely vast, like a giant beast lying in front. The two of them took a step forward and headed towards the desolate wilderness. Only after entering the forsaken land did he realize that it wasn't completely dead. He could see patches of trees and weeds. However, these trees and weeds didn't have leaves and looked lifeless. The surroundings were completely silent. Not even the chirping of insects or the chirping of birds could be heard. However, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing did not dare to be careless. This was because the Forsaken Desolation was a well-known danger zone that contained great danger. Roar! At this moment, the two of them saw a huge black tiger running through the wild forest. The tiger's aura was powerful. It was a Class 2 Level 3 demonic beast, and NBSP, hoo-hoo. At this moment, a black mist suddenly flew down from a leafless tree in front of the tiger. The black mist rolled towards the tiger and then flew away, disappearing into the tree. A tiger-shaped skeleton was left behind. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's scalps turned numb. They had seen clearly that the black mist that had flown out of the tree was a kind of tiny ants. However, there were too many of them and they were terrifyingly powerful. The giant tiger, a Class 2 Level 3 demonic beast, had turned into a skeleton before it could even scream. The desolate wilderness was indeed strange, so he had to be extra careful. The two of them continued to move forward, and there were no mishaps along the way. Soon, they were more than 300 miles deep. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In a flash, 8 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and the other man. The two of them froze and stopped. The 10 Direction Sword sect is here on business. We're temporarily commandeering this area. Please go back. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, said. His tone was overbearing. Since when did the Forsaken Desolation Land belong to the 10 Direction Sword School? This is the first time I've heard of it. Lu Ming sneered. If I say it's ours, then it's ours. Kid, don't be unreasonable. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold, and his body emitted a faint killing intent. Lu Ming was not wearing his bamboo hat at the moment. It was obvious that the people from the Omnipresent Sword sect had not seen Lu Ming before and did not recognize him. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the people from the Omnipresent Sword sect. The burly man in the lead had an extremely thick aura and was at the 1 Dan Martial Arts Grandmaster realm. The other 7 were all 9th grade Great Martial Masters. It was obvious that the 10 Direction Sword sect had mobilized a large force to capture Lu Yuntian. All right, let's go. Suddenly, Lu Ming said and turned to leave. Xian Yanqing's eyes flickered. Without saying anything, he turned and left with Lu Ming. Behind him, the middle-aged man from the 10 Directions Sword sect had a strong killing intent in his eyes. These 2 people are suspicious. I'd rather kill them wrongly than let them go. Kill them. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Kill. Immediately, the 2 9th grade Grandmaster Realm experts unsheathed their swords and charged at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. He was extremely fast and instantly appeared behind the 2 of them. The broad combat sword slashed down at their heads. However, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing suddenly turned around. Lu Ming waved his hand and a long spear appeared. It pierced through the 9th grade Grandmaster who was charging at him. With a snap of Xian Yanqing's fingers, the man's head flew high into the air and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. He could tell that Xian Yanqing's cultivation had already reached 9th grade Grandmaster realm. It seemed that Xian Yanqing had some kind of fortuitous encounter during this period of time. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have improved so quickly. It was because of his spirit-devouring bloodline that his cultivation base had skyrocketed. However, Xian Yanqing didn't have the spirit-devouring bloodline, yet his cultivation breakthrough was no slower than his. It was truly shocking. I knew you would do this. Lu Ming looked coldly at the remaining people from the Omnipresent Sword sect. In an instant, the 2 experts were killed, causing the middle-aged man and the others to be stunned. Then, they roared in anger. You dare to kill the disciples of my 10 Direction Sword School? You're looking for death. Kill them. The middle-aged man exuded a terrifying aura as he pounced toward Lu Ming. The remaining 5 9th grade Grandmaster Realm martial artists charged at Xian Yanqing. First level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. It's a good time to test my strength. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He shook his long spear and charged at his opponent. During this period of closed-door cultivation, he had gained a lot. His combat strength had increased rapidly, and he did not know what level he had reached. He had fought 2 times previously. The first time was against a peak 9th grade Great Martial Master, and the second time was against 2 geniuses at the peak 2nd grade Martial Grandmaster. The first time was too weak, and the second time was too strong. It was not a good test of Lu Ming's combat strength. This 1-stage Martial Ancestor Realm was just right. Chapter 264. Killing a First-Level Martial Ancestor Realm. A mere Great Martial Master dares to fight me? The middle-aged martial arts Grandmaster sneered. In his opinion, Lu Ming was overestimating himself and was courting death. Buzz! The middle-aged martial arts Grandmaster's combat sword was aimed at Lu Ming's head. He wanted to cut off Lu Ming's head with one strike. Buzz! Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and stabbed again. A bright spear gleam pierced forward. The spear radiance and the middle-aged martial arts Grandmaster's sword clashed. The middle-aged martial arts Grandmaster's expression changed drastically in an instant. Boom! A wave of extremely sharp and powerful force blasted towards the middle-aged martial arts grandmaster. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster's body trembled and he retreated rapidly. He slid back for dozens of meters in the forest, leaving a deep gully on the ground. How can a great martial master have such powerful strength? The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster roared in his heart. So this is your strength, it's not that great, kill. Lu Ming lifted his gun and charged at the other party. The long spear thrust out and beams of dazzling spear radiance burst out. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster tried his best, but he was still no match. After 6 moves, he was hit by Lu Ming's spear and flew out with a scream. Buzz! Lu Ming chased after him and smashed his long spear down from above. Bang! The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster screamed again. His body was smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. He lay in the pit and kept spitting out blood. He could not move. In a flash, Xian Yanqing appeared beside him. It was clear that she had already taken care of the 5 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm warriors. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster lay in the crater and looked at the 2 young people with shock in his eyes. Where did this young man pop out from? He was too terrifying, and his combat strength was simply shocking. Could he be a genius from the Blood Zhao Empire? The middle-aged Wu Zong thought. He had never heard of such a powerful great martial master in the Blazing Sun Empire. Unless it was a mid-tier empire like the Blood Zhao Empire, it would be normal to have such a genius. Tell me, what's the current situation of the person you're chasing? Where are they? Lu Ming stared at the middle-aged martial arts grandmaster coldly and asked, could it be that you are also after the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? I'm telling you, Qiu Changkong of the 10 Direction Sword sect is right in front of us. You're just a mere great martial master, and you want to interfere? You're really looking for death. The middle-aged Wu Zong shouted angrily. The secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? Qiu Changkong is also in front? Lu Ming's expression changed. He looked a little solemn and doubtful. The leader of the 6 heroes, Qiu Changkong, was actually hunting down his father. And the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? Is it related to a martial emperor? At the thought of this, Lu Ming was shocked. Above the martial ancestor realm was the martial king realm. They were known as kings and were extremely powerful. It was still a question whether or not there was a martial king in the vast Blazing Sun Empire. Even the overlords like Lin Shui had not reached the martial king realm. However, there was a huge difference between a martial king and a martial emperor. No, there was an even greater difference. There was no way to compare. After the martial king realm, there were still 3 major realms of the spiritual god realm. Above the 3 spiritual god realms was the martial emperor realm. A martial emperor could shatter the heavens and earth with a snap of their fingers, causing the sun and moon to lose their light. They were the strongest experts in the divine wilderness continent, unrivaled at the peak. As for whether there was a higher realm after the martial emperor realm, there were legends, but they were just legends. Could the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure be related to the martial emperor? Lu Ming could not help but be shocked. Lu Ming did not notice that Xian Yanqing's eyes glowed with surprise when he heard the key to the martial emperor's treasure. So I advise you to let me go quickly. I can hide what happened today. Otherwise, you will all end up in a miserable state. The middle-aged Wu Zong threatened. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he let out a shrill scream because Lu Ming had pierced his thigh with a spear. You talk too much nonsense. Tell me, where did you chase them to? Did you find the person you're chasing? Lu Ming asked coldly. The middle-aged Wu Zong broke out in cold sweat and screamed, I'll tell you, please don't kill me. He knew that he had met a ruthless person today, so he could only admit defeat and beg for mercy. Speak! Lu Ming shouted coldly. If we keep going forward from here, it's the experts of the Dark Moon Empire who have kidnapped the people we're pursuing. Our people are about to catch up with them. The middle-aged Wu Zong shouted. The Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming frowned, feeling that the situation was getting more and more complicated. He continued to ask, "How many experts did you bring this time?" Other than Qiu Changkong, there are a total of 7 people in the martial ancestor realm. Now, other than me, there are 6 more people and more than 100 martial artists in the martial grandmaster realm. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster answered honestly. "I've said everything I need to say. I beg you to let me go. I won't tell anyone about what happened today." The middle-aged Wu Zong begged. However, there was a flash of ferocity in the depths of his eyes. He secretly planned that as long as Lu Ming let him go, he would inform Qiu Changkong and let them die without a burial. "Let you go?" Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. With a flash of killing intent, he thrust his spear forward. "Don't be scared." The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster screamed. However, the next moment his scream came to an abrupt end because his heart had been pierced and crushed by Lu Ming. "I won't leave behind any hidden dangers." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Lu Ming, your combat strength is not bad. I'm looking forward to stepping on you even more." Xian Yanqing sized Lu Ming up carefully, his eyes glowing with passion. Lu Ming shivered and quickly changed the topic. "You don't want the spoils of war, but I want them." With that, Lu Ming fumbled around the bodies of the people from the omnidirectional sword sect. At the same time, he controlled his spirit-devouring bloodline and secretly devoured their blood essence. There was the blood essence of a first-level martial arts grandmaster here. Lu Ming did not want to miss it. After the battle just now, Lu Ming had a better understanding of his combat strength. It was equivalent to the peak of the first level of the martial ancestor realm. The middle-aged man was only in the early stage of the first level. Therefore, he was defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves due to his carelessness. However, such combat power was far from enough. Qiu Changkong was the leader of the 6 heroes. His combat strength was definitely terrifying, not to mention that there were other martial grandmasters present. It would be very difficult to save his father. He had to constantly improve his strength. Very quickly, Lu Ming had devoured all the blood essences of the 8 disciples of the omnidirectional sword school. 8 more storage rings appeared in his hands. "Hey, you can't keep the storage ring for yourself. I want the storage ring of that martial arts grandmaster." Xian Yanqing shouted. "On what basis?" Lu Ming did not give it to her. "No, I'm definitely taking it." Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth. "All right, but I'm going to cultivate for a while. Help me guard." Lu Ming said. "You can fuck me." Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and finally agreed. The 2 of them left the place and stopped in a valley more than 50 miles away. Lu Ming wanted to refine his blood essence and break through to the 9th grade Grandmaster realm. Xian Yanqing snorted coldly and stood guard at the entrance of the valley unwillingly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true War Dragon technique. Boom, boom, boom. The blood essence of a first-level martial arts grandmaster was too rich. It was constantly being converted into thick energy. Lu Ming refined it and converted it into essential qi. Lu Ming began to break through to the next realm. Chapter 265. Chapter 265. 2 sides fighting. About 2 hours later, a loud boom was heard from Lu Ming's body. A powerful aura burst out but was quickly retracted. 9th grade Great Master Realm, breakthrough. Not far away, Xian Yanqing's eyes widened in shock. He actually broke through just like that? To be honest, when she first saw Lu Ming, she was extremely shocked because Lu Ming's cultivation speed was too fast. Back in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral secret land, Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 grade lower than hers. He was only a 2nd grade grandmaster. It had only been half a year or so and Lu Ming's cultivation had increased to a terrifying level. If not for her fortuitous encounter, she would have been overtaken by Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming had a breakthrough again. She did not know how amazing Lu Ming's spirit-devouring bloodline was and was naturally shocked. All right, let's go. Lu Ming smiled, got up, and walked forward. Xian Yanqing's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, as if he wanted to see through him. The two of them headed towards the depths of the desolate wilderness. During this period, Lu Ming used the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman to send a voice transmission to the experts of the royal family. He received a response very quickly. However, Lu Ming did not meet up with the imperial family's experts. Instead, they split up. They were too big of a target when they gathered together. At this moment, in the depths of the desolate wilderness, in a certain wild forest, the light moved and a dozen figures in black robes appeared. There were a few old men and a few middle-aged men. Among them, there was only a young man in his 20s. However, the young man seemed to be the leader of the group. Damn it, the people from the 10 Direction Sword sect are really persistent. They're like a dog that won't let go. A middle-aged man said unhappily. If we didn't have this cripple with us, how could the 10 Direction Sword School catch up to us? The other man with a scar on his face said coldly as he looked at the other man. This person had a head of messy hair that reached his waist. His face was covered with a beard that drooped to his chest. His hair and beard were like a bird's nest, and he had not washed them for a long time. He was casually wearing a worn-out shirt that was covered in blood. His eyes were empty, staring at the sky in a daze, and he didn't pay any attention to the man with the knife scar. Seeing this, the knife-scarred man's eyes flashed with killing intent and he shouted in a low voice, "Lu Yuntian, don't play the fool in front of us. Hand over the Martial Emperor's secret key and tell us the whereabouts of the Martial Emperor's treasure. Otherwise, I'll kill you with a single slash." This dirty and messy man was actually Lu Yuntian, Lu Ming's father, who had disappeared for more than 8 years. At this moment, Lu Yuntian's eyes flickered as if he had come back to his senses. He looked at the knife-scarred man with a disdainful expression and said, "All right, then quickly kill me. You think I don't dare to? Damn it, when we return to the Inu Empire, I'll make you suffer. Let's see if you'll say it or not." The knife-scarred man roared. "I've been in the 10 Direction Sword School for more than 8 years. What kind of tricks have I not experienced? I didn't even say anything. Do you think you can do it?" Lu Yuntian's disdain grew. "Damn you, referee." The scar-faced man was so angry that his facial muscles trembled, causing the scar on his face to tremble. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yuntian. However, Lu Yuntian had too many secrets in his heart that they had to know. They had taken the risk to kidnap Lu Yuntian for those secrets. "All right, we'll investigate it when we get back." The most important thing now is how to get rid of the 10 Direction Sword sect and Qiu Changkong's pursuits. A white-haired old man waved his hand and said. The scar-faced man smiled at Lu Yuntian sinisterly and did not say anything else. "So what if we catch up? I'd like to have a battle with Qiu Changkong. I'd like to see how Qiu Changkong is qualified to be on the Cloud Emperor board." The only young man sneered. "Third Prince, don't be careless." The Yun Emperor list is the list of the strongest among the younger generation in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. There are only 36 people on it. Qiu Changkong is ranked 36th, which means his strength is absolutely terrifying. We can't underestimate him. The white-haired old man warned. However, the young man just smiled, apparently not too concerned. "Let's hurry and leave this place," the white-haired old man said. "Leave? Can you get a divorce now?" Suddenly, a cold shout came from the sky. A beam of rainbow light took the lead and rushed over, followed by 6 other beams of rainbow light. The white-haired old man's expression changed and he shouted in horror, "Qiu Changkong, this is bad. Let's go. No one can leave." A cold voice came from the rainbow light in front of him. Whoosh! An incomparably bright sword light flew out, slashing towards the people of the Dark Moon Empire. "Qiu Changkong, I'll fight you." The third prince of the Dark Moon Empire let out a long roar. With a wave of his hand, a round-shaped weapon, which looked like a bright moon, appeared. The wheel turned and slashed out a terrifying sharp light toward the sword Qi. Boom! With a deafening boom, a 100-meter-long ditch appeared on the ground as the two men's attacks swept across. Buzz! The space moved, and a tall and slender figure appeared in the air. He was about 25 or 26 years old, with a cold and handsome face, like a sharp sword. His long swordsman robe fluttered in the wind. This was Qiu Changkong, the leader of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. He was a famous genius in the entire Cloud King mountain range and was ranked on the Cloud King list. "Injuyo, so it's you guys," Qiu Changkong said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. "Ha, Qiu Changkong, you're trying to take all the good fortune for yourself? Injuyo will not allow that." The third prince of the Inyu Empire, Injuyo, laughed. "Anyone who dares to touch my things can only die." As soon as the word "die" was uttered, Qiu Changkong made his move. A beam of crystal-clear sword qi soared into the sky. His entire body merged with the sword qi as he charged toward Injuyo. "Qiu Changkong, I'd like to see how you managed to get into the Cloud Emperor board today." Injuyo let out a long howl as he engaged Qiu Changkong in battle. The two of them were much stronger than Feng Wuji and the others, and their battle shook the heavens and earth. Boom! Boom! The two of them fought in the sky, like two streams of light constantly exchanging blows. In the blink of an eye, their battle had reached the depths of the desolate wilderness and they disappeared. Kill! At this moment, the martial grandmasters of the 10-Direction Sword School had also arrived and were charging towards the people of the Dark Moon Empire. The scene was in a chaotic battle. Soon, the great martial master of the 10-Direction Sword Sect arrived, making the scene even more chaotic. "Be careful, don't kill Lu Yuntian," an elder of the 10-Direction Sword Sect shouted. The purpose of the great battle between the two parties was to fight for Lu Yuntian. Therefore, they avoided Lu Yuntian during the battle, afraid that they would kill him by mistake and all their efforts would be in vain. The battle between the two parties was extremely intense, but Lu Yuntian was left to the side. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were traveling at full speed. Suddenly, the two of them heard a violent explosion in front of them. "There's a huge battle. Could it be that the people from the 10-Direction Sword School have already caught up to my father? Let's go!" Lu Ming's expression changed slightly and he ran towards the battlefield at top speed. Chapter 266. Father and son finally meet again. Xian Yanqing followed closely behind. For the two of them, a few miles of distance was covered in the blink of an eye. 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, the two of them hid in a pile of rocks and watched from afar. Lu Ming saw the figure with messy hair at one glance. "Father!" Lu Ming's heart trembled. Although they had not seen each other for more than 8 years, although Lu Yuntian's hair and beard were in a mess and he was dressed in rags, Lu Ming could still recognize him with a single glance. This person was his father, Lu Yuntian. Damn the 10-Direction Sword School. They actually tortured my father like this. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. How can I save my father? After that, Lu Ming started to think. The Omnidirectional Sword Sect and the Dark Moon Empire had more than 10 martial ancestor realm experts in total. There were even 2 4th-level martial ancestor realm experts who were engaged in an intense battle. It was simply impossible to save Lu Yuntian from so many powerhouses. It was impossible to get close. Once he got close, he would be discovered. Moreover, even if they could get close, so what? There was no way they could take Lu Yuntian away without making a sound. Once they were discovered, they would have to face the pursuit of 2 parties. In the face of such a powerful force, only death would be the only outcome. What do we do? Lu Ming was thinking anxiously. After more than 8 years, he had finally found his father. He was not far away now, but he could not save him. At this moment, Lu Ming hated himself very much. He hated himself for being too weak. "I can save your father." Suddenly, Xian Yanqing whispered. "What? You can save my father? Really?" Lu Ming was shocked and asked. "Of course it's true. It's up to you to believe it or not." Xian Yanqing rolled his eyes at him. No, I believe you. I believe you. If you can really save my father, I'll do anything you want. Lu Ming said sincerely. Don't think too much. I saved your father to prevent you from being impulsive and rushing out. If you die here, how can I fulfill my promise and step on you? Xian Yanqing snorted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. How do you want to save my father? As you can see, once they find out that my father has been rescued, they will definitely stop fighting and go all out to hunt us down. I know a secret technique called the Heavenly Demonic Phantom Technique. It can create an illusion that is exactly the same as your father's. If you leave it there, I can steal Liang Huanzhu and save your father. Xian Yanqing explained. There's such a profound secret technique. Lu Ming was shocked. It's just a small trick, you're the one who's ignorant. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming with disdain. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug look. Wait for me here. Before Lu Ming could react, Xian Yanqing's figure was like a ghost, floating forward. A layer of black mist emanated from her body, and it was impossible to tell in the night. Very quickly, Xian Yanqing was approaching Lu Yuntian. At that moment, Lu Ming's heart was beating so fast that it was almost in his throat. In the end, Xian Yanqing silently appeared behind Lu Yuntian. A layer of black mist began to spread towards Lu Yuntian. The black mist moved, and Lu Yuntian's figure disappeared without a trace. However, in the next moment, Lu Yuntian reappeared at the same spot. However, no one noticed that Lu Yuntian, who had appeared later, had a dazed look in his eyes. Shrouded in black mist, Xian Yanqing floated toward Lu Ming at top speed. In 7 to 8 breaths, he was beside Lu Ming. Let's go. My demonic apparition can only last for a moment. After that, it will disappear and the enemy will notice. Xian Yanqing's voice sounded. The black mist dissipated, revealing Xian Yanqing's figure. There was another figure, who else could it be but Lu Yuntian? Let's go! Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Ming pulled Lu Yuntian and used the soaring steps to rush out of the wild forest with Xian Yanqing. Now was not the time to reminisce. They had to leave this place first. At the same time, Lu Ming sent a message to the experts of the royal family through the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. The two of them were extremely fast. In the dark night, it was almost impossible to see their figures with the naked eye. Half an hour later, the two of them were already 200 miles away and stopped in a hidden mountain stream. Lu Ming had discovered this mountain stream by accident when he came. It was extremely well hidden. The message he had sent to the imperial family's experts was to meet here. After all, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were not martial arts grandmasters and could not fly. If they continued to travel with Lu Yuntian, it would not take long for the martial arts grandmasters from the omnidirectional sword sect to catch up. Only by borrowing the power of the imperial family could he save Lu Yuntian. The two of you are so young. Are you also here for the martial emperor key? I advise the two of you to give up on this idea. Qiu Changkong has used all sorts of methods, but he still didn't succeed. It's the same for the two of you. At this moment, Lu Yuntian glanced at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and said indifferently. However, neither Xian Yanqing nor Lu Ming said anything. They just stared at Lu Yuntian blankly. Slowly, tears welled up in the corners of Lu Ming's eyes. He said softly, "Father." Lu Yuntian's body suddenly trembled. His originally listless eyes instantly lit up as he glared at Lu Ming. "What did you just call me?" "Father, I'm Ming, or father." Lu Ming reached out and wiped his face, revealing his delicate and pretty face. He had returned to his original appearance. Looking at Lu Ming's face, Lu Yuntian's body started to tremble violently. More than 8 years ago, Lu Ming was less than 10 years old. In addition to his weak and sickly body, his appearance and mannerism were very different from now. However, the outline of his face would not change. Also, the feeling between father and son would not disappear. Lu Yuntian immediately recognized Lu Ming. Ming, it's really, I'm not dreaming, am I? Lu Yuntian's voice trembled as he stared at Lu Ming. He kept muttering under his breath, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. He had never dreamed that he would meet Lu Ming here. Father, it's me. Ming-er has come to save you. Lu Ming's nose felt sour and his eyes were filled with tears. The heavens have eyes. I can't believe I'll meet Ming-er again in my lifetime. I can die without regrets. Lu Yuntian let out a long sigh as tears continued to flow down his face. A man does not shed tears easily, but it was not the time to be sad. Ming-er, you've grown so much in the blink of an eye. Let me take a good look at you. Lu Yuntian placed his hands on Lu Ming's shoulders and sized him up carefully. Ming-er, you're finally able to cultivate, and you've even become an incredible expert. Lu Yuntian's face was filled with smiles. Father, your cultivation level? It was only then that Lu Ming realized that there was not a single fluctuation of true qi on Lu Yuntian's body. His body was weak and his blood qi was lacking. He was even weaker than an ordinary person. My cultivation has long been crippled. Lu Yuntian chuckled. Crippled? Father, did the people from the 10 Direction Sword School do this? Damn it. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and his body exuded a sharp murderous intent. Ming-er, don't be rash. It's already a blessing for us to meet. The 10 Direction Sword School is too powerful. Let's just forget about this. Lu Yuntian said. However, Lu Ming's heart was twitching. He knew that Lu Yuntian was worried about his safety. He was afraid that he would act rashly and go against the 10 Direction Sword sect. Father, who is it? Is it the entire 10 Direction Sword sect or someone else? Who is the mastermind? Lu Ming asked. Chapter 267. Chapter 267. The Golden Cicada leaves its shell. Lu Yuntian wanted to just let it go, but he could not. No matter who it was, he would take revenge 10 times, no, 100 times more. Would he still be considered a man if he didn't take revenge? The people he wanted to harm would end up 10 times, no, 100 times more miserable than Lu Yuntian. Lu Yuntian muttered to himself for a moment before saying, Ming, I can tell you, but you must not be rash. This person is not someone you can defeat. Promise me and I'll tell you. Father, I promise you that I won't die before I'm strong enough. Lu Ming said. Alright, then I'll tell you. This person is E. At this moment. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 4 figures rushed in from the mountain stream. These 4 were all white-haired old men, and the aura on their bodies was extremely strong. They were all experts above the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman appeared in his hand. A short, chubby old man in gray linen clothes smiled as a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. Young Master Tianyun, I've heard so much about you. I didn't think that you would be able to save your father from Qiu Changkong's eyes. You're truly admirable. The short and fat old man cupped his fists. Senior is too polite. I was just lucky. This time, I'll have to trouble Senior to send us back to the imperial capital. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, You're welcome. It's just a small matter. Let's not waste any time. Let's move as soon as possible. If the people from the 10 Direction Sword School find us here, we'll be in trouble. The short, stubby elder said. Lu Ming nodded. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh, the sound of something flying through the air could be heard in the distant sky. A few figures streaked across the sky and instantly disappeared into the distance. Lu Ming could clearly see that those figures were the martial grandmasters from the omnidirectional sword sect. The 10 Direction Sword sect is so fast. The stumpy old man's expression changed greatly. Lu Ming's face darkened. This mountain stream was very well hidden, and it was surrounded by bushes and weeds, so the people from the 10 Directions Sword sect did not notice it just now. However, as time passed, they would definitely notice it. What do we do? If we go out like this, we'll definitely be discovered. If Chiu Changkong arrives, we won't be his match even if we join forces. The other old man said with a serious expression. Seniors, I'll have to trouble you to take Ming-er and the others away. I'm the one Chiu Changkong and the others want. I'll go and draw them away. Lu Yuntian said. No, father. It wasn't easy to save you. How can I let you fall into the hands of Chiu Changkong and the others? Lu Ming said firmly. Even if he had to die, he would not let Lu Yuntian fall into the hands of the Ten Directions sword sect and suffer. With a wave of his hand, essential qi surged, and Lu Yuntian's tattered clothes landed in Lu Ming's hands. Ming, you can't. Lu Yuntian's expression changed. The other people's expressions also changed. Seniors, I'll go out and draw them away. You guys take my father back to the imperial capital and hand him over to His Highness, the 8th Prince. Lu Ming said to the few elders. Ming, you can't do this. I don't agree. Lu Yuntian let out a deep roar. Lu Ming smiled. Father, don't worry. Ming will be fine. We'll meet again in the imperial capital. Wait, I'll go with you. Xian Yanqing suddenly said. You're coming? Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing. Don't think too much. I'm just afraid that if you die, I won't be able to keep my promise. Also, how are you going to lure the people from the 10 Direction Sword School away by yourself? Don't forget that your father's cultivation has been crippled. If you run too fast, you won't be exposed immediately. I'll take you away. Xian Yanqing pouted. All right, let's do that. I owe you a favor. Lu Ming said. TSK, who wants your favor? Xian Yanqing pouted in disdain. Father, take care. Having said that, Lu Ming was about to rush out. Ming, you can't. Come back. Lu Yuntian growled. However, he had lost his cultivation and could not catch up with Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were out of the mountain stream. After leaving the mountain stream, Lu Ming put on Lu Yuntian's clothes. I'll take you away. Xian Yanqing pulled Lu Ming and ran towards the depths of the desolate wilderness. If he wanted to lure the people from the 10 Direction Sword School away, he would naturally have to do so in the depths of the desolate wilderness so that Lu Yuntian and the others could escape successfully. After a few miles. Over here, I see them. A loud roar rang out in the desolate wilderness. Buzz! Buzz! A few figures were chasing after Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. They were a few 9th grade great martial masters. Let's run together. Lu Ming pretended to be pulled by Xian Yanqing. In fact, he had used his movement technique. The two of them were like a gust of wind, heading towards the depths of the forsaken desolation. The 9th grade great martial master realm martial artists behind him couldn't catch up at all. The difference was too great. In the blink of an eye, dozens of miles had passed. Who dares to rob the people of my 10 Direction Sword School? You're courting death. At this moment, the sky exploded and the sound of the air being torn could be heard. A martial arts grandmaster was flying in the air and chasing after them. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing ignored him and ran away with gritted teeth. Just like that, he ran for a few hundred miles. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, there were 6 figures in the sky. They were the 6 martial arts grandmasters of the 10 Direction Sword School. At that moment, they were getting closer and closer to Lu Ming and the rest. No matter how fast they were still slower than flying in the air. They were slowly being caught up. Whoosh! Shio! Shio! Beams of sword chi slashed at Lu Ming and his partner. The two of them flashed and dodged them. A moment later, another 100 miles had passed in a flash. Die! At this moment, an elder was already approaching Lu Ming and Su Lingyue. This elder's aura was extremely thick. He was the 4th level martial ancestor realm expert from the 10 Direction Sword School. With a cold expression, he waved his sword, and dozens of bright sword chi shot out. It completely enveloped the two of them. Not good, block it. Lu Ming growled and 4 ancient shields appeared behind him. Xian Yanqing also shouted and waved his palm. Black lotus flowers appeared behind him. Bang! Bang! The ancient shield and the black lotus exploded one after another, and a strong force shot out in all directions. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing made use of this force to charge forward for thousands of meters. "You're not Lu Yuntian. We've been tricked." The old man let out an earth-shaking roar. "Ha! It's too late to realize it now. My men have already brought Lu Yuntian out of the forsaken desolation land. You bunch of idiots." Lu Ming laughed heartily. Damn it. Lu Yuntian ran away, so I'll kill you all." The old man roared angrily and continued to chase after Lu Ming and the rest. After chasing for a while, he slashed again. However, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing used the same trick again. They blocked with their shields and black lotus flowers and used the momentum to charge forward. The old man in the sky was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he was shocked. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were only 9th grade Grandmaster cultivators. Not only were they unbelievably fast, but their defensive abilities were also frighteningly high. Although there was a distance between them, it was already terrifying enough to block his sword qi. The 4th level of Wu Zong is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.